Chapter 418, Clean Break. Faint red glowing dots began circulating around the blade of the silvery gray sword, the dots closely resembling the twinkling stars in the night sky. Upon colliding with the sword images, a bang resounded. Strong winds then blew outwards into the surroundings, sweeping the leaves scattered across the ground into the air. The battle monkey warchief's dance of blades suddenly vanished. The monkey warchief was forced back by 4 steps, and a hint of fear suddenly appeared on its sneering face. The man who was at the brink of collapse a second before suddenly possessed strength that could make others tremble in the next second. Even Fire Dance and Flying Shadow, who were observing the fight from a short distance away, were stupefied. Guild leader's strength is amazing. Flying Shadow exclaimed. Shifeng had actually managed to force a Berserk level 25 chieftain to retreat. Even Berserkers, who were known for their strength, were far from capable of such a feat if this strength were used against players. Even if Shifeng did not use any skills, he could still finish them off with a single attack. It isn't just his strength, even his speed has received a huge increase. Before, I could still manage to see the afterimages of his attacks. Now, I can't even see his sword images. I can only barely see his hand swinging his sword, Fire Dance said, shocked. An ordinary burst skill would increase its user's strength and speed by 50% at most. On the other hand, the burst skill Shifeng used was simply too frightening. According to Fire Dance's initial judgment, Shifeng's basic attributes had, at the very least, doubled. Such an increase would improve his combat power several-fold. Looking at the battle monkey war chief, Shifeng slowly raised the corners of his lips as he said softly, "Let's start the second round, then." The buff Shifeng received after activating Blade Liberation had far exceeded his expectations. Not only had his strength increased by 100%, but his agility had also increased by 150%. Shifeng could overwhelm the battle monkey war chief even in a direct confrontation now. Gee! Gee! The monkey warchief screeched and bared its fangs at Shifeng. Instead of acting wildly like before, it calmed down and carefully observed Shifeng's every action. It even tightly gripped its war saber and took a fighting stance. "It seems that you're finally getting serious." Shifeng smiled faintly as he, too, shifted to a fighting stance, prepared to receive the monkey warchief's next move. The monkey warchief possessed very high intelligence, and it was no worse than ordinary NPCs. Hence, it was capable of using skills based on the situation. Currently, Shifeng possessed strength that surpassed the battle monkey warchief's. Naturally, the monkey warchief knew not to try to suppress Shifeng using its strength. In God's domain, chieftain-ranked monsters were not only stronger than other monsters in terms of attributes and techniques, but they also possessed unique traits. It was precisely these unique traits that made it very difficult for players to solo chieftains. There was a large variety of these unique traits. Some monsters possessed extraordinary destruction skills, some possessed skills that enhanced their own bodies, some possessed very long-range attack-type skills, and so on. As far as Shifeng could recall, the battle monkey warchief possessed an ultimate move called Clean Break. Clean Break was a skill with godlike speed. When activated, the monkey warchief would swing its saber with a speed that could not be tracked by the naked eye, instantly killing its opponent. In the past, many Tier 1 experts had died from this single move. Even a level 30 Tier 1 shield warrior expert could not withstand it. As for Tier 1 assassins, a class known for its speed, they would be killed before they could even use block with their weapons. Even now when Shifeng possessed speed superior to the monkey warchief's, he still dared not take the risk and had directly activated Defensive Blade. Why did guild leader go on the defensive? He clearly possesses strength and speed superior to the monkey warchief's. He should be able to kill it with ease. Flying Shadow said, surprised. Standing beside him, Fire Dance was silent. She had challenged a chieftain before, so she knew how powerful a monster of that rank was. She, too, could sense that the battle monkey warchief was about to display its true power, which was why she silently focused her attention on Shifeng. She wanted to see just how Shifeng was going to deal with this situation. However, something surprising happened. Although Shifeng had readied his stance and taken defensive measures, he did not wait for the monkey warchief's attack to look for an opening to exploit. Instead, he took the initiative to attack first. Earth Splitter. A blade of light emerged from the fractured earth, slashing at the battle monkey warchief. Just as the mighty blade of light was about to hit the monkey warchief, the blade of light suddenly shattered, as if something struck it. Meanwhile, by the time everyone noticed, the monkey warchief's posture had changed. Its body had also moved 2 steps backward. It was obvious that the monkey warchief was the one that shattered the blade of light. However, Shifeng's strength was simply too overwhelming. As a result, the recoil had forced the monkey warchief to retreat by 2 steps. So fast. Flying Shadow said in disbelief, his eyes wide open. Flying Shadow had not even seen the monkey warchief draw its saber. This showed that the monkey warchief was even faster than Shifeng. 6 yards. Shifeng roughly gauged the battle monkey warchief's attack range from its previous attack. Clean break did not affect the monkey warchief's movement speed. It only gave the monster a frightening drawing speed. However, its saber was only so long, so its attack range was very limited. Based on Shifeng's estimates, the monkey warchief's attack range should be 6 yards. The area within these 6 yards was the monkey warchief's absolute domain. After identifying its attack range, as long as Shifeng avoided moving too close, he would be absolutely safe. Shifeng then brandished his sword dozens of times in quick succession. As defensive blade increased his attack range, Shifeng could always maintain a distance of around 10 yards every time he attacked. Meanwhile, the battle monkey warchief also rushed at Shifeng while defending against his attacks, trying to get within 6 yards of him. Unfortunately, the monkey warchief's strength was inferior to Shifeng's. Every time it defended against Shifeng's attack, it would be forced to take a few steps back. Moreover, Shifeng's speed was originally faster than the monkey warchief's, making it even more impossible for the monkey warchief to close the distance. However, Shifeng's attacks were also unable to cause any damage to the monkey warchief, they were all blocked by clean break. Furthermore, the battle monkey warchief's HP was continuously increasing due to its battle recovery. Sure enough, clean break is indeed powerful. However, what do you think about this move? Smiling faintly, Shifeng activated 9 Dragon's Slash. Suddenly, 12 phantoms of the abyssal blade appeared around Shifeng. Simultaneously, all 12 phantoms stabbed at the monkey warchief. The moment the 12 phantoms entered the monkey warchief's attack range, it was as if they had stabbed into a protective barrier. The phantoms were instantly sent flying backward, unable to hit the monkey warchief at all. However, Shifeng was far from done with his assault. In the next moment, scorching hot flames emerged around the abyssal blade and the purgatory's shadow. This was the effect of Shifeng's sure kill skill, the level 9 flame burst. It concentrated the power of flames to a single point for 12 attacks. Suddenly, Shifeng charged at the battle monkey warchief once more. Just as Shifeng was about to enter the attack range of clean break, he suddenly vanished. Although the monkey warchief was on high alert, it still could not detect Shifeng's existence at all. Moreover, it also needed to face the simultaneous attacks of the 12 phantoms. It had no energy to spare for locating Shifeng. When Shifeng appeared again, he was already standing directly in front of the battle monkey warchief. The abyssal blade was also only a short distance away from hitting the monkey warchief. Yet, the monkey warchief still managed to block the magic weapon with its godlike skill, clean break. What kind of attack speed is that? Fire Dance had been wholeheartedly focused on the battle. Now, however, she, too, was stupefied. In her view, Shifeng's sword simply could not be blocked at such a short distance. Yet, the monkey warchief had managed to do exactly that. How was Shifeng supposed to kill it? However, despite having succeeded in blocking Shifeng's attack, the battle monkey warchief had an extraordinarily grim expression on its face. In the next moment, the abyssal blade cleaved the war saber in its path, like a hot knife through butter. Immediately after, the Purgatory's shadow slashed the monkey warchief's body with zero resistance. Following which, sword after sword landed on the battle monkey warchief's body. A series of 11 attacks struck the monkey warchief. Each attack dealt close to -10,000 damage. Some even achieved a critical hit, dealing close to -20,000 damage. The total damage caused by the 11 slashes completely surpassed the battle monkey warchief's 140,000 HP. The battle monkey warchief was as dead as a doornail. It's my win. Shi Feng looked at the dead battle monkey warchief, smiling faintly. At this moment, he was mentally exhausted. He sat down involuntarily, his body unable to even stand properly. Following which, the sound of an emergency notification from the system rang out by his ears. Chapter 419, Mysterious Guests. Guild Leader. Fire Dance activated wind steps and rushed over to the fallen Shi Feng. Flying Shadow, on the other hand, was completely stunned by what he had seen. He was still in a complete daze. Guild Leader, what's wrong? Fire Dance asked, panicking as she looked at Shi Feng's pale complexion. Ultimately, God's domain was only a game. Even if a player entered a weakened state, only their attributes would decrease. The debuff definitely would not weaken a player's mental state. It's nothing. I'm just tired, that's all, Shi Feng muttered a reply. I'm going to enter system sleep mode to rest for now. You two take care of the loot and meet back up with Aqua. Remember, continue to grind in the gorge and do not go anywhere else. The battle monkey commander was not an ordinary chieftain. It was a chieftain found inside the White Fog Canyon, far different than other chieftains. Without void steps, even if Fire Dance and the others joined hands to fight it, they would inevitably have to flee. If Shi Feng had not used void steps during his battle, defeat would have been his only outcome. Shi Feng's mental capacity had long since reached its limit. Now that he had used void steps again, he had exceeded that limit. Nothing good would come from a player exceeding their own mental limit. Hence, the main god system would automatically send an official warning, suggesting the player to enter sleep mode. Players could recover their mental capacity while in sleep mode. In reality, it was exactly the same as sleeping. Only, while resting in sleep mode, players could recover more thoroughly. After instructing Fire Dance, Shi Feng entered sleep mode and logged out of the game to rest. Sister Fire Dance, what happened? Flying Dance asked curiously when he saw Shi Feng log off as soon as he arrived. Guild Leader is exhausted and has logged off to rest. Let's tidy up the drops here and return to the gorge, Fire Dance said, sighing relief. Logged off to rest? Flying Dance was surprised, his mind riddled with questions. This was the first time he had heard of a player needing to log off to rest due to a battle. Flying Shadow had once tried to grind continuously for over 10 hours. Although he was tired after his endeavor, he was fine after he ate some food and went to the hotel to rest. Now, Shi Feng actually needed to log off and rest. However, after giving it some thought, Flying Shadow found nothing strange about this situation. After all, despite the battle monkey warchief being such a powerful monster, Shi Feng had soloed it with that mystifying move. It was unbelievable. Hence, it was not at all strange that it would take such a toll on his guild leader. On the contrary, it was perfectly reasonable. It would be awesome if I could learn that move. Flying Dance was still fascinated when he thought back to Shi Feng's battle. But I think it will be very difficult to convince guild leader to teach me such a powerful move. No. I cannot give up. As long as I contribute more to Zero Wing, guild leader might agree to teach me if I ask. Flying Shadow's loyalty towards Zero Wing soared once more. He inwardly vowed to contribute his all to Zero Wing. After swiftly collecting the loot of the battle monkey warchief, Fire Dance noticed Flying Shadow's dazed expression. At this sight, she could not help but chuckle, saying, Flying Shadow, stop daydreaming. We're going back to the gorge. Fire Dance could, more or less, understand Flying Shadow's thoughts. A player soloing a Berserk level 25 chieftain in God's domain was undeniably a miracle. Furthermore, the mysterious technique Shifeng had used shattered the common ideas everyone had of battles in God's domain. Hence, how could she blame him for being mystified? Compared to Flying Shadow, Fire Dance had a far more profound experience of the battle. She was connecting to the game using a virtual gaming cabin, so she could see and feel the formidableness of Void Steps clearly. The benefits she obtained from watching this battle had exceeded what she had gained from watching over 100 battles of other experts. Oh! Flying Shadow followed hurriedly after he recovered his wits. After Shifeng logged off, the members of Zero Wing took up residence in the gorge. They did not go anywhere else, luring and killing monsters in the gorge. The monsters in White Fog Canyon were numerous. Moreover, their loot was similarly bountiful. With a strategic location like the gorge, Zero Wing's players had nothing to worry about, even if they faced an army of battle monkeys. Their leveling speed here was several times faster than grinding elsewhere. Moreover, they also obtained plenty of equipment and various materials. However, while Zero Wing peacefully leveled, White River City had exploded with commotion. After the discovery of a great lord in the White Fog Canyon, everyone eagerly awaited news of the various guilds raiding it successfully. However, the results were completely unexpected. Despite having sent so many level 20 and above elite players, before the various guilds found the Great Lord, they had lost over half of their players. Suddenly, everyone's view of the White Fog Canyon had changed. Many players who had originally intended to rush towards the canyon to grind and level up dismissed their plans at this revelation. However, although many had given up on the White Fog Canyon, it did not prevent them from discussing it. Although most of the guilds in White River City had given up on the White Fog Canyon, Overwhelming Smile, Emperor's Light, Assassin's Alliance, Ouroboros, and Zero Wing, the top 5 guilds of White River City, still pushed forward in the White Fog Canyon even now. Everyone had their guesses on which of these 5 guilds would be the first to kill the Great Lord. At this moment, the teleportation array inside White River City's teleportation hall started to flash, and 6 figures suddenly appeared. The instant these 6 appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of the players in White River City. These 6 people possessed stunning levels. Each one of them was at least level 25. Among them, one had even reached level 26. This player had actually surpassed White River City's highest leveled player, Blackie. However, this was not the most shocking aspect. The equipment they wore was what truly left others in a daze. The equipment these players wore gave off the glow effect that only a fine gold equipment possessed. They also had a few pieces of dark gold equipment in the mix. The level 26 Guardian Knight leading this party wore 5 pieces of dark gold equipment. Meanwhile, the quality of the bone shield on his back was indiscernible. Shockingly, this Guardian Knight possessed over 5,600 HP, an amount that not even the chief MTs of first-rate guilds had reached. Yet, none of these players wore a guild emblem on their chests. Clearly, they were independent players. It was astonishing that independent players had acquired such equipment. Boss, the people here are weird. Why are they all staring at us? It's giving me goosebumps. The country bumpkins here are just envious after seeing our equipment. This place isn't that bad after all. The average players here are around level 18 or 19. It's just slightly lower than ours. Alright, enough. We're here on official business. First, ask around for information on that one-hit Azura. Having their objective, the party of 6 exited the teleportation hall. On the street, any players who encountered this party of 6 would unconsciously move aside and look away in fear. Unexpectedly, Shifeng had slept for more than a day inside the virtual gaming cabin. What's going on? Why did I sleep for so long? Shifeng was stunned when he exited the gaming cabin and saw the time. Shifeng had several years of experience using the virtual gaming cabin, and this was not his first time exceeding his limit. In the past, he had only slept around half a dozen hours or so. Now, he had actually slept over 30 hours. This was the first time Shi Feng had encountered such a situation. What? Even the nutrient solution that's supposed to last me half a month has bottomed out already? Before Shi Feng could make sense of the situation, he suddenly heard the virtual gaming cabin launch a warning, notifying him that the cabin's supply of nutrient solution was quickly running out. Chapter 420, Conditions for Cooperation. Although Shi Feng wasn't sure what had happened, he felt better than ever after leaving the virtual gaming cabin. Even his body felt relaxed. Shi Feng exercised lightly, throwing a few dozen punches at the empty air in front of him. Every time he punched, he could faintly feel his fists piercing the air. My body has become a lot more flexible. Even the speed of my punches has improved significantly. It seems that the best way to train is with moderation. Shi Feng could immediately tell his body's current condition after his workout. Previously, Shi Feng had trained relentlessly, constantly maintaining physical tension. Over time, he would become exhausted. Even when he drank nutrient fluids, the effect was limited and would never fully relieve his exhaustion. After over 30 hours of rest, he was completely relaxed. As a result, he could now display his true power. Although his physique had not improved, he was now more flexible than before. This was something that Shi Feng had always wanted. After sleeping for so long, I wonder if anything has happened in the White Fog Canyon. Hopefully, Aqua doesn't risk the team and delve further into the canyon. After Shi Feng's brief moment of joy, his mind suddenly drifted to the dangers in the White Fog Canyon, and he began to worry. The White Fog Canyon consisted of two regions, the outer and inner region. The battle monkeys in the outer region were tolerable, and there were only a few traps and forbidden areas. However, after entering the inner region, not only were all the monsters there level 25 and above, but the majority of the monsters were also special elites. The danger in the inner region was many times higher than the canyon's edges. With only Zero Wing's 500 members, even if they had a few dozen Tier 1 players in their midst, they would suffer terrible losses should they venture into the inner canyon. Most of Zero Wing's experts were on the team of 500. If they died, Zero Wing would suffer for it. Worrying about the possibilities, Shi Feng hurriedly ordered takeout. At the same time, he also contacted the game store and purchased a large batch of nutrient solutions. He had nearly depleted the nutrient solution in his cabin, and although he could use the gaming cabin without it, the nutrient solution was meant to counter certain situations. If he did not replenish the solution, should he exceed his mental limit again, his body would not recover to its peak condition like it had this time. After a short rest, Shi Feng was ready to enter God's domain once more. Suddenly, however, his quantum watch rang. Looking at the caller ID, Shi Feng discovered that it was Manager Xiao of Big Dipper Training Center. Why is he contacting me all of a sudden? Shi Feng recalled that, regarding the matter of cooperation with Big Dipper, Manager Xiao said he needed to discuss things further with his superiors before making a decision. In the end, for days had passed since they spoke, Manager Xiao had not contacted him. Assuming that negotiations had failed, Shi Feng gave up on the notion of cooperating with Big Dipper. Beyond that, Shi Feng had been busy with his legacy trial, so he had forgotten about the matter entirely. Only after seeing the caller ID did Shi Feng recall it. Originally, Shi Feng had already prepared to start his own training center. In any case, he had 30 million credits from Gentle Snow, so he had the funds to start one on his own. After a moment, he answered the call. However, upon seeing Manager Xiao's appearance, he had to ask, "Manager Xiao, what's wrong with you?" In the image displayed by his quantum watch, Manager Xiao looked exhausted. It looked as if the man had not slept for days. There were even dark circles beneath his eyes. Manager Xiao was a martial artist, so his physique was far from that of an ordinary person's. He also had the benefit of the nutrient fluids. Even if Manager Xiao had stayed up for a few nights, he shouldn't look this miserable. Ha ha ha. It's nothing. It's nothing. Manager Xiao laughed. Master Shi Feng, regarding our previous discussion, I've reported the situation to my elder brother. My elder brother held a director's meeting specifically for this purpose. In short, we agree to your conditions. However, we have a condition of our own. A condition? Shifeng chuckled before continuing, what condition? Although Shifeng was physically only 22 years old, he was mentally over 30. He had experienced many negotiations before, so he could instantly tell that manager Xiao was hiding something. Currently, God's domain's popularity had exploded. An increasing number of people had become addicted to the battles in God's domain, and many had lost interest in the fights in real life. Naturally, this would affect locations such as training centers and dojos. Based on manager Zhao's appearance, Shifeng was sure of it. Big Dipper Training Center's business was declining rapidly, so much so that it had caused even those in power in Big Dipper to tremble. Hence, they needed someone that could revitalize Big Dipper. Although fighting competitions were becoming less popular, there was still a market for them. Only, other than possessing first-class facilities, Big Dipper had nothing else to offer. Compared to the dojo commanded by Jinhai City's champion fighter, Chen Wu, Big Dipper Training Center was significantly inferior. If they had a martial arts master to lead the training center, helping them forge a name for themselves and acting as a combat instructor, they could save themselves from their current decline. After all, the combat techniques displayed in God's domain were mostly evolutions of the combat techniques found in real life. We require Master Shifeng to compete against a well-known fighter. As long as Master Shifeng wins, we have no issues agreeing with all of the conditions you have previously stated, Manager Xiao explained. May I know your thoughts on this? Even a fool could tell that the big shots of Big Dipper wished to test Shifeng's strength and at the same time, increase Big Dipper's reputation. Meanwhile, to garner fame for the training center, Shifeng's intended opponent would certainly be powerful. Fine, but I have another condition, Shifeng answered. Master Shifeng, please don't hold back, Manager Xiao said excitedly upon hearing Shifeng's reply. If I win, I want 5 virtual gaming cabins and 15 S-rank nutrient fluids. Shifeng coveted the S-rank nutrient fluids. It was something that he could not buy even if he had the money. The virtual gaming cabins were similarly in high demand. Currently, Zero Wing's workshop was still in its development phase. If he wanted to improve the workshop quickly, he needed a large number of experts. However, ordinary experts of God's domain would not do. He needed top-tier experts. With the virtual gaming helmet's 90% sync rate, it was simply impossible to nurture a top-tier expert. However, until this day, Zero Wing only had a measly 5 virtual gaming cabins. Ignoring the ones dedicated to himself, Fire Dance, and Blackie, there were only 2 cabins available for the other core members of the workshop. If he could obtain another 5 virtual gaming cabins, although not every core member could have their personal cabin, rotating use should suffice. This, Manager Xiao felt cornered upon hearing Shifeng's request. 15 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids. With Big Dipper's connections, they could barely obtain so many. As for the 5 virtual gaming cabins, there were no problems on that end either. However, these items together were worth around 30 million credits. Even to a successful corporation like Big Dipper, this was not a small sum of money. Normally, they could have afforded to agree to Shifeng's request. Now, however, Big Dipper's business was not doing too well. No good. Shifeng frowned slightly as he said, if you can't do it, I can only look elsewhere. His demands were not particularly extravagant. After all, as long as he won the match, Big Dipper would double their profits. Moreover, 30 million credits was spare change to Big Dipper. If they were unwilling to pay such a small price, Shifeng might as well start his own training center. Chapter 421, Did you transmigrate? Live combat was not without danger. It was especially true in a fight between experts, injuries were commonplace. Although the current medical facilities were top-notch, capable of healing a large majority of injuries very quickly, there were still some injuries that one could not fully recover from. Not even S-rank nutrient fluid could cure them. Moreover, martial arts masters were extremely rare, finding one was like finding a needle in a haystack. Hence, it was incredibly costly to invite martial arts masters to face each other in the ring. Even a martial arts master who had recently become famous would charge an appearance fee of over 100 million credits. This was in the case of an exhibition match, let alone an official match. Moreover, martial arts masters normally fought using internal force. Internal force possessed great power. Even if an attack containing internal force did not strike a vital point, it could still cause significant damage to the opponent. Regardless of whether they would win or lose, martial arts masters would not agree to fight one another if they're without sufficient potential gain. Shi Feng's grasp of internal force had already reached the standard of a martial arts master. Although he was not famous in any way, he would not undervalue himself. His price of 30 million credits was quite reasonable. Shi Feng wouldn't have even considered the competition if it were not for his new flexibility. After all, injuries were no laughing matter. The higher-ups of Big Dipper must be dreaming if they thought they could get him to fight for free. This was why battles in God's domain were gradually replacing fighting competitions in the real world, becoming increasingly popular among the public masses. Not only were the battles in God's domain safe, but players also had no scruples when they fought each other. Furthermore, players in God's domain possessed physiques that far surpassed their bodies in the real world. They could easily perform actions and combat techniques that were impossible in the real world. Take void steps for example. This footwork had already far surpassed what ordinary humans could accomplish. It was simply impossible to perform in the real world. However, it was possible in God's domain. A fight between ordinary humans just couldn't compare to a fight between superhumans. If it were only a battle inside God's domain, Shi Feng might have agreed without an appearance fee. Manager Xiao frowned in the video, hesitation appearing in his eyes. Suddenly, however, a disembodied voice addressed Shi Feng. Mr. Shi Feng, I agree to your demands. If you win, we will deliver 5 virtual gaming cabins and 15 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids to your doorstep. Elder brother. The other voice from the call was Xiao Yan's elder brother, Xiao Yu, the true wielder of the power of Big Dipper. Xiao Yu then took over the call and spoke with Shi Feng directly. Although Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan had very similar appearances, after being the chairman of Big Dipper for so long, Xiao Yu projected an aura of natural dignity and power with both his voice and demeanor. This aura made one unconsciously bow with respect before Xiao Yu. However, this aura of authority was useless against Shi Feng. He was not uncomfortable around this aura in the slightest. When is the battle? We still need to prepare for this, so the fight should be in roughly 4 days. As for the exact time, we will contact Mr. Shi Feng with the details in the future. Alright. After Shi Feng and Xiao Yu set their appointment, the video call disconnected. Elder brother, Big Dipper has already spent a huge sum of money on nurturing the student fighters. If we spend another 30 million, it will have a massive impact on Big Dipper's future plans. Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Yu skeptically. The premise of paying for those items is that Shi Feng can win. Before the battle has even begun, you are already so confident of his victory. It seems that this Shi Feng is not a simple man. Xiao Yu glanced at Xiao Yan. He then shifted his gaze as he examined the test record on his table, smiling. The data on the test record was precisely what Shi Feng had left behind at Big Dipper. Such a young man is actually capable of using internal force and achieving a punching power 576 kilograms. Although he cannot compare to those other martial arts masters, he is still impressive. This appearance fee is not expensive at all. If we deepen our relationship now, it will benefit future cooperation. I understand. Xiao Yan helplessly nodded. Back in his apartment, Shi Feng logged into God's domain. What is going on here? Shi Feng could not help his surprise when he saw the scene before him. As far as the eye could see, corpses of players and battle monkeys littered the ground. Some of these players were guild players, and others were independent. Overall, there were over 300 player corpses. Furthermore, there were even more players currently engaged in combat, with 5 to 6 players dealing with a single crimson-eyed battle monkey. The players fighting were all level 20 and above, and they all possessed significant strength. Many parties here were far more powerful than the elite parties of guilds. Originally, the White Fog Canyon had been a forbidden area for players. Now, however, it had become infested. Shifeng was confused. He had only logged out of God's domain for slightly more than a day, yet, he was already so unfamiliar with the White Fog Canyon. Brother, are you alone? Seeing as you are level 22, you should have some decent skill. Why don't you join our party? If equipment drops, we'll split it equally. How about it? Before Shifeng could digest the information before him, a party of 6 approached him. Leading the party was a red-haired beauty geared with light blue scale armor. The woman had a forthright appearance, and the body-fitting scale armor fully displayed her tall and slender figure. She was no less attractive than Zhao Yueru. This red-haired beauty was a level 22 shield warrior, and the shield and one-handed saber hanging on her back were both secret silver rank. The majority of her equipment was also secret silver rank. Moreover, there was no sign of a guild emblem on her chest, so she was clearly an independent player. As for the others in the woman's party, they were all at level 21. Their equipment was also mysterious iron rank and above. Overall, this independent party was stronger than even the elite parties from major guilds. Are you referring to me? Shifeng asked strangely. At this moment, he appeared as Black Flame. Although he kept his ID hidden, there was not a single soul in White River City who would not recognize him. However, this red-haired beauty had actually said to him, "You should have some decent skill," and had even invited him to join them. Shifeng was speechless. You're funny. Who else would we be speaking to? The red-haired beauty laughed as she pointed to the surroundings. She then continued, Are you worried that we will go back on our word once the loot drops? If you're worried, then we can sign a main god contract. You can relax with that, right? At this moment, capable-looking male elementalist said, Cloud, what's the point of wasting your time with this little brat? If he doesn't want to join us, then so be it. We are more than enough to deal with these crimson-eyed battle monkeys. We'll just earn less if we invite another person. Shifeng could not help but laugh bitterly as he shook his head. He had guessed that none of them recognized him. Or, to be precise, none of them recognized the #1 expert of Star Moon Kingdom, Black Flame. As for matters like swindling equipment, Shifeng was not worried whatsoever. In White River City, even an organization like Underworld would not get away with stealing loot. You guys are not local players of White River City, right? Why have you come to White Fog Canyon? Shifeng asked curiously. You're right. We are not local players of White River City or Star Moon Kingdom. We came from Beacon City of the Black Dragon Empire. However, that's really not surprising though, right? Many of the parties here have also come from different cities and countries. Didn't you know that? You couldn't have transmigrated, right? Chapter 422, Warfire Set Equipment. Shifeng was rendered speechless by the red-haired beauty. If possible, he really wanted to say that he had not transmigrated, but had reincarnated instead. Are there players from other countries as well? Shifeng looked at the surrounding players. Confused, he asked, the teleportation fees between countries are not cheap. With an elite player's income, it is simply impossible to accumulate enough unless they sold a majority of their equipment. However, if they did so, why would they come to White Fog Canyon? Previously, Shifeng had spent close to 300 gold to teleport Aqua Rose and her 100-plus subordinates to White River City. On average, each person had spent over 2 gold. Of course, this was a little higher than average because the Storm Empire where Aqua Rose and the others had originally resided was very far away. However, even if a player came from the Black Dragon Empire, they would need to pay around 1 gold 40 silver to reach White River City. Only those powerful players might be able to afford such a fee. As for the party of independent players before him, even if they emptied their pockets, at most, they would have 20 to 30 silvers. Accommodations, food, potions, repairs, and such things required a lot of money, so it was not possible for players to save too much. Yet, among the crowd of players in White Fog Canyon, many had traveled across countries to visit. This was simply madness. You came to White Fog Canyon without even knowing this? The red-haired beauty's eyes widened, looking at Shi Feng as if he were a fool. Suddenly, Shi Feng was momentarily stunned as he thought of a possibility. Don't tell me they've already discovered the secret of the Starfire ore. Shi Feng's chest tightened. He then shook his head, denying his thoughts. No. Even if the secret of the Starfire ore had been discovered, there had not been this many players traveling to White Fog Canyon from other countries in the past. Although Starfire ore was quite valuable, it was not that easy to obtain in White Fog Canyon. The risks outweighed the benefits by far. Even in the past, not many players had risked themselves for the ore. On top of that, the levels of the current player population were much lower than in the past. With far greater risks, the canyon should not have attracted so many people. Moreover, in the hands of others, Starfire ore was not particularly valuable. Each ore was only worth 1 silver. Only by collecting 100 ore could one earn 1 gold. However, with the level and tier of the current players, the difficulty of collecting 100 Starfire ore was more difficult than clearing a 20-man hard-mode team dungeon. Shi Feng had considered Starfire ore profitable because he had the Horizon Alliance, a lifestyle guild, working under him. There were even a large number of amazing forgers working for him. With the Starfire ore, he could produce various high-level equipment and make a huge profit. Cloud, let's stop wasting time with this brat. If this continues, the others will steal all the remaining Crimson-Eyed battle monkeys. How are we supposed to make a profit then? The elementalist grumbled indignantly. Don't forget, we borrowed a lot of money to come here. If we waste any more time, our equipment will belong to someone else. You really do not know? The red-haired beauty asked again. However, seeing Shi Feng's confused gaze, she didn't think he was lying. Previously, she thought Shi Feng belonged to another party when she saw him. However, after observing him for a while, she discovered that Shi Feng was alone. A level 22 assassin would find it very difficult to venture so far into the White Fog Canyon, much less a swordsman. For this reason, she was optimistic about Shi Feng's strength. If their party had another strong player, they could explore further into the canyon. At that time, they would have fewer competitors, and their opportunity to make a fortune would grow. I really do not know. I haven't logged into the game for over a day now. What exactly happened while I was gone? Shi Feng spoke truthfully, a bitter smile on his face. So that's why. However, you really are amazing. Despite not logging into the game for over a day, you are still level 22, the red-haired beauty laughed. I'll tell you, then. One day ago, one of the monsters in White Fog Canyon dropped an amazing item, so we hurried over. We'll make a fortune if we obtain that item. An amazing item? Making a fortune? Shi Feng searched his memories. Soon, he laughed and said, might you be talking about the Warfire set equipment? That's right. It's the Warfire set equipment. The red-haired beauty nodded. Immediately, she rolled her eyes at Shi Feng, saying, so, you do know about it. I was just wondering if you had some other method to earn money, Shi Feng apologized. However, the drop rate of the Warfire set equipment is extremely low. Also, even if one did drop, it would not be sufficient to cover your travel expenses. The Warfire set equipment was unique to White Fog Canyon, and any player could equip it. If a magical class wore it, the set would generate attributes suitable to magical classes. If a physical damage dealing class wore it, the set would generate attributes suitable to physical damage dealers. If a tank class wore it, the set would similarly generate attributes suitable to tanks. Overall, the Warfire set equipment was very special. In addition, the Warfire set equipment was evolvable. It started out as bronze rank, and if one was willing to sacrifice a sufficient amount of EXP, they could evolve the set to fine gold rank. Meanwhile, the Warfire set equipment's level ranged from 20 to 30. Similar to epic items, it would level up according to the player's level. The attributes of the equipment would similarly improve. A level 30 fine gold set equipment. To the core team of any guild, equipment of such quality was extremely precious. It was incredibly hard to obtain even from a dungeon. Not to mention, dungeons had a cooldown time, making it far more difficult to obtain a complete set. Hence, in the past, the Warfire set equipment had been highly sought after by the various guilds. As long as they sacrificed sufficient manpower, time, and EXP, they could obtain a fine gold set equipment. The Warfire set equipment was the easiest fine gold set equipment to obtain. What do you know? The Elementalist said disdainfully. Someone has already offered to purchase each set piece for 5 gold coins. If we collect all 7 set pieces, that person is willing to pay 80 gold. Moreover, this price was offered up 10 hours ago. Now, it's definitely higher than 80 gold. 80 gold? Shifeng could not help but laugh. If they could really farm the full Warfire set equipment, Shifeng was willing to spend even 180 gold. Not to mention a level 30 fine gold set equipment, even the fine gold ranked arclight shields Shifeng previously made had sold for over 30 gold coins. In the past, there were many players who had sought to make a fortune through grinding for the Warfire set equipment. However, the set's drop rate was abysmally low. Only when guild teams had spent a long time grinding did they barely manage to obtain a few sets. Look at how excited you are. We need to get the full set in order to get 80 gold, the red-haired beauty laughed. How about this, if you guys obtain any of the set pieces, I'll buy them for 10 gold each. Shifeng decided that the red-haired beauty's party was relatively powerful. If given a few days, they might obtain 1 or 2 set pieces. It was not a bad idea to purchase the Warfire set equipment directly. Items such as a fine gold set equipment were mainly used for raiding dungeons. To an independent player, its usage was limited. If you gather all 7 pieces, I'll buy the set for 180 gold. Hearing Shifeng's offer, the red-haired beauty's party was stunned. Shifeng had so casually offered 180 gold. It was not easy to obtain so many gold coins, even if one had the credits to afford them. Not even the tycoon players could come up with so many gold coins at a moment's notice. However, they had actually met such a player. At this moment, all 6 had the same thought. They've met a godlike tycoon. Chapter 423, Final Cave. Are you serious? The red-haired beauty could not help but re-evaluate her opinion of Shifeng, going as far as using an identification skill on him. However, other than the fact that Shifeng was level 22, she could not uncover any information about Shifeng. The beauty's companions had similarly focused on Shifeng, hoping he would confirm their suspicions. Shifeng's offer of 10 gold coins for each piece of the Warfire set far surpassed any offer they had received thus far. Furthermore, if they could collect the entire set, they could sell it to this swordsman for 180 gold, making a fortune. Of course. We can add each other as friends. As long as you obtain the Warfire set equipment, you can contact me anytime, Shifeng said, smiling. What a joke. That was the Warfire set equipment. If he bought it for 180 gold, he would only profit. Fine gold set equipment dropped from level 20, 50-man large-scale team dungeons. Moreover, only hard mode dropped them. Only 100-man hell mode team dungeons would drop dark gold set equipment. Unfortunately, it was too difficult to collect a complete set. As for the Warfire set equipment, Shifeng recalled a few valuable farming locations for it. It was not because those locations had higher drop rates, but because the battle monkeys there were densely packed. The more monkeys one killed, the higher chances they would have of the set equipment dropping. Although Shifeng wished to grind for a few pieces himself, those locations required a sufficiently powerful team. With Zero Wing's current 500-man team, farming in those areas would be suicidal. At the very least, they needed a team of 500 Tier 1 players. For now, the only thing Shurfeng could do was to enter the inner region of the White Fog Canyon and mine Starfire Oregon. Excellent. My name is Virtuous Cloud. We will contact you if we obtain the Warfire set equipment. Virtuous Cloud sent a friend request to Shurfeng. Shurfeng then clicked accept. Black Flame, is it? Okay, I will remember it. Virtuous Cloud nodded when she saw Shurfeng's alias appear on her friends list. I will contact you once we obtain the equipment. At that time, make sure you do not reject my call. Shurfeng simply smiled in response before walking towards the gorge. At the same time, he contacted Aqua Rose. Guild leader, you're finally online. I have some important news for you, Aqua Rose said, smiling. You must be talking about the large number of outsiders arriving in White Fog Canyon, right? I've already learned about it. Where are you right now? Why don't I see any of you in the gorge? What's the status of the team? By this time, Shurfeng had arrived at the gorge. However, the area was desolate, which worried him somewhat. We don't know where we are right now. We had kept to the gorge, grinding. However, somewhere along the way, over a dozen flame guards suddenly ran out of the inner region of the canyon. These flame guards were all level 28 lords. Their flame domain was simply too powerful. As the Battle Monkey army waited for us outside the gorge, we had no choice but to go further into the White Fog Canyon. Fortunately, we got lucky. We retreated to a place called the Final Cave. The flame guards were huge, they couldn't follow us into the cave. However, they've been standing guard outside the entrance, so we can't leave. Final Cave? Where is it? Shurfeng was surprised. He was very familiar with the White Fog Canyon. However, he had never once heard of the Final Cave. We don't know, either. The system map doesn't show our location. However, this cave is massive. There are also plenty of monsters here. Fortunately, there aren't any Lord-ranked monsters, so we have been able to cope. Aqua Rose did not know their current whereabouts. While Shurfeng had been offline, they had been busy escaping for their lives and had no time to worry about where they fled to. Add me to the team. And don't venture too far into the cave. I'm on my way, Shurfeng hurriedly said, frowning. There were many dangerous areas in White Fog Canyon, and it was highly possible that Aqua Rose and the others had found one. In God's domain, dangerous areas were forbidden lands for players like the cold water pool Shurfeng had encountered in the Origin Sword domain. If one did not possess the appropriate countermeasures, they would die with absolute certainty. After Aqua Rose sent a team invite to Shurfeng, she reminded, Guild leader, you need to be careful. There are over a dozen flame guards outside the cave's entrance. Ah, I understand. Shurfeng nodded. After Shurfeng joined the team, he activated team tracking. With this mechanic, Shurfeng could locate a specific team member and meet up with them. The stone forest to the south. After activating tracking, Shurfeng could see faintly glowing footprints on the shattered rocks. These footprints belonged to Aqua Rose. The stone forest in White Fog Canyon's inner region was complex and chaotic. Even with a map, it was incredibly easy to get lost there. However, the paths in the stone forest were narrow, so it was the perfect location to shake off enemy pursuit. Along the way, Shurfeng cautiously avoided the high-level monsters as he followed the footprints. However, after tracking Aqua Rose for over 10 minutes, the footprints suddenly vanished. It was as if Aqua Rose had disappeared. How could they disappear? Shurfeng's frown deepened as he examined the empty space before him. There was no sign of any caves nearby, much less the large forms of the dozen or so flame guards. Shurfeng decided to explore his surroundings. Even so, he still could not find any tracks. Aqua Rose's footprints had just ceased to exist. Could there be a barrier? After giving it some thought, he could only think of one possibility. There were various kinds of barriers in God's domain. Some trapped people inside, some were lethal, and some even contained hidden areas. However, certain conditions must be met to enter a barrier. Aqua Rose and the others must have fulfilled those conditions, so they were able to enter the barrier. Shifeng, however, had not. This was what had troubled Shifeng. With a team of 500 players, who knew what they had triggered in order to enter the barrier? Who would even know what the conditions were? I wonder if the omniscient eyes will work. Shifeng walked to the location where the footprints had disappeared. He then activated Omniscient Eyes. Omniscient Eyes could uncover all information within a 100-yard radius, nothing could hide from it. After Shifeng activated Omniscient Eyes, his heart skipped a beat. A light blue wall loomed before him. Beyond the wall, there were over a dozen flame guards roaming around the entrance of a cave. However, due to their massive bodies, they could not fit inside. However, they would certainly make it difficult for a player to enter. Flame Guard, Lord Rank. Level 28. HP 700,000/700,000. As these flame guards were in a berserk state at the moment, they were far more powerful than ordinary Lord-ranked monsters. A single flame guard could easily exterminate a 100-man team. With over a dozen gathered, even an army of several thousand elite players would be nothing more than ants to them. Originally, Shifeng had considered his options of breaking into the barrier. However, as if the flame guards outside the cave had detected him, they all suddenly turned to stare at Shifeng. Emitting low growls, they issued blazing flames from their hands that transformed into a sizable flame warhammers. One hit from this warhammer could instantly flatten a player, burning them to ash. No way. Shifeng gaped at the flame guards as they charged at him, stunned. Every one of them radiated malicious intent. Without hesitation, Shifeng immediately turned and ran. Before Shifeng could get too far, the faint blue barrier wall instantly shattered as the flame guards' hammers struck it. The lords then stormed towards Shifeng. Chapter 424, Locked Dark Gold Treasure Chest. The instant the flame guards broke out of the barrier, Shifeng felt a wave of heat wash over him, the surrounding temperature rising rapidly. This was the flame guard's flame domain. Any enemy within a 50-yard radius would receive a burning dot and lose 400 HP every 3 seconds. Currently, level 20 players only had around 2,600 to 2,700 HP on average, while plate armor classes only had around 3,000. On top of that, most players didn't have any fire resistance. Under the effects of the flame domain, most players would not last very long. Hence, compared to other lords, the flame guards were far deadlier to the current players of God's domain. Moreover, the flame guards had instantly shattered the powerful barrier that had hidden the cave. One could just imagine how powerful they were. Even if Shifeng activated Blade Liberation, he would not be a match for these guards. Faced with over a dozen level 28 Berserk Lords, even as a Tier 1 Blade Saint, Shifeng's only option was to flee for his life. Fortunately, the flame guards were not very fast, and with the dense stone forest hindering their movements, they were even slower. Moreover, the most frightening aspect of the flame guards, the flame domain, was ineffective against Shifeng. With 60 points of fire resistance, Shifeng was not even slightly uncomfortable inside the flame domain. On the contrary, he felt warm and cozy. Considering that the barrier had shattered, Shifeng had an idea. Suddenly, he spun around. He then activated Defensive Blade and dashed towards the flame guards. Ayo! The dozen or so berserk flame guards roared as they watched the ant charge at them. They raised their war hammers, ready to slam their weapons down on Shifeng. Shifeng smiled faintly as he used Void Steps. After having rested fully, Shifeng suddenly felt that the burden on his spirit was much lighter when he used Void Steps than it had been. Moreover, Shifeng had a sense of familiarity that he never felt before when using Void Steps. Every movement felt natural. Before the gigantic flame hammers could strike him, Shifeng's figure suddenly vanished from sight. When the flame guards lost their target, their flame hammers paused in midair as they scanned the area for Shifeng. After the dozen or so lords searched for a moment, they still could not find any traces of their quarry. It was as if Shifeng had never existed. Suddenly, the flame guards were at a loss. By the time Shifeng reappeared, he had already passed the flame guards' blockade and was about 10 yards from the lords. Such a long distance. Shifeng was shocked when he discovered that he could actually move more than 10 yards while using void steps. Previously, he had only been able to move around a distance of 5 to 6 yards before reappearing. Now, he could cross over 10 yards before he was discovered. Right now, he had almost caught up with the top-tier experts who had reached minor completion of void steps in the past. Before Shifeng could rejoice about his improvement, the flame guards spat scorching flames from their mouths. Like a tsunami, the fire blanketed the ground, devouring everything in its path as it swept towards Shifeng. However, although the flames moved swiftly, Shifeng was not any slower. With the 150% movement speed increase Wind Rider provided, Shifeng had easily shaken off the inferno chasing him as he dove into the final cave. Immediately after Shifeng entered the cave, a notification sounded out from the system. System, you have discovered the final cave. The final cave's interior was dark. However, the cave walls looked like the starry skies, softly illuminating the gloom. With the weak starlight, Shifeng could see up to 50 yards around him. If he encountered a monster, he could respond in time. Meanwhile, inside the cave, the footprints that Shifeng had previously lost track of had appeared once more. Shifeng then gradually advanced while following Aqua Rose's footprints. Along the way, the more Shifeng observed the final cave, the more he realized that this cave was not as simple as it appeared. Many mysterious runes and pictures were engraved onto the cave walls, and they gave off a similar feeling to the runes found in the Eternal Courtyard. They felt ancient and full of divine power. Other than these runes, there were also many earthen puppets roaming inside the final cave. These puppets were around the same size as a player. Though they were somewhat slow, their flesh consisted of stone, their bodies were extremely tough. Ordinary weapons would only dull, and durability would decrease if they struck these earthen puppets. Earthen Puppet, Special Elite. Level 27. HP 100,000/100,000. Although there were many earthen puppets, Shifeng could easily outdistance them after activating Windwalk. Once he was a certain distance away, he would simply use void steps. As these earthen puppets lost their target, they discontinued their pursuit. After Shifeng had followed the tracks for over half an hour, he finally discovered his guild members who were currently resting. After not seeing each other for more than a day, everyone had leveled by at least one. The lowest leveled player in the team was level 23. Blackie had even reached level 26. Their leveling speed was something to behold. On the contrary, Shifeng had become the lowest leveled player on his team. When everyone noticed Shifeng's arrival, their eyes widened in shock. It was as if they had seen a ghost. Guild leader, how did you manage to get in here? The Guardian Knight Kola asked, concerned. They knew full well just how powerful those earthen puppets were. Not only did they have high magic resistance, but their defense was also powerful. Their attacks were just as frightening. To kill just one, they had to spend a long time wearing it out. However, those earthen puppets respawned indefinitely. Sometimes, if they took too long to kill one another would respawn the moment it died. Meanwhile, when those earthen puppets discovered an enemy, they would not rest until their target was dead. If they did not kill them, these puppets would overwhelm them. They had spent over half a day to reach their current location, yet, Shifeng had arrived so casually. Moreover, only 2 hours had passed since he had started to search for them. I ran here, of course, Shifeng laughed. Guild leader, did you not encounter any earthen puppets? Aqua Rose asked curiously as she stared at Shifeng who did not appear exhausted in the slightest. I met them, but I managed to throw them off. Shifeng smiled. Alright, Let's not worry about that. Let's leave. Guild leader, we can't leave, Aqua Rose said, shaking her head. Previously, when Fire Dance scouted ahead, she discovered a locked dark gold treasure chest not far from here. She is currently trying to unlock it, while we're helping her fend off the patrolling puppets. A locked dark gold treasure chest. Shifeng could not help his excitement upon hearing those words. Shifeng could count on one hand the number of dark gold treasure chests he had encountered in the past. Countless guilds would drool over a dark gold treasure chest because there was a certain chance to obtain an epic item. Dark gold items were extremely rare in God's domain at the moment. As for epic items, most players dared not even dream of owning one. Shifeng had only obtained a few due to good luck. No other guild had one. Let me have a look at it, Shifeng said as he walked over. The 7 luminaries key Shifeng had obtained from the god's grave allowed him to unlock up to 3 dark gold treasure chests. He still had 2 uses left. When he arrived at the dark gold treasure chest, he noticed Fire Dance trying to unlock it. However, the difficulty of opening a dark gold treasure chest was too high. Fire Dance's unlock skill level was not insignificant, and she had a very small chance of unlocking a dark gold treasure chest. However, after trying over 100 times, she had not succeeded. Let me try. Shifeng walked over and took out the 7 luminaries key, inserting it into the ancient magic lock. In the next moment, a faint blue glow emerged from the 7 luminaries key and flowed into the lock. With a click, the chest unlocked. Chapter 425, Jack of All Trades. After the dark gold treasure chest unlocked, Shifeng immediately tried to open it. The instant Shifeng touched the treasure chest, however, a sudden sense of danger flooded his mind. He felt as if some poisonous snake stared at him, his body trembling involuntarily. Guild leader, what's wrong? Fire Dance, who stood to one side, asked curiously when she saw Shifeng freeze. Shifeng did not answer Fire Dance's question immediately. Instead, he frowned at the golden treasure chest in front of him, before examining his surroundings. Suddenly, he discovered that the terrain here was somewhat unique. The ground 30 yards around the dark gold treasure chest was slightly indented. Although the ground around the treasure chest was 15 centimeters lower, the difference was indistinguishable due to the large area and the dim lighting in the cave. To Shifeng, whose 5 senses were extremely acute, he could even discover traces of spiderwebs. While adventuring in the fields of God's domain, one would frequently stumble across traps. These traps were very powerful, and in the past, many players had given their lives to these traps. High-tiered players were no exception. In the past, while Shifeng was a Tier 3 Sword King, he had fallen into a trap, losing his life. Hence, no one could afford to be careless while adventuring in the wild. With the strange terrain before him, how could Shifeng not grow suspicious? Fire Dance, stay 40 yards away from this place. Although Shifeng did not know what was special about the area, he would not give up this dark gold treasure chest. Even the most inferior quality item in a dark gold treasure chest was dark gold rank. There was even a small chance to obtain an epic item. Although Fire Dance had no idea what was happening, she listened to Shifeng's command and distanced herself over 40 yards from the treasure chest. As a safety precaution, Shifeng unsheathed the abyssal blade from his waist. Phantom kill. A doppelganger suddenly appeared beside Shifeng. For 40 seconds, Shifeng could swap positions with his doppelganger instantly. Shifeng had his doppelganger move 40 yards away from the treasure chest as well. Alright, everything seems in place. After Shifeng prepared for the potential trap, he slowly opened the dark gold treasure chest. The instant he opened it, a blinding light escaped from the treasure chest, illuminating the cave. After the light dispersed, Shifeng was stunned when he saw the contents of the treasure chest. A lone dark blue crystal pendant sat inside the chest. Previously, Shifeng had gained multiple items from the dark gold treasure chest he had opened in the god's grave. Among those items, the most valuable was the forging manual for the dragon scale set equipment. Now, however, there was a single pendant inside this dark gold treasure chest. I wonder what's so special about this pendant. Although Shifeng was slightly disappointed, pendants were extremely rare in God's domain. Dark gold ranked pendants were more scarce. Although it could not compete with the value of the dragon scale set equipment forging manual, it was still a considerable harvest. The moment Shifeng picked up the pendant, a light blue magic barrier appeared 30 yards around the treasure chest, trapping Shifeng within. A trap that imprisons people. Shifeng carefully observed his surroundings, noticing that the light blue barrier had sealed him in completely. Guild leader. Fire Dance immediately grew anxious. Dashing up to the barrier, she used Instant Kill, a Tier 1 assassination skill. The skill allowed her to attack her enemy with astonishing speed while inflicting massive amounts of damage. It was one of the fastest and most powerful skills among the Tier 1 skills of assassins. However, when Fire Dance's swift and violent attack struck the light blue barrier, her attack was ineffective. The collision did not even generate a small spark. After Fire Dance attacked the barrier, the earth began to tremble. An earthen guard suddenly clawed its way out of the ground within the barrier. Similar to the flame guards, the earthen guard was a Lord-ranked monster. Earthen Guard, Lord rank. Level 28. HP 1-000-000/1-000-000. Compared to the Flame Guards, however, the Earthen Guard's attack power and defense were far stronger. Although the Earthen Guard was inferior to the Flame Guards against a group of players, against a solo or a handful of players, it was significantly more devastating than the Flame Guards. So it's a twofold killing type trap. Shifeng suddenly understood his situation. If any other player were trapped in this place, the Earthen Guard might annihilate them. Fortunately, Shifeng was no ordinary player. When the Earthen Guard swung its iron fist down on Shifeng, the air felt as if it had been blasted apart. Not daring to tarry a second longer, Shifeng immediately swapped places with his doppelganger. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng's doppelganger arrived inside the barrier and sent a chop at the Earthen Guard's fist. Meanwhile, Shifeng had arrived outside the barrier, standing safely where his doppelganger had been. However, the difference of strength between the doppelganger and the Earthen Guard was massive. Not only did the Earthen Guard toss the doppelganger, smashing it into the barrier, but it also dealt a damage of over -1,200 points. The doppelganger lost close to 1/3 of its HP after a single hit. If it had not attacked with its sword, its HP would have fallen to critical levels. The Earthen Guard's second punch would have then finished it. Against the Earthen Guard, even Shifeng would last a few hits at best. "Let's go," Shifeng said to Fire Dance, who stood by his side. He could not be bothered to manipulate his doppelganger. "What about the Earthen Guard?" Fire Dance asked worriedly as she watched the Lord inside the barrier. Fire Dance knew about Shifeng's Phantom Kill skill. Although Shifeng's doppelganger only had 70% of his attributes, it could still overshadow anyone else in the guild. Yet, Shifeng's doppelganger had barely survived a punch from the Earthen Guard. Its frightening strength definitely surpassed the Flame Guards by several fold. If such a powerful Lord-ranked monster attacked the team, Kola and the others stood no chance against it. "Relax. It can't get out of there." Shifeng understood Fire Dance's concern. Smiling faintly, he said, "The Earthen Guard should be the barrier's core. If one wishes to break the barrier, they would first need to kill the Earthen Guard. If the Earthen Guard doesn't die, the barrier will remain in place. Hence, even if the Earthen Guard were more powerful, it would never escape." With Shifeng's assurance, Fire Dance relaxed. Unable to help her curiosity, she then asked, "Guild leader, what did you get from the dark gold treasure chest?" Not only was it locked, but it was also trapped. The item should be quite valuable, right? Right, I had almost forgotten about it. There was only a single pendant inside the chest. I'm not sure what its quality is, either. However, at the very least, it should be dark gold rank. We will have truly lucked out if it is an epic item. Shi Feng then took the deep blue crystal pendant from his bag. As it was unknown, it could neither be identified nor equipped. What a high-end item, Shi Feng laughed as he shook his head. He then activated Omniscient Eyes and began his appraisal. Compared to other advanced identification skills, Omniscient Eyes was a jack of all trades. It could ascertain, perceive, and appraise. It was very convenient. During the later stages of God's domain, most items players found would be unknown, and such items needed to be appraised before use. As a result, players had another thing they had to spend money on: appraisal fees. The more valuable an item was, the higher its appraisal fee would be. As a result, many players had chosen to take on Appraiser as a subclass. That way, they could earn an impressive income. Only, it was not easy to raise an appraiser's proficiency. Hence, if one wished to have an advanced item appraised, they needed to look for NPC appraisers. If a player managed to learn Omniscient Eyes, they could simply set up their own shop and work full-time as an appraiser. Their fees alone could grant them a life of luxury. It was highly possible that they would unite to attack Zero Wing. Hence, Shi Feng had no intentions of letting others discover Icarus's heart. Moreover, he would only make a fortune if he kept quiet about it. He would be a fool to reveal his hidden cards. Fire dance, we're returning. Shi Feng smiled faintly as he switched out the shadow's blessing around his neck for the Icarus's heart. He then said, let's go make a fortune. Guild leader, there might be more treasures deeper in the cave. Are we not going to search for them? The final cave intrigued Fire Dance. She had discovered a dark gold treasure chest just by exploring this far. If they searched the cave, they might stumble upon something greater. Shi Feng shook his head, laughing bitterly. He said, our strength is still lacking. We will only find our deaths if we delve further. If you don't believe me, go down this passageway, and you'll reach a large, empty hall. Take a peek outside the hole, and you'll know. Previously, while Shi Feng still had Omniscient Eyes activated, he had perceived everything within 100 yards of him. Roughly 70 yards away, there was a hole that led to a large hall. Inside the hall, there were 2 level 30 Great Lords guarding a tightly sealed stone door. However, as the path was dimly lit, players could only see around 40 to 50 yards ahead of them, so neither of them had noticed the hall before. 2 level 30 Great Lords. One of such monsters could easily annihilate a team of several thousand level 30 elite players. With their team of 500, they would only die if they forged ahead. They wouldn't even be enough to fill in the gaps of the teeth of those 2 Great Lords. Initially, Fire Dance had not believed Shi Feng and had chosen to advance. After walking for some distance, she suddenly froze. She had not stopped because she did not wish to continue forward. Rather, it was because she could faintly see the hole. However, Fire Dance could feel power and killing intent that gave her goosebumps radiating from the hole. She felt as if she would plunge into an abyss if she took another step. Fire Dance's intuition was undoubtedly correct. If she dared to enter the hall, the Great Lords inside would slaughter her mercilessly, thus, Shi Feng had told her only to take a peek from outside the hole. Alright, let's head back. We shouldn't make Aqua and the others wait for us too long, Shi Feng laughed as he saw the hesitant look on Fire Dance's face. Fire Dance obediently nodded. She then pouted at Shi Feng, complaining, Guild leader, you're too evil. If Shi Feng had told her there were such powerful monsters ahead, she would not have approached them. Fortunately, she had sensed them and stopped. Had she not, the consequences would have been dire. Relax. Those monsters are only guarding the door. As long as we don't go through the hole, they won't attack us, Shi Feng said, laughing. However, after not seeing you for some time, it seems that your senses have grown sharper. You sensed the danger when you were halfway there. Upon hearing Shi Feng's praise, a tinge of red appeared on Fire Dance's cheeks. Even so, she was still somewhat frustrated. Shi Feng could sense danger from so far away, yet, she had to be so close. After rejoining the team, Shi Feng led everyone to the path they had come from. Along the way, they continuously killed the patrolling level 28 earthen puppets. After Shi Feng joined the team, the journey that would have originally taken the team the majority of the day was shortened to only a few hours. Everyone's experience bars had soared as they traveled. Shi Feng had also risen to level 23 as a result. However, everyone was more shocked by the loot that dropped than they were by their EXP gain. Before Shi Feng's return, the majority of the loot they had obtained after killing the earthen puppets consisted of level 25 bronze equipment. Very rarely did they obtain level 25 mysterious iron equipment. Now, however, more than half of the drops were mysterious iron equipment. Guild leader, we've tried fighting the flame guards outside. Unfortunately, we don't have any defense against their flame domain, Aqua Rose said, feeling a slight headache coming over her as she watched the flame guards outside the cave entrance. The flame domain is indeed a problem. However, we are not without solutions, Shi Feng said, smiling as he looked at the surrounding environment. Originally, he had planned to lure the flame guards away from the cave. However, upon recalling that the Icarus's heart required him to kill 100 lords to evolve it, he was sorely tempted to take on the flame guards. Chapter 427, Raiding the Flame Guards. There's a way to deal with them. Although she did not voice it, Aqua Rose doubted her guild leader's declaration when she saw his confident smile. With Shi Feng's frightening damage and support, it would be a breeze to deal with an ordinary lord-ranked monster. Aqua Rose had also witnessed this before personally. However, the level 28 flame guards were somewhat different. Due to White Fog Canyon's unique environment, they were constantly in a berserk state. Their attack power and attack speed were far superior to lord-ranked monsters of the same level elsewhere. Their combat power could rival high lords of the same level outside the canyon. If they only had to kill one flame guard, they had a chance. However, there was a total of 16 flame guards waiting outside the entrance. In other words, they had to face 16 high lords simultaneously. On average, they could only send 31 players to deal with each level 28 high lord. In God's domain, an ordinary high lord in the fields required a team of over 100 players to defeat. If it were a powerful high lord, then a team of over 500 players might be necessary. Furthermore, the flame guards outside the cave possessed a flame domain that covered a radius of 50 yards. Players who entered the flame domain would lose 400 HP every 3 seconds. Even with the healers going all out, it was impossible to keep everyone's HP from plummeting. If a team did not have high fire resistance, they would not survive in the flame domain. Aqua Rose really could not think of any solutions to their predicament. Without hesitation, Shi Feng ventured roughly 30 yards from the cave entrance. He then wandered around, adjusting his position. However, the flame guards standing outside the entrance had long since discovered Shi Feng. They all had squeezed against the cave opening, attempting to charge in and tear Shi Feng apart. Fortunately, the hole was just too narrow, and none of the flame guards could fit through. Although these flame guards were unable to enter, the lords were no fools. Immediately, they materialized flame spears and threw them at Shi Feng. The scorching spears released a blazing white glow, causing even the air to tremble. Shio! 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 A series of 6 flame spears flew in from the cave entrance, heading straight for Shi Feng. The spears were so fast that their flight sounded like explosions. The ground that the spears passed over also erupted in flames. However, although the flame spears were fast, Shi Feng wasn't slow, either. As the flame spears entered the cave, Shi Feng moved. By the time the spears arrived at Shi Feng's position, the man had long since moved 2 yards away. As a result, all 6 flame spears struck empty air. This spot should be good. Shi Feng ignored the flame guard's attacks. He focused on calculating the Lord's attack range and angle, leisurely appearing as if the flame guards had never attacked him. Guild leader's dodge is so fast. He even avoided those supersonic attacks. If it were me, I would have no choice but to endure the attacks. Cola sighed with admiration as he watched Shifeng effortlessly dodge the flame guard's spears. It would be awesome if I had just half of guild leader's dodging speed. If he had such a dodging speed, he might even become the #1 tank in Star Moon Kingdom, or at least in the top 10. Cola, you have many things you need to learn, then, Fire Dance chuckled. Guild leader didn't just rely on his speed when he dodged the flame spears, but many other techniques such as his insight and judgment. Even if guild leader was just as fast as you are, he could still dodge those attacks easily. Linear attacks are monotonous. As long as one possesses sufficient insight, they can counter them easily. However, the flame guard's attacks are too fast, and we are definitely not fast enough. Hence, we will also need to rely on accurate judgment to defend ourselves. The moment the flame guards launch their attacks, we need to make the most appropriate decision immediately and use the smallest of movements to achieve the best results. But that is still not enough. Look at guild leader's position. As a precaution, he is standing precisely 40 yards away from the flame guards, a player's maximum range. With this distance, even if the flame spears were 20 times faster than our guild leader, the spears would still have to cover a distance of 40 yards to reach him. As they do, guild leader has enough time to move 2 yards away. However, one must also have an accurate grasp of the flame guard's attack timing. If one dodges too early, the flame spears will hit them. Although it looked like a simple dodging maneuver, it turned out that there were so many other techniques involved. The top 7 ranged damage dealers come to my position and give it a try, see if you can dodge the flame spears. Healers, focus on healing them. Guardian Knights, activate your fire resistance auras and give the 7 of them protection blessings. Don't let them die, Shifeng said in the team chat after confirming the positions. The flame domain of the flame guards was indeed a powerful team wipe skill. However, they were not without a fighting chance. Shifeng had already experimented with the cave's size and distance. With a distance of 40 yards, they could fit 8 players with each having 3 to 4 yards to dodge, allowing them to attack flame guards outside the entrance. The flame guard was a lord-ranked monster that focused mainly on melee attacks, so its ranged attacks were limited and simple. It was certainly possible to avoid them. However, such a feat had a high requirement of a player's insight and judgment. As for speed, even if the fire spears were faster, they were not 20 times faster than Zero Wings core members. This was even the case for the magical classes. Shifeng had even purposefully slowed down when dodging the flame spears. Yet, he still dodged the attacks effortlessly. Also, as the effects of the flame domain did not stack, with the protection of the fire resistance aura, each of the 7 ranged players would only lose 300 HP every 3 seconds. There were over 60 healers in the team, more than enough to keep the 7 of them alive. The healers could also take turns healing. They could afford to fight a battle of attrition. Following which, the top 7 ranged damage dealers took turns attempting to dodge the spears. The 7 included Aqua Rose, Blackie, one of the 5 demon generals, the Ice Queen Su Qianlu, another 5 demon general, the Ranger Minor Wind, Violet Cloud, and 2 others. Although they struggled in the beginning, none of these 7 were ordinary players, they were all experts of Zero Wing. They quickly adapted to the flame guard's attacks, and soon, they could dodge the attacks effortlessly. After finishing with his experiments, Shifeng reformed the team once again. After repeating the process, they started raiding the level 28 flame guards. The moment the battle began, ice spells and arrows flew across the cave and bombarded one of the flame guards outside the entrance. However, the flame guard's magma armor possessed a frightening defense, and a majority of the team's attacks only dealt around -300 damage. Among them, Aqua Rose managed to deal over -500 damage, whereas Blackie dealt over -600 damage with his dark arrow. As for Violet Cloud, Although she had already become an astromancer, her instantaneous explosive power was still less than Aqua Rose's, a Tier 1 elementalist, and Blackie's, who possessed an epic staff and was a Tier 1 cursemancer. However, even though she only dealt slightly more than -400 damage, it was still impressive. The flame guard they struck bellowed with rage, growing more violent as it threw flame spears madly. Fortunately, they evaded each attack. The flame guard was different from the bosses in dungeons. It only possessed 700,000 HP, and its battle recovery only replenished 7,000 HP every 5 seconds. The total damage dealt by the 7 players far surpassed that, and they could gradually exhaust it to death. At this moment, standing in the furthest corner, Shifeng tossed the blazing meteor, striking the flame guard. Suddenly, a damage of over -1,000 points appeared above the flame guard's head. Immediately, the blazing meteor's quadruple phantom effect triggered, causing 4 consecutive damages of over -200 points. In an instant, Shifeng became the highest damage dealer among the 8 attackers. Everyone was stupefied. Shifeng was a swordsman, not a ranged class. Yet, his damage thoroughly overshadowed that of an elementalist, a class known as a glass cannon. Moreover, this elementalist was Aqua Rose. If Shifeng were not their guild leader, every team member would have cursed at him. How were ranged players like them even supposed to make a living now? Guild leader, you're shameless. Speak. What did you eat? Why is your damage so much higher than ours? Aqua Rose was speechless upon seeing the damages above the flame guard's head. Originally, she had intended to surpass Shifeng in terms of damage output, satisfying her own little vanity. Now, however, even that dream had shattered. Chapter 428, Divine Providence. Shifeng simply smiled at everyone's surprise, not bothering to explain. His high damage was not only due to the blazing meteor being a pseudo-extraordinary item. He also had the 7 luminaries' rings aura of fire effect, which increased his damage by 40% and reduced his target's defense by 40%. However, the 7 luminaries' ring needed to remain a secret. Moreover, Shifeng was also a Tier 1 Blade Saint. His attack power had originally been high, so there was nothing odd about him dealing over -1,000 damage with one attack. Because of Shifeng's attack, the group's total damage overwhelmed the Flame Guard's battle recovery. It was utterly helpless. It could only roar furiously as it used its Flame Warhammer to defend itself against the 8's attacks while attacking with its flame spears. For a time, both sides were at a stalemate. However, none of the Flame Guard's attacks could land on any of its 8 targets. Only its flame domain could inflict any damage. However, with each player losing only 300 HP every 3 seconds, they only needed 1 healer per player to keep them at full health. As for Shifeng, he did not even need a healer. With more than 60 points in fire resistance, he could ignore the flame domain. On the other hand, Shifeng's team launched a rapid assault against the Flame Guard. Although the Lord had fended off many of the attacks with its Flame Warhammer, it had still received a significant amount of damage, its HP constantly decreasing. 95%. 94%. 93%. Time passed slowly. As the Flame Guard's HP fell, its attacks became frantic. The team began to feel the strain of dodging so many flame spears. Everyone's attack rate also started decreasing, slowing their enemy's HP descent. In the end, the fight that should have concluded after a dozen minutes or so had lasted over half an hour. Although everyone was bored from repeatedly dodging the flame spears, when they thought about how they could kill a flame guard just by repeating these actions, they began to feel reinvigorated. Moreover, they could also train their evasive techniques, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The members watching from 50 yards away were envious. After more than half an hour, the Flame Guard's HP finally fell to 15%. Suddenly, the Flame Guard's eyes glowed a brilliant red. The flames covering its body writhed and expanded as the monster grew several times its original size. The scorching flames vaporized the moisture in the air, causing a shimmering heat haze. Inside the final cave, aside from Shifeng, everyone was stunned by the flame guard's intimidating aura. In the next moment, the flame guard opened its mouth, gathering berserk fire-type mana inside it. Shifeng exploded into motion, dashing between his teammates and his enemy. All of you, stand behind me. Healers, increase your healing. Shifeng hurriedly shouted. He then switched the 7 luminaries' ring's aura of fire to aura of illusion. Suddenly, all of his attributes increased by 30%. Simultaneously, Shifeng also activated Fantasy World, gaining immunity to all magic damage for 20 seconds. As a Lord-ranked monster, the Flame Guard was far more powerful than other monsters, and this was its sure-kill skill, Ragefire Roar. When activated, the skill would deal a devastating blow to all enemies in a cone in front of it, burning everything to cinders. Even if Kola, a Tier 1 Guardian Knight, activated Protection Blessing, he still would not survive the attack. After Aqua Rose and the others received Shifeng's command, they all promptly moved behind him. Shortly after the 7 rushed behind their guild leader's guard, the Flame Guard roared and fired a blazing white cone. In the blink of an eye, the attack devoured everything 50 yards in front of Flame Guard. White light filled the once dimly lit cave, and the temperature inside the cave skyrocketed. Everyone's hearts pounded as they watched the attack. This was practically Armageddon. Even the healers who stood 70 yards from the Flame Guard watched their HPs rapidly decrease. They lost over 400 HP every second, needing the assistance of their fellow healers, who stood further back, to keep them alive. One could just imagine what kind of damage those within 50 yards had received. They might have been instantly obliterated. The Ragefire Roar lasted a full 6 seconds, transforming the cone before the Lord into a blistering hell. After the Flame Guard's attack ended, the blast area in front of it had scorched black. Only the area behind Shifeng remained intact. Among those present, Aqua Rose and the others' HP had fallen to critical levels, only Shifeng was unharmed. If Shifeng had not blocked the magic damage of the Ragefire Roar for them, they would have lost their lives instantly. Fortunately, Aqua Rose and the others had only received some damage from the high temperatures. Even after the attack, they still received over -500 damage every second. If not for the healers working frantically to restore their HP, they would have fallen, their roasted husks decorating the ground. The Flame Guard has entered a weakened state. Hit it with everything you've got. Shifeng shouted as he glared at the shrunken Flame Guard. Immediately, everyone scattered and returned to their respective positions, resuming their bombardment on their target once again. When the Flame Guard only had 30,000 HP remaining and was about to use Ragefire Roar again, Shifeng activated Divine Providence, increasing his luck by 20 points for 30 seconds. Shifeng also gave off a faint golden glow, becoming a dazzling sight to behold. Shifeng then used Flame Burst, gathering power into the blazing meteor. He aimed at the Flame Guard and launched a series of rapid attacks. One hit after another struck the Flame Guard, each attack dealing over -4,000 damage. After 12 consecutive attacks, the Flame Guard's 30,000 HP had vanished. The Flame Guard did not even have the chance to use its Ragefire Roar again. The moment the Flame Guard died, a large number of items scattered around its body. Ordinarily, a Lord-ranked monster would only drop around half a dozen items or so when it died. However, due to the White Fog Canyon's unique environment, the drop rates of the monsters inside the canyon had increased significantly. Coupled with Shifeng's 25 points of luck, the Flame Guard dropped a mother load. With a simple glance, one could count over a dozen items scattered across the ground outside the cave entrance. At the same time, everyone's experience bars soared. The Flame Guard was a level 28 Lord. The amount of EXP gained from killing monsters inside White Fog Canyon was already high, 3 to 4 times that in the outside world. As the Flame Guard was level 28, there was also the bonus EXP from the level difference. Hence, everyone received an abundance of EXP. As a Blade Saint, Shifeng required double the EXP needed by other classes to level up. Yet, even so, his experience bar still rose by 7%. As long as they killed the remaining 15 flame guards outside the cave, Shifeng would definitely reach level 24. Let's take a break. We'll start another round after we rest. Shifeng examined everyone's statuses. Whether it was the magic damage dealers or healers, their mana was nearly exhausted. Hence, Shifeng decided it was best if they rested before challenging the other flame guards. Moreover, they had spent the past hour dodging and attacking frantically. This had definitely strained everyone mentally. Hence, it would be beneficial to rest and prepare themselves for the next assault. There was also another important reason why Shifeng chose to take a break. Divine Providence had a cooldown of 1 hour. Now that they had such an amazing opportunity that allowed them to slaughter the flame guards, how could they waste it? Shifeng had to wait until Divine Providence was ready before taking down the next flame guard. Guild leader, what should we do about the drops at the entrance? Aqua Rose asked as she gazed at the pile of loot outside the cave covetously. There were still 15 flame guards guarding their exit, so it was impossible to collect the loot right now. Relax. No one else can enter this place. Also, loot dropped by monsters won't disappear for 48 hours. We have plenty of time to take care of the rest of the flame guards. Although Shifeng also wanted to dash over and pick up the loot, the 15 flame guards were not there just for show. After taking a short break, everyone resumed another round of attrition. Now that everyone had experienced fighting a flame guard, it was much easier to deal with the rest. Time passed quickly, and one flame guard after another fell. Unknowingly, nearly 18 hours had passed in game. At this moment, the final flame guard died under Shifeng's hands. It, too, fell to the ground and scattered a ton of loot. Outside the cave, the loot of the 16 flame guards had grown into a small mountain, and the team struggled to contain their drool over the sight. Meanwhile, Shifeng had finally reached level 24. After allotting all of his free attribute points into intelligence, he was only 9 points away from reaching the Heavenly Dragon's Breath's requirement of 120 intelligence. Chapter 429, Overflowing Luck. I'm only 9 points away now. Shifeng smiled at his attribute panel. Knowing that he was only 1 level away from equipping the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, his anticipation grew. When he could equip the fragmented legendary item, his combat power would soar once again. In God's domain, fragmented legendary items were as rare as a phoenix's feather. It was an item that countless players dreamed of obtaining. Even during his previous 10 years of professional gaming experience, Shifeng had never owned one. Legendary items allowed players to overcome the gap between tiers. Although fragmented legendary items were not as powerful as legendary items, they were still far more powerful than epic items. If Shifeng could equip the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, his combat power could reach the same playing field as a Tier 2 class. A Tier 2 class was in a whole different league compared to Tier 1. It was like the difference between a chieftain and a lord. Against a chieftain of the same level, a direct confrontation required at least a party of elite players. Against a lord, however, a direct confrontation required a team. Shifeng, as a Tier 1 Blade Saint, could solo a chieftain of the same level. However, he stood no chance against a lord of the same level unless he used some particular technique or advantage. After equipping the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, however, Shifeng could contend with the 5 guilds controlled by Underworld by himself. He would not need to involve Zero Wing, allowing his core team to develop safely. After killing the 16 flame guards, everyone's levels had similarly risen. At this moment, the lowest leveled player among the 500 team members was level 24. They had far surpassed the average level of elite players in White River City and were on par with most of the expert players. Among the members of Zero Wing, Aqua Rose, Fire Dance, Flying Shadow, Cola and the others had reached level 26. Their levels were already on par with the top-tier experts of White River City. Hence, instead of wasting time and fighting a war of attrition with overwhelming smile, they should take the opportunity to widen the gap between Zero Wing and the other guilds further. After all, if a newly established guild like Zero Wing wished to become the overlord of Star Moon Kingdom, they first needed sufficient combat power to strike fear into the other guilds' hearts. However, the loot the Flame Guards had dropped was the most valuable gain from the slaughter. While the crowd was taking a break, Shi Feng tidied up all of the loot. He also appraised every single drop. Although Shi Feng had expected the drops to be impressive, after he finished appraising the items, he could not contain his shock. Icarus's heart was truly a godly tool. With divine providence, they had obtained a total of 286 items from the 16 Flame Guards. Among the items, 105 were rare materials, 9 were individual pieces of the Warfire set equipment, 41 were level 25 mysterious iron equipment, 53 were level 25 secret silver equipment, 29 were level 25 fine gold equipment, 18 consisted of various recipes and forging designs, 15 were Tier 1 magic scrolls, 4 were Tier 2 magic scrolls, and 12 were treasure hunting scrolls. Currently, in God's domain, the average players were around level 20, whereas guild elites were around level 22. The dungeons they could raid were all level 20 dungeons. Hence, the equipment they could obtain was limited to level 20. It was extremely rare to come across level 25 weapons and equipment. In God's domain, weapons and equipment would significantly impact a player's performance every 5 levels. The attributes of a level 20 fine gold equipment were slightly inferior to a level 25 secret silver equipment. In other words, a player wearing level 25 fine gold equipment was stronger than a player wearing level 20 dark gold equipment. How rare was level 20 dark gold equipment? There were only very few items throughout Star Moon Kingdom. Yet, now, they had actually obtained 29 pieces of level 25 fine gold equipment, which was the equivalent of obtaining 29 level 20 dark gold equipment. Furthermore, they had obtained the Warfire set equipment and treasure hunting scrolls, 2 of the rarest items available in White Fog Canyon. Currently, although players were familiar with the Warfire set equipment, almost nobody knew about the treasure hunting scroll. Although the scroll was not as valuable as a Tier 2 magic scroll, it was extremely useful inside the White Fog Canyon. The scroll's greatest function was searching for Starfire Oregon. It was extremely difficult to locate Starfire ore in White Fog Canyon. Originally, Shi Feng had intended to rely on his memories. With the treasure hunting scroll, however, he could locate the ore with the system map. The scroll had a search radius of 1,000 yards and lasted for 30 minutes. When searching for valuable ores, it was the best tool one could have. Luckily, even this dropped. Shi Feng chuckled lightly upon seeing the treasure hunting scrolls in his bag. However, when he swept a gaze over the individual pieces of the Warfire set equipment, he lamented as he muttered, "It would be awesome if I could complete the Warfire set equipment." Warfire set equipment, bronze rank can be evolved. Level 20, level 30. Can be equipped by any classes. Set consists of 7 parts, head, chest, belt, hands, wrists, legs, and feet. Set effect, bronze rank. 2-piece effect, all attributes plus 10. 4-piece effect, ignore levels plus 10. Obtain free will skill. Able to remove all control effects for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. 7-piece effect, main attribute increased by 10%. Skill cooldown decreased by 30%. Obtain Warfire Berserk skill. Damage increased by 50%, attack speed increased by 50%, and movement speed increased by 30% for 20 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. The basic attributes of the Warfire set equipment were average at best. It was referred to as a level 30 peak fine gold set equipment was because of its set effects. In particular, the Free Will skill and Warfire Berserk skill were the main reason it ranked as peak fine gold set equipment. Although Shi Feng now had 9 individual pieces, there were duplicates for the head, hands, and leg slots. He was only missing the wrist pieces. The Warfire set equipment only reached its true value when it was complete. Following which, Shifeng distributed the level 25 fine gold and secret silver equipment to Fire Dance, Aqua Rose, Cola, and the other core members who had reached level 25. As for everyone else, they had yet to meet the level requirements and could not use any of the level 25 equipment. However, they had obtained the corresponding guild points. When they returned, they could exchange these guild points items in the guild's warehouse. Nobody argued Shifeng's arrangements. After all, those who had contributed the most to the Flame Guard's deaths were Aqua Rose, the core members, and the healers. Everyone else had simply watched from the side, doing nothing at all. They were satisfied with receiving guild points. Moreover, even if Shifeng had given some of the equipment to them, they could not equip it. Guild points were far more practical. Guild leader, where are we heading next? Aqua Rose had just replaced a few pieces of her equipment with the level 25 fine gold ranked cloth armor they had obtained, increasing her attributes significantly. Right now, she was itching to test her newfound strength. Are we going to look for more lords? No, we're going to the inner region to mine ores. Shifeng smiled faintly as he took out a treasure hunting scroll. He then unfurled the gray scroll and chanted an incantation. Suddenly, several red dots appeared on Shifeng's system map. Mine ores? Aqua Rose could not help but ask. Their team consisted of 500 elite players. Yet, they had not come here to grind and level up, but to mine ores? She was utterly speechless. You'll understand when the time comes, Shifeng laughed. He then sent parties to the highlighted locations on the map. If he had a large stock of Starfire ore, he could mass-produce the fine gold-ranked dragon scale set equipment for the guild. At that time, how could Overwhelming Smile compete with them? Chapter 430, Frantic Beginning. The inner region of White Fog Canyon was complex and densely covered by stone forests. After the meteorite shower, the fog inside the canyon had also grown thicker, lowering visibility to less than 30 yards. In addition, elite and special elite monsters would show up every now and then. If players entered the canyon without sufficient strength, they would easily lose their lives. However, danger and opportunity coexisted with each other, such as the precious Starfire ore could be found within the white fog. Shifeng separated the team of 500 into multiple smaller teams, with each team consisting of 2 parties. That way, even if a team encountered a special elite, they could safely deal with it themselves. As the assassins possessed high survivability, Shifeng allowed them to take independent action. Meanwhile, Shifeng himself ran around the map, quickly recording the red dots that appeared in his system map and sending the coordinates to the various teams, having those closest mine the ore there. Within the inner region of White Fog Canyon, not all red dots represented the Starfire ore. There were actually many different types of ore. Hence, if Shifeng wanted to harvest a large amount of Starfire ore, he needed a large amount of manpower. As expected of the undeveloped White Fog Canyon, there really are a lot of ore deposits. Shifeng looked at the many red dots on his system map, joy blossoming in his heart. In the past, he had to spend over half an hour just to locate a single ore deposit. Even if he had discovered one, he would still have had to contest over it with other players. As for discovering a hidden ore deposit, one needed to be significantly lucky. He would have been fortunate if he had located 8 or 9 Starfire ore deposits in a day. Now, he was able to locate over 100 Starfire ore deposits in just half an hour. Players could excavate Starfire ore from Starfire ore deposits. As for how many pieces of ore one could acquire, it relied on the player's own luck and mining level, 1 or 2 pieces if the number was low, and 3 or 4 pieces if it was high. After several hours of hard work, Shifeng's team of 500 managed to secure over 1,000 Starfire ore deposits and had amassed over 3,000 pieces of Starfire ore, which was equivalent to over 30 gold. To Shifeng, however, the value of these 3,000 plus pieces of Starfire ore far exceeded 30 gold. After using up the 12 treasure hunting scrolls, the team's speed at locating the Starfire ore deposits gradually slowed. Even with 500 players continuously searching for the deposits, after an hour's worth of effort, they had only managed to harvest around 200 pieces of Starfire Oregon. However, Shifeng was still satisfied. The Philosopher's Stone he possessed allowed him to refine the Starfire ore into Starfire Essence, free of charge. At that time, with so many Starfire Essences, his certainty of producing the level 20 Dragon Scale set equipment would greatly increase. Level 20 Fine Gold set equipment was precisely what the current players of God's Domain needed and lacked the most. Currently, the majority of the player population were around level 20. If it were a level 25 set equipment, very few people would be able to equip it. Hence, the demand for it would also be low. If Shifeng produced a Dragon Scale set equipment, he could sell it for over 100 gold right now at the very least. People were only offering 80 gold to purchase the complete Warfire set because, currently, no one knew its true value. Moreover, even if someone managed to gather the full Warfire set equipment, it would initially start at bronze rank. They would have to sacrifice a lot of their EXP in order to raise it up to fine gold rank, hence why it was so cheap. In the past, the price of the Warfire set equipment had once soared up to 500 gold. Yet, even with such an astronomical price, supply failed to meet demand. Time passed quickly. Unknowingly, the members of Zero Wing had mined ore deposits in White Fog Canyon for 2 whole days, obtaining an abundant cache of ores. They had practically dug up every deposit in White Fog Canyon at least once, and the amount of Starfire ore they gathered had exceeded 15,000 pieces. In addition, they had also obtained over 7,000 pieces of various other kinds of ore. During these 2 days, aside from mining ore deposits, everyone from Zero Wing had also killed plenty of Lord-ranked monsters. As long as one of the search parties encountered a solitary lord, they would immediately notify Shifeng of it and then kill it together. After 2 days, Zero Wing's team had managed to kill 22 lords. With Shifeng's divine providence, they managed to obtain a large number of level 25 equipment. Among them, most were secret silver and fine gold equipment. They had also obtained many Warfire set pieces. By now, they had enough to complete close to 3 sets. Unfortunately, none of the set pieces they obtained were meant for the wrist slot, which greatly depressed Shifeng. Shifeng had placed all the weapons and equipment they were unable to use in the guild's warehouse, instantly enriching its stores. When the other members of Zero Wing saw the large stock of level 25 equipment, they all grew excited. Enthusiasm filled every one of them as they actively completed guild quests and made contributions to the guild. Level 25 equipment was currently the pinnacle of equipment to God's Domain players. Even before everyone had reached level 25, the guild had already prepared a large number of high-end level 25 equipment for themselves. This had extinguished the guild members' worries about obtaining level 25 equipment. Now, the only thing they needed to do was frantically accumulate guild points. By the time they reached level 25, they could simply exchange for the level 25 equipment. This point alone made Zero Wing superior to every other guild. The appearance of level 25 equipment in Zero Wing's warehouse had undoubtedly punched a big hole into Overwhelming Smile's poaching plan. Now, those who originally planned to defect from Zero Wing started hesitating. Although the benefits offered by Overwhelming Smile were very high, the equipment it possessed was unable to keep up with the times. Meanwhile, if their equipment fell behind, how would they hunt for even better equipment? How were they supposed to grind and level up quickly? Once behind, always behind. At this moment, many players who had previously defected from Zero Wing to Overwhelming Smile began regretting their decision. Just how did Zero Wing manage to get so many level 25 high-end equipment? I hear that a guy who was a lot weaker than me has already obtained a level 25 mysterious iron chest piece. As soon as he reaches level 25, he can replace the level 20 mysterious iron chest piece he is wearing. If I had known something like this would happen earlier, I would never have left Zero Wing. I might already have enough points to exchange for a level 25 secret silver equipment by now. I couldn't agree more. A guy I know who was previously about equal in strength with me is now very well off. When I chatted with him 6 hours ago, he told me that he had managed to accumulate enough points to exchange for a level 25 secret silver equipment. He is only level 22 right now. By the time he reaches level 25, he might accumulate enough points to exchange for 5 or 6 pieces of level 25 secret silver equipment. In White River City, many of Overwhelming Smile's members started having heated discussions in the bars, sighing enviously. Why are all of you lauding the spirit of the enemy and belittling that of our own? The higher-ups of Overwhelming Smile have already sent people to investigate the source of Zero Wing's equipment. Soon, with our guild's strength, we can definitely obtain a large number of level 25 high-end equipment much more easily than Zero Wing. Zero Wing can only remain arrogant for now because all of our guild's core members are focused on raiding the Great Lord inside the ruined shrine. After they finish with it, not to mention level 25 fine gold equipment, we might even get dark gold or epic equipment. Many Overwhelming Smile members had expressed their disdain regarding Zero Wing's recent performances. They firmly believed that Overwhelming Smile was a lot stronger than Zero Wing. Meanwhile, inside White Fog Canyon. During their 2 days of grinding and mining, everyone from Zero Wing had leveled up quickly, with many having already reached level 25. Blackie had even broken through to level 27, whereas Aqua Rose and the other core members had risen to level 26. Violet Cloud had also reached level 25, replacing her level 20 equipment with level 25 secret silver and fine gold equipment. Only Shifeng remained at level 24. He was still a short distance away from reaching level 25. However, this could not be helped. Shifeng and Violet Cloud were both owners of hidden classes, so the EXP they required to level up was much higher than the others. Shifeng required twice as much EXP as ordinary classes, whereas Violet Cloud required 1.6 times. Guild leader, we discovered a starfire or vein. However, we were suddenly ambushed by some assassins from Overwhelming Smile. Although our party managed to get rid of the 8 of them, 2 of our brothers were killed. Seeing that we are interested in the starfire ore, those bastards from Overwhelming Smile have sent 3 teams to guard the starfire ore vein. They are currently clearing out the surrounding monsters and are planning to mine the deposit, Flying Shadow reported, wrathful flames burning in his eyes. If not for the bastards from Overwhelming Smile outnumbering them, he really wished he could go over and massacre them right this instant. Chapter 431, Denounce. Beside one of the streams inside the White Fog Canyon, a team of over 100 players currently guarded the entrance of a mine. Each of these players wore a guild emblem in the shape of a purple moon on their chests. This was none other than Overwhelming Smile's guild emblem. At this moment, these players faced off against the 8 level 27 special elite ranked Flame Furbolgs that had emerged from within the mine. Flame Furbolg, Special Elite. Level 27. HP 70,000/70,000. Although the massive Flame Furbolgs were very powerful, the members of Overwhelming Smile fought with organization, continuously draining their enemies' HP. Boss Oriental, Zero Wing's party killed Monkey and the others, a level 23 grey-clothed ranger reported as he walked up to the level 24 swordsman who currently commanded the team. This level 24 swordsman was fully geared with level 20 secret silver equipment. The snake bone sword that hung on his back was even a level 20 fine gold weapon. Currently, in God's domain, his items were definitely top tier. That was 2 parties of elite assassins. A single party from Zero Wing actually wiped them out. Did Zero Wing receive help from someone else? The level 24 swordsman, Oriental Sword, asked. Although the assassin named Monkey was not an expert, he was a PvP veteran. He sported a promising battle record, and even experts would find him difficult to take down in a short amount of time. If he focused solely on his escape, it would be even more difficult to kill him. Oriental Sword had not expected that not even one assassin would return. The only possibility he could think of was that Monkey and the others had been outnumbered and surrounded. No. There was only a single party from Zero Wing. However, the assassin leading the team was a level 26 expert, the ranger said, shaking his head. Was it that fire dance from Zero Wing? Oriental Sword grinned. Before I reached White River City, I had heard rumors of Fire Dance's prowess. Some are even calling her the Flaming Rose. Originally, I thought she was merely one of Black Flame's decorations. I expected as much from the team leader of Zero Wing's core team. Not bad. She isn't the one who killed Monkey. That assassin was a man called Flying Shadow. Monkey had only lasted 5 moves against him. Of the 12 players in the 2 parties, 8 had died at that man's hands. There was no mention of a person named Flying Shadow in any of the reports we had received. The ranger was very familiar with Oriental Sword's personality. Oriental Sword was absolutely confident of his own strength, and he would never consider anyone a worthy opponent. He loved PvPing more than anything, especially against experts. He was a complete battle maniac. However, he was also one of Overwhelming Smile's top experts, which was why he had been sent to White River City. If not for the higher-ups prohibiting anyone from challenging Zero Wing, Oriental Sword might have been the first to launch an assault against the guild. Flying Shadow. This seems intriguing, Oriental Sword's interest grew. Ignore Zero Wing's party. Since Monkey and the others had failed to kill them, they would definitely report back to their superiors. There is only one thing we need to focus on, and that is mining the ores inside this cave. Boss Oriental, will our skirmish with Zero Wing cause an all-out war between our guilds? Haven't the higher-ups warned us not to create any friction with them? The ranger asked strangely. Recently, Zero Wing has been mining ores in White Fog Canyon. Their movements are unusual. In addition, they have somehow managed to obtain a lot of level 25 equipment. There might be a relation between these incidents. Our superiors agree, it doesn't matter if a small conflict occurs. So what if we ambush those cowards from Zero Wing? What will they do to us? Do you think they will start a war? Don't be a fool. Since Zero Wing had not declared war on us when Overwhelming Smile started investing in White River City, they missed their best chance. If they start a war now, they will only gamble their lives. However, I, on the other hand, hope that Zero Wing takes action. Unfortunately, they don't have the guts. Oriental Sword laughed as he resumed commanding his team, wiping out the flame furbolgs inside the mine. Before anyone noticed, however, a party of 6 had appeared in the misty forest a short distance from the mine. This party disregarded the team of over 100 elite players under Oriental Sword's leadership, walking leisurely towards the mine. Guild leader, I've discovered the mine after using a treasure hunting scroll. I've even used stealth and scouted its interior. It is full of starfire ore deposits. If we excavate them all, we can get at least 300 to 400 starfire ore, Flying Shadow said as he pointed towards the cave that Oriental Sword and his men guarded. However, after I left, we were ambushed by assassins from Overwhelming Smile. Although I tried to rescue them, I was too late, resulting in 2 of my party members dying. Overwhelming Smile has since occupied the cave. Shifeng nodded before commanding, Violet, go and revive the 2 who died. Everyone else, let's take a look. Following which, Violet Cloud ran over to where the 2 players had died as Shifeng led Aqua Rose, Blackie, Fire Dance, and Flying Shadow towards Oriental Sword. Shifeng's movements had undoubtedly attracted the attention of Overwhelming Smile's team. The fellows from Zero Wing are kind of interesting. Oriental Sword grinned upon seeing Shifeng and the others. Boss Oriental, that level 24 swordsman is Black Flame. The 2 beauties by his side are the elementalist Aqua Rose and the assassin Fire Dance. The Cursemancer is Zero Wing's famous expert, Blackie, and that male assassin is the person who killed Monkey and the others, Flying Shadow. The ranger beside Oriental Sword briefly introduced the members of Shifeng's group. Black Flame's arrival surprised every member of Overwhelming Smile. Black Flame's fame was truly too immense. He was the publicly acknowledged #1 expert of Star Moon Kingdom. There was nobody in White River City who had not witnessed Black Flame's battle videos. Killing every player with a single hit, he had massacred over 100 Dark Star members. He suppressed more than 10,000 players with his aura alone, causing all of them to freeze. In the end, he even escaped unharmed. Guild leader Black Flame, what brings you here today, I wonder? Oriental Sword asked playfully as he smirked at Shifeng. A straightforward person does not resort to insinuations. Today, you sent your men to ambush members of our guild. Now, you've occupied the mine that we found after much difficulty. Don't you think that you've gone a little overboard? Shifeng asked calmly. Although Shifeng's voice had been soft, his overbearing tone intimidated the crowd from overwhelming smile. Overboard? Oriental Sword laughed madly. 12 of my men died. I have not even asked for compensation, yet you come here to denounce me. Since you're here, we can use this opportunity to discuss compensation. I don't want much. Just pay me 100 gold per person for a total of 1,200 gold. How about it? Mockery filled Oriental Sword's expression. He believed that Shifeng was a complete fool. With just 5 players, Shifeng had dared come into his territory looking for trouble. At this stage of the game, players' levels were no longer insignificantly low. Their equipment was decent quality, and they had learned many skills. It was not possible to kill a player with a single hit anymore. Currently, he had close to 150 players on his side, and they were all elite members of the guild. They were also level 22 or higher, and they possessed impressive combat power. They could easily take out 50 players, much less 5. Chapter 432, One-Hit Extermination. Upon listening to Oriental Sword's words, a cold glint flashed across Shifeng's eyes. Suddenly, the surrounding atmosphere froze. What? Want to fight? Although Oriental Sword could feel a heavy pressure enveloping him, his confidence did not waver. He then unsheathed the long sword hung on his back, provocatively saying, "Come if you can, then. Seeing as everyone out there is calling you a god, I really wish to see just what kind of ability you possess." When Oriental Sword spoke in such a way, everyone from Overwhelming Smile sneered, secretly making preparations for battle. With 150 players on their side, it would be a piece of cake for them to take care of just 5 players. They were different from those noobs Black Flame had massacred before. They would not easily be defeated just because their skills were silenced. After learning and training in God's domain for such a long time, they had long since familiarized themselves with the combat styles of the game. Right now, they had no problems fighting solo with an elite monster. Although a handful of them might not be a match for Black Flame, if all 150 of them stood sparsely apart from each other and attacked together, they did not believe that Black Flame could walk out of this place alive. However, before the crowd from Overwhelming Smile could react, Shifeng, who stood 10 yards away, suddenly disappeared. Where is he? Oriental Sword's eyes were filled with disbelief when he suddenly lost sight of Shifeng. A swordsman could actually suddenly vanish from thin air. Even assassins required some time to enter stealth. Not to mention Oriental Sword, even Aqua Rose and the others were stunned. Shifeng had just suddenly disappeared. Did he log off? The only reasoning Aqua Rose could come up with was that Shifeng had logged out of the game. However, when she checked the list of party members, Shifeng's status showed that he was still online, his name did not turn gray. However, before 1 second had passed, Shifeng suddenly reappeared beside Oriental Sword. Following which, blades of light slashed apart the air, silently cutting up Oriental Sword's body. Before Oriental Sword knew what was going on, he suddenly felt pain bloom in his body. In the next moment, he saw blood gushing out like a waterfall in front of him. What's going on? Oriental Sword touched the wounds covering his body, confused. Suddenly, his body lost all strength as it slumped down onto the ground. Laying on the ground, Oriental Sword saw Shifeng through his great vision. He also saw the abyssal blade grasped in Shi Feng's hand, fresh blood slowly dripping off the weapon. The blood dripped to the ground as if it were a countdown to death. How? Even at his moment of death, Oriental Sword still could not believe what had just happened. He, a top-tier expert of overwhelming smile, had actually died without a chance to respond. After Oriental Sword died, everyone from Overwhelming Smile who was originally feeling confident halted. They simply could not comprehend what had just happened. Shi Feng had just suddenly disappeared, before reappearing once again beside Oriental Sword. Immediately after, blood gushed out from Oriental Sword's body. Simultaneously, a damage of -4,368 points appeared above the man's head, the damage completely exceeding the swordsman's total HP. Oriental Sword's sudden death had struck fear into the crowd from Overwhelming Smile. The gaze they used to look at Shi Feng was as if looking at a ferocious beast. When Shi Feng's eyes landed on them, they felt as if they had lost control of their own bodies. Bug! This must be a bug, a player from Overwhelming Smile suddenly shouted in fright. He must have grasped a loophole in the system. Let's send feedback to the main god system right now. We'll see what he can do then. Everyone present felt that those words sounded logical. Otherwise, how were they supposed to explain this unbelievable incident? Hence, everyone started sending reports to the main god system. Only by doing so would they possess a chance for survival. Guild leader couldn't have abused a bug, right? Aqua Rose could not make sense of the situation either. She was similarly shocked by the scene she had just witnessed. The main god system controlled God's domain. It was simply impossible for such a glaring loophole to exist in the game. Yet, if it was not a loophole, how could they explain the situation before them? Of course it is not a loophole in the system. Guild leader is the #1 expert of Star Moon Kingdom. Previously, he had simply used an advanced combat technique. These people are simply too ignorant, Fire Dance said proudly, a faint smile on her face. She spoke as if she were the one who had personally finished off Oriental Sword. Within the ruined shrine in the inner region of White Fog Canyon, a large number of guild players had gathered. Among them, members of Overwhelming Smile numbered the most, with over 5,000 members present. There were a large number of monsters inside the ruined shrine. Moreover, a majority of these monsters were special elites. Among them were plenty of chieftains. The monsters here ranged from level 24 to level 27. To the current elite members of guilds, it was a level that they could barely handle. If not for the fact that they had the advantage in numbers, they would have long since been wiped out by the monsters inside the ruined shrine. Damn! The monsters here are endless. They're even more troublesome than the battle monkeys before. Lone Tyrant said, somewhat exhausted. Currently, he was going up against a level 27 chieftain, a goblin warrior. Despite the goblin warrior being twice as large as an ordinary player, it was quite agile. In addition, the hammer it wielded contained frightening, destructive power. Even a tier 1 metric ton of the same level would find it difficult to endure its series of violent assaults, much less Lone Tyrant, who was only a level 25 tier 0 guardian knight. Although Lone Tyrant possessed impressive techniques, his dodging capabilities being first-rate, the Goblin Warrior also possessed powerful combat techniques. Whenever the Goblin Warrior attacked Lone Tyrant, it would always predict where Lone Tyrant would dodge and take that into account in its attack, forcing Lone Tyrant to accept the damage. Moreover, every time he received an attack from the Goblin Warrior's hammer, his defensive posture would always fail. This resulted in him being unable to use his shield to block the next attack, and instead, he received the attack with his body. From just a single strike of its hammer, Lone Tyrant received close to -1,300 damage. Lone Tyrant only possessed 4,520 HP, he could endure 4 hits, at most. If he were only dealing with a single Goblin Warrior, Lone Tyrant would not end up in such a miserable state. However, aside from the Goblin Warrior, there were also many Goblin Mages at the sides. These Goblin Mages were all level 26 special elites. They bombarded players with ice and fire, and any players struck by their spells would instantly lose around 1,700 HP. Other than MTs, nobody else could survive 2 hits. Within the ruined shrine, aside from the members of Overwhelming Smile having a hard time, the other guilds were similarly facing great difficulties. The monsters inside the ruined shrine were simply endless. No matter how many they killed, the monsters just kept coming. Without sufficient strength, they simply had no way of reaching the level 25 Great Lord in a short amount of time, let alone raiding it. Before Overwhelming Smile had finished off the monsters at hand, another wave of goblins charged over. Suddenly, everyone from Overwhelming Smile felt a headache overcome them. Cursemancers, cripple them. Elementalists, use ice walls and separate the incoming monsters. Rangers, lure some away and kite them, do not let the pressure on the MTs increase. Yulan immediately shouted in the team chat. Immediately, the elites of Overwhelming Smile started taking action, luring the goblins away and letting the MTs take a breather. Lone Tyrant could not help but send a glance at the charming and graceful Yulan. Inwardly, he felt displeasure towards the woman. He was actually required to listen to her commands. However, he also had no choice but to admit that Yulan was indeed amazing. They were only able to reach their current location thanks to Yulan. Otherwise, they would not have been able to pass through the battle monkeys. Even if they could, they would have had to suffer immense losses. Take Emperor's Light and the Assassin's Alliance for example. Since entering White Fog Canyon, their total numbers had already decreased by a quarter. Meanwhile, under Yulan's command, Overwhelming Smile was able to advance through White Fog Canyon easily. Along their way to the ruined shrine, they had only lost a small number of players. Shortly after Overwhelming Smile cleared out all the goblins, Yulan received a message. After reading the message, her expression turned grim. Lone Tyrant could feel Yulan's mood suddenly changing, and he could not help but ask, what happened? After spending some time together, Lone Tyrant had a general grasp on this woman. She was always calm and collected. Even in the face of several Lord-ranked monsters, she would remain unfazed. Yet, now, after seeing a single message, her expression had turned solemn. How could Lone Tyrant not grow curious at this situation? Chapter 433, Evil Rakshasa. Hearing Lone Tyrant's question, Yulan, who had originally planned to explain, suddenly received another message notification. When she read the contents of the message, her frown deepened. Oriental Sword, that fool. I told him to investigate the secret Zero Wing had used to obtain their stock of level 25 high-end equipment, yet, he brazenly killed Zero Wing's members. He has even provoked Black Flame. Yulan was furious after reading the message. Yulan had previously investigated Black Flame. However, the more she looked into the man, the more creeped out she felt. Black Flame had appeared silently, and like a rising comet, he shocked everyone with every action. In White River City, not only had he massacred so many players, but he had also been able to move about freely. This strength alone was sufficient to strike fear into others. After all, if such a powerful person ambushed someone out in the field, and the victim was not strong enough to survive, they would still meet tragedy. If they were dealing with an ordinary expert, they could simply form larger teams when leaving the city. That way, those experts would not dare attack them. However, Black Flame was different. He was too powerful. Even if they formed teams, Black Flame could still slaughter them with little effort, and they could only helplessly watch as he did so. The only real solution was to form a team of several hundred players. However, they could not do that every time they left the city. Not only would this be detrimental to the guild's development, but it would also make them the laughingstock of God's domain. However, if Black Flame constantly hunted and ambushed their members, his growth would stagnate. Moreover, such ambushes would not significantly impact the guild if they only occurred 1 or 2 days. Black Flame needed to ambush them over a long period of time to wound Overwhelming Smile. Meanwhile, it would be detrimental if Black Flame neither leveled up nor upgraded his equipment for a long time. There were countless experts in God's domain. If one did not continuously improve their strength, others would quickly surpass them. Zero Wing's success today was largely due to Black Flame's strength. If Black Flame let himself go, it would damage Zero Wing. Hence, Yulan had prohibited the members of Overwhelming Smile from crossing any lines, maintaining the balance between both parties. She was worried that, if angered, Black Flame would disregard all consequences and act so roguishly. Now, however, Oriental Sword had broken the balance that they had maintained. At this point, Yulan wanted to hunt Oriental Sword down personally and strangle him. After Yulan received the message, Shifeng began to annihilate Overwhelming Smile's members with Aqua Rose and the others by his side. Shifeng's void steps had long since petrified his opponents. Later, they even reported to the main god system, stating that Shifeng had abused a loophole in the system to kill players. They all hoped that the main god system would bring them justice, giving Shifeng his deserved punishment. Yet, the reply they had received stated that there were no issues. Shifeng's every action had been within the rules of the system. Overwhelming Smile's members had been even more shocked upon receiving this reply. That ghost-like method Shifeng had used to kill Oriental Sword wasn't actually a bug. For a time, the crowd from Overwhelming Smile despaired. In the face of Shifeng's merciless slaughter, their previous confidence was nothing but a joke. The only thing they could do was escape. As for battling Shifeng, that was a fool's errand. Just how were they supposed to fight an enemy that they could not see? Moreover, said enemy could kill them instantly upon reappearing. You guys wish to escape? Try it. Without hesitation, Shifeng activated Skywheel Sword. Previously, to kill Oriental Sword in one hit, Shifeng had specially activated Aura of Fire and Purgatory Power, holding nothing back. Now, after activating Skywheel Sword, countless swords of light appeared in the sky above the mine's entrance. When the swords descended, not only did they deal over -2,400 damage to all enemies within an area of 20 by 20 yards, but it also sealed all enemies within range, preventing them from leaving the region for 4 seconds. Instantly, the members of Overwhelming Smile were trapped within the mine. When everyone from Overwhelming Smile saw that there was no longer hope for escape, they tried to resist. Unfortunately, Shifeng did not give them a chance. Shifeng then used the skill of the Aura of Fire, Firestorm. Suddenly, flames filled the interior of the mine. A damage of close to -10,000 points appeared above every player and monster within. After Firestorm's duration of 5 seconds, only ash remained. Since Shifeng began his assault, the whole process only lasted a few seconds. Just like that, over 100 elites from Overwhelming Smile had been exterminated. Moreover, Shifeng had collected the immortal souls of every player that he killed. Within a short time, all of these players had been locked out of God's domain. If Shifeng had been a wild beast that gave other guilds massive headaches before he had become a Blade Saint, now, he was an evil Rakshasa that others would avoid at all costs. Meanwhile, inside the ruined shrine. So what if it's Black Flame? We have the advantage of numbers. We can easily get rid of him. A wrathful flame immediately blossomed within Lone Tyrant's eyes when he heard Black Flame's name. Hurriedly, he said, "Why don't I take some men to assist Oriental Sword and kill Black Flame?" Ever since dying by Shifeng's hands, Lone Tyrant had toughened his heart and trained arduously every night and day. He had done so to exact his revenge. He was no longer the same as he had been in the past. If not for Yulan restraining him, he would have long since avenged his deaths. Now that Oriental Sword had provoked Black Flame, it was only natural that he go and help out. Yulan could not possibly sit by and watch as more than 100 elite members fell under Black Flame's swords, right? Ultimately, these elite members were the backbone of the guild. If the guild did nothing as over 100 of these elites were slaughtered, not only would it damage the guild's reputation, but it would also affect the hearts of those within the guild. No need. Black Flame killed Oriental Sword with a single hit. As for the others, they're most likely dead by now, Yulan said, revealing a bitter smile. Yulan had a clear understanding of Black Flame's strength. None of the titled experts on the God's Domain experts list were for show. Furthermore, Black Flame currently had several experts by his side. Those 100+ elite members had zero chance of surviving. Only a top-tier expert might have a chance of walking away. Upon hearing Yulan's statement, Lone Tyrant was stunned. He said, I am very familiar with Oriental Sword's strength. Moreover, he has so many people with him. How could Black Flame kill him with one hit? I do not know how exactly he died, but according to the reports sent from above, Oriental Sword had not managed to respawn before dying, Yulan said. It seems that after not encountering Black Flame for a while, he has grown even stronger. We need to hurry and take down this great lord. Are we just going to let this go? Lone Tyrant had yet to give up on the idea of killing Black Flame. Staring at Yulan, he asked, if others find out that, despite Black Flame having killed so many overwhelming Smiles elites, we are indifferent, we will become a laughingstock. What will we do if our inaction angers those above us? Yulan frowned. Just as Lone Tyrant had said, if they did not take any sort of action now, they would become a joke to the public. Yulan, what's going on with you? You shouldn't wear such an ugly expression. Do you need Big Brother's help? Just as Yulan struggled with her indecision, a lean man walked over, smiling. This man was a level 26 assassin, his level surpassing everyone in overwhelming smile. Yet, despite there being no guild emblem on his person, everyone from Overwhelming Smile treated him with respect and reverence. Even Lone Tyrant was no exception, he was deeply afraid of provoking this young master. The reason they were behaving in such a way was not only this young man's high level. More importantly, this man was the key to their operation of killing the Great Lord. Back then, young Master Feng had repeatedly instructed them to treat this youth before them with respect. If they provoked this youth, they would be responsible for their own actions. Chapter 434, Free Combat System. Big Brother Summer, it's great that you are willing to help, but the opponent is very hard to take down. We might even miss out on our chance to kill the Great Lord. I'm worried that it will affect Big Brother Summer's task. Yulan was familiar with the lean man's strength, and she appreciated his assistance. The lean man was Summer Sunshine. Not only was he unrelated to Underworld, but he was also an independent player. However, due to his backing and his overwhelming strength, even Feng Xianyang attempted to build a strong relationship with him. Yulan had once witnessed a fraction of Summer Sunshine's strength. Before entering White Fog Canyon, Summer Sunshine had fought Underworld's Pride, the leader of the Underworld Guards, Ming Sha, in a PvP. In the end, however, Ming Sha lasted only 5 moves against Summer Sunshine. Moreover, Summer Sunshine had not used any skills, relying on basic attacks to defeat his opponent. The results of that fight had surprised everyone. As a member of Underworld, Yulan knew full well how strong Ming Sha was. He was one of the few great experts in Underworld. Gentle Snow of Ouroboros was only slightly stronger than him. However, such an expert was nothing more than a child to Summer Sunshine. One could just imagine how powerful the assassin was. If Summer Sunshine was willing to lend a hand, they had a fairly good chance of defeating one-hit Azura Black Flame. It won't take long to deal with the Great Lord. I don't mind delaying our attack for a little bit. In any case, I am bored. If you need help with something, just ask, Summer Sunshine laughed. Zero Wings Guild leader, Black Flame, has killed many of our elite members. We want to return the favor and kill him. Would you be interested in helping us with this, I wonder? Yulan asked softly as she stared at Summer Sunshine. Black Flame. Summer Sunshine nodded, saying, "All right. I've heard many rumors about him when I was in White River City. I hear that he's pretty amazing and has the title of One-Hit Azura. He is even Star Moon Kingdom's #1 expert. I'd love to exchange a few moves with him. If I kill him, won't I become Star Moon Kingdom's #1 expert?" "Of course. If you kill Black Flame, you will officially become Star Moon Kingdom's #1 expert. However, don't underestimate him. He once killed Ming Sha with one hit. We need to plan carefully to avoid Black Flame escaping." When Yulan received Summer Sunshine's answer, the tension between her brows loosened, a few ideas of how to deal with Black Flame already brewing. He killed Ming Sha with one hit? Not bad. My last fight with Ming Sha wasn't even a warm-up. I wonder if Black Flame is strong enough to take seriously. Summer Sunshine licked his lips, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. "As for your plans, forget about them. As long as we find him, I have my own ways to prevent him from escaping. Big Brother Summer, Black Flame has a large-scale silencing skill. If he discovers us and activates the skill, trapping him will be very difficult. It is best if we have a plan to silence Black Flame," Yulan reminded. "Don't worry. I have something better than that. When I see him, I'll trap him like a bug in a jar," Summer Sunshine laughed. Confidently, he said, "Let's hunt down Black Flame. Since he has provoked and angered you, you can watch as I take care of him." Following which, Yulan immediately sent a large number of players to search for Black Flame. Meanwhile, Overwhelming Smile's army also slowly withdrew from the ruined shrine. At the entrance of the Starfire Mine, Shifeng and the others tidied up the loot scattered across the ground. When Shifeng had activated Firestorm, not only had he wiped out the players, but he had also dealt with all of the level 27 special elite ranked flame furbolgs that had emerged from the mine. With the flame furbolgs drops accompanying the items from players, weapons, equipment, and materials littered the area in front of the mine. The elite members of Overwhelming Smile sure are poor. The majority of their weapons and equipment are level 20 bronze and mysterious iron ranked. There are only 2 pieces of secret silver equipment. The flame furbolgs dropped more secret silver equipment than those elites, Blackie commented after they had finished collecting the items. He could not help but sympathize with the elites of Overwhelming Smile. The loot from the players versus the flame furbolgs was easy to differentiate, as one group had only dropped level 20 items, while the other had only dropped level 25 items. The flame furbolgs had dropped 4 pieces of level 25 secret silver equipment alone, which was the equivalent of 4 pieces of level 20 fine gold equipment. To God's Domain's players currently, fine gold equipment was top-tier equipment, whereas dark gold equipment was the cream of the crop. As for epic items, they were the stuff of legends. Meanwhile, if an ordinary player joined Zero Wing around level 10 and completed their guild quests each day, they could trade their guild points in for a piece of mysterious iron equipment by the time they reached level 20. If they were lucky and managed to join a party to complete advanced guild quests, they might even have enough points for 3 or 4 pieces of secret silver equipment. More than half an elite's equipment would be secret silver rank at the very least. On the other hand, the equipment Overwhelming Smile's elite members wore was mostly a mix of bronze and mysterious iron rank. Practically none of them had any secret silver equipment. They could not compare with Zero Wing's members. Furthermore, level 25 weapons and equipment were now available for Zero Wing members. This was unheard of in any other guild. Any level 25 equipment obtained by the other guilds would be prioritized to their core members. These items would never be available for their ordinary members. Compared to level 25 secret silver and fine gold equipment, the benefits that Overwhelming Smile offered were a joke. After organizing the loot, Shifeng had the 2 recently resurrected members take the dropped weapons and equipment back to the guild. As for Aqua Rose and the others, they all entered the Starfire Mine and started mining. The Starfire Mine was a naturally occurring maze. Moreover, when wandering inside the mine, the players were often ambushed by groups of 3 to 5 flame furbolgs. As a result, Shi Feng's team progressed slowly. The Flame Furbolgs were level 27 special elites. Their strength was frighteningly high, and they could send a berserker of the same level flying with a single hit. Although they were somewhat slow, the Flame Furbolgs also had an AoE control skill called War Stomp. When activated, all enemies within a radius of 8 yards would be placed in a fainted state for 4 seconds. In this narrow cave, avoiding this skill was not easy. Normally, a party had no chance against these Flame Furbolgs. At the very least, they needed a larger team and the willingness to make sacrifices to get rid of these special elites. Unfortunately for the Flame Furbolgs, the opponent was Shi Feng. Moreover, there were also the Tier 1 assassins, Fire Dance and Flying Shadow, and the unpredictable Astromancer, Violet Cloud. Before Shi Feng and the others, the Flame Furbolg's 70,000 HP was only decoration. Shi Feng and the others were Tier 1 classes. They were only slightly inferior to the special elites. After activating the Aura of Fire, Shi Feng could easily deal over -1,000 damage with every attack. When he used the Tier 1 Chop, he could deal over -6,000 damage, over -10,000 damage if he achieved a critical hit. As for the Flame Furbolg's War Stomp, the skill was child's play to an expert. Faced with groups of 3 to 5 Flame Furbolgs, Shi Feng's party of 6 could either incapacitate the monsters throughout the altercation or kill them swiftly with brute force, preventing them from activating War Stomp either way. Shi Feng's group continued to delve into the mine, their experience bars rising quickly. The EXP earned from killing a level 27 special elite was already abundant. There was also the bonus EXP due to the level difference and the fact that there were only 6 players in the party to share the EXP. Most importantly, there were a lot of Flame Furbolgs, and no matter how many the party killed, more awaited them further in the mine. They leveled faster here than when they had killed Lord-ranked monsters in a team of 500 players. On top of everything else, they also obtained plenty of level 25 equipment. After Shi Feng and the others had killed Flame Furbolgs in the Starfire mine for over 3 hours, the group arrived at a wide and beautiful crystal cavern. A gigantic flaming star took up the center of this cavern. The moment Shi Feng set foot in the crystal cavern, a system notification suddenly rang out. System, you have entered the land of the fallen star. Activating free combat system. Chapter 435, Land of the Fallen Star. After entering the crystal cavern, Shi Feng had not been the only one to receive a system notification. His party members also received one. Activating free combat system. Shi Feng was stunned. The free combat system was an unfamiliar term to the current players of God's domain. Shi Feng, however, could not be more familiar with it. This was a mechanic that would only exist after the second evolution of God's domain. In order to make combat in God's domain more realistic, friendly fire was now active. Originally, if 2 players were in a party together, their attacks would not damage each other. However, after activating the free combat system, if one were not careful and struck a party member, said party member would receive damage from the attack. Players could also damage themselves with their own skills. For example, if a player used an AoE skill and they were within the skill's effective range, they would receive damage. In the past, after the free combat system had activated, many players had ended up in the graveyard because of either themselves or each other. As a result, when attacking, players needed sufficient control of their attacks. Otherwise, no one would be willing to join their party regardless of the benefits. Guild leader, what just happened? Aqua Rose could not contain her curiosity when she saw Shi Feng's surprise. We have activated the free combat system. From now on, our attacks will not differentiate from friend and foe, so we need to be careful in the battle. Don't mistakenly injure yourselves or your teammates, Shi Feng explained. However, before the others could respond, a deep purple barrier sealed off the cavern's entrance. When Blackie accidentally touched the barrier, he suddenly lost 1,000 HP. Frightened, Blackie hurriedly backed away from the barrier. We've fallen into a trap. Be careful of your surroundings and don't take action casually. Shifeng considered the purple barrier at the cavern's entrance before observing his surroundings. Suddenly, a large group of wolfman warriors appeared in the land of the fallen star, which had originally been void of any monsters. The wolfman warriors each carried a shield and a weapon, and they stared at Shifeng's group with fangs bared and smelly drool leaking from their mouths. They treated Shifeng and the others like a meal. Wolfman warrior, elite rank. Level 27. HP 42,000/42000. Although the wolfman warriors were much weaker than the flame furbolgs, there were many of them. They moved in groups of a dozen or so, making them far more difficult to deal than the groups of 3 to 5 furbolgs. Guild leader, what should we do now? Blackie said, his heart wavering as he watched the hundreds of wolfman warriors slowly walk towards them. Fight as we look for an exit. Shifeng could not think of any better ideas. With the entrance sealed off and the sudden appearance of so many wolfman warriors, the only plan he had was to fight as they ran. I'll open a path. Fire dance and flying shadow, cover me. Aqua, focus on controlling those wolfman warriors. Based on Shifeng's experience, all traps in God's domain gave players a chance of survival. As long as they found the trick to unlock the trap, they could escape with their lives. Meanwhile, the trap before them was clearly directed towards those who were unfamiliar with the free combat system. If everyone randomly used their skills, they would kill themselves before laying a scratch on the monsters before them. Hence, it was safer if only he took action. Following which, Shifeng led the party and charged towards the area with the least number of wolfman warriors. Even so, there were still over a dozen elites ahead of him. Seeing Shifeng's group barreling towards them, these wolfman warriors opened their mouths and howled. They raised their weapons and charged at Shifeng. At this moment, the other wolfman warriors had similarly started to surround Shifeng and the others. Don't fight. Just lure them to a single location and then kill them. With that order, Shifeng took the fight to these wolfman warriors, leading his own band of elites. He then unsheathed the abyssal blade and the purgatory's shadow, brandishing his swords and sending over a dozen swords of light to strike the wolfman warriors' vital points. Shifeng's attack speed was extremely fast. Although the wolfman warriors tried to defend themselves, Shifeng's swords of light reached the monsters first. A single sword strike sent a wolfman warrior that was over 2 meters tall flying backward, a damage of over -1,000 points appearing above its head. Shifeng had no desire to continue fighting. After having sent the dozen or so wolfman warriors flying, he led the party and moved past the wolfman warriors. If possible, Shifeng wanted to finish off these wolfmen. If he did, however, they would end up surrounded by more of these elite monsters. If that happened, they wouldn't escape despite their efforts. In such a way, Shifeng, Fire Dance, and Flying Shadow opened a path for the party, the 6 continuously advancing. Regarding the wolfman warriors chasing them relentlessly, Aqua Rose continuously cast ice walls and ice spheres behind her, using the spells to reduce the monsters' speed. Although the wolfman warriors could not catch up, the number of monsters chasing after Shifeng's party had increased past 1,000. If Shifeng and the others made a single mistake, they would most likely lose their lives. We can use the terrain ahead. Fire Dance, Flying Shadow, and I will block the wolfman warriors behind us. Blackie, use Stars of Light. It doesn't matter even how far you cast it, just remember not to include us in the spell's effective area. Shifeng had constantly observed the surrounding terrain as he ran, and he caught sight of an elevated area. The path there was also very narrow, 2 or 3 people would be sufficient to block it completely. Hence, he hastened towards that elevated ground. Leave it to me. Watch me get rid of these wolf pups. Blackie nodded. When the party entered the narrow path, Shifeng and the 2 assassins spun around, facing the oncoming wolfman warriors. 20 yards. 15 yards. 10 yards. Watching the Wolfman warriors come closer and closer. Release! Shifeng shouted. Having prepared, Blackie waved his staff, and in the next moment, a star of light descended from the sky. One after another, the stars of light bombarded the 1,000+ of Wolfman warriors. Those near the epicenter of the crash received over -7,000 damage, while the others in the spell's vicinity received over -3,000 damage. The Wolfman warriors had 42,000 HP. They could only endure a few waves of stars of light before dying. However, the Wolfman warriors outside of Blackie's spell were intelligent. They had not foolishly charged into the range of the stars of light. Instead, they stood in place, waiting for the spell to end. Although the effect of stars of light was frightening, the spell only took the lives of slightly over 200 Wolfman warriors. To an army of over 1,000, that was nothing. However, after stars of light ended, the experience bars of Shifeng's party skyrocketed. If they could repeat this process, they could easily reach level 30 in a few hours. Before anyone could catch a breather, dozens of Wolfman warriors charged into the small path, howling as they brandished their weapons. Due to the free combat system, Blackie had not had a perfect grasp of his skill's coverage area. As a result, the Wolfman warriors that had been at the very forefront of the charge had not been caught in the effective area of stars of light. Fortunately, the small path only allowed for 5 or 6 Wolfman warriors. Without hesitation, Shifeng sent a Tier 1 Thundering Flash at the incoming elite monsters. Compared to the Tier 0 Thundering Flash, the Tier 1 skill was far more agile. Whether it was in terms of speed, power, distance, or number of attacks, all had massively improved. Most importantly, Shifeng could now use it to attack horizontally, increasing its attack area. A blue arc of lightning tore through the path in the blink of an eye, splitting the path in two. Following which, another arc of blue lightning streaked towards its target. After 5 consecutive arcs of lightning, astonishing damages appeared above the dozens of Wolfman warriors. -1,624, -2,240, -3,136, -4,394, -6, 152. Thundering Flash's effect stacked, and each consecutive hit would have its damage increased by 40%. If a target were struck by all 5 lightning strikes, the total damage would be terrifying. However, the might of Thundering Flash could not deter these crazed Wolfman warriors. They still threw themselves forward with little regard for their lives. Aqua Rose waved her staff, and suddenly, 3 ice walls appearing on the small path, reducing the Wolfman warrior's speed. Blackie also cast Hell Flame, dark green flames emerging from the ground. Immediately after, Shifeng used the Tier 1 Earth Splitter. Before these Wolfman warriors could reach Shifeng, they all died. With the perfect combination of the 6 and the advantageous terrain, they had only spent a short amount of time finishing off the 1,000+ Wolfman warriors. After decimating the last wave of warriors, a golden glow illuminated Shifeng's body. He was finally level 25. Chapter 436, Combat Power Soars. Guild Leader, you're finally level 25, Blackie sighed with relief when he saw the golden brilliance illuminate Shifeng's body. That's right, Shifeng laughed bitterly. After choosing this Blade Saint class, I'm doomed to level up slowly. Guild Leader, here's the level 25 swordsman fine gold and secret silver equipment we saved for you, Fire Dance said, retrieving a few pieces of equipment from her bag. She had deliberately held on to these items for Shifeng. As for the other level 25 equipment, she had sent them to the guild's warehouse. Shifeng's hidden class was no secret among the core members of Zero Wing. This included Violet Cloud's Astromancer class as well. Originally, everyone had envied and admired hidden classes, searching desperately for a legacy that would give them the chance to obtain a hidden class. However, they could now see both Shifeng's and Violet Cloud's leveling speed for themselves. Their progression could only be described with one word: slow. Some of the team members who were originally a lower level than Shifeng and Violet Cloud had even surpassed the two over these past few days in White Fog Canyon. More importantly, their levels were currently in the 20s. When they reached the 30s, 50s, or even 100s, the two's leveling speed would most likely slow to a crawl. When the others thought about how they would level far slower than other players, they promptly dismissed their intentions of searching for a hidden class. If they encountered an advanced legacy in the future, they would change classes then. If not, so be it. Levels were very important in God's domain. Moreover, everyone paled at the thought of dying just once as a hidden class. Thanks. Shifeng accepted Fire Dance's offer. His current equipment mostly consisted of random level 20 pieces. If he switched them out for level 25 fine gold and secret silver equipment, his attributes would increase significantly. Shifeng also retrieved a fiery red pair of boots from his bag. The delicate boots each had 3 beautiful flame crystals embedded in them, and a bright red glow circled the footwear. These were super top-tier boots that Shifeng had obtained after killing the Scorching Lamia. Flame boots, plate boots, dark gold rank. Level 25. Defense plus 175. Strength plus 21, agility plus 30, endurance plus 15. Movement speed plus 8. Fire resistance plus 5. Additional skill dash. Flame rush, increases movement speed by 100% for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. The boots were worth at least 30 gold. As Shifeng had not met the level requirement for the boots when he had first obtained them, he had kept them in his bag until now. After equipping the flame boots, Shifeng's attributes soared once more. He had even obtained a new skill, Flame Rush. This was a must-have skill for both escape and pursuit. Undoubtedly, the flame boots had significantly increased Shifeng's mobility. Guild leader, what kind of boots are those? They're so beautiful. Aqua Rose asked excitedly upon seeing the flame boots on Shifeng's feet. Aqua Rose wasn't the only person with this opinion, as both Fire Dance and Violet Cloud similarly eyed the flame boots. Women always loved beautiful things. I got these boots from killing a High Lord in the Flame God's cave. However, you guys are mages, so you can't equip them. If you could, we'd go back and farm more High Lords. Even with his experience in countless battles, Shifeng squirmed under the intense stares of the 3 beauties. In the end, he had no choice but to display the flame boots' data. When everyone saw the boots' attributes, they were stunned. Guild leader, is this a level 25 dark gold item? Flying Shadow's eyes nearly popped out of his sockets in shock. Originally, he had thought the flame boots were level 25 fine gold equipment. After all, ever since they started killing level 25 and above Lord-ranked monsters, the best equipment they had obtained was level 25 fine gold equipment. These attributes are amazing. Blackie said enviously. He was not particularly surprised that the flame boots were dark gold ranked. Guild leader, when did you kill a level 25 or above High Lord? Aqua Rose asked with disbelief. When Fire Dance and the others heard Aqua Rose's question, they suddenly realized the weight of Shifeng's words. Zero Wing had only recently entered White Fog Canyon. Based on Shifeng's behavior, he had obtained the flame boots long before entering the canyon. However, only High Lords had a chance of dropping dark gold equipment. Moreover, as the flame boots had a level 25 requirement, Shifeng would have had to kill a level 25 High Lord at the very minimum. Meanwhile, since Shifeng always acted independently, it meant that he had most likely killed a level 25 High Lord by himself. Was something like that really possible in God's domain? If I remember correctly, I think it was around the time when I was level 15, Shifeng said after giving it some thought. However, I used some special methods to defeat that Scorching Lamia. If it were a direct confrontation, she would have killed me instantly. Amazing. Inhuman. Guild leader, you're too insincere. We are all in the same boat, yet you still keep so many secrets to yourself. Due to their shock and surprise, Aqua Rose and the others were utterly speechless. They all knew full well how powerful a High Lord was. They also knew how inconceivable it was to kill a High Lord. A team of 50 players stood no chance against one, much less a solo player. Even if Shi Feng had used some particular method to kill one, it was still an amazing feat. It turns out that guild leader has hidden his strength all along. It seems that I'll need to work harder from now on. Aside from her shock, Fire Dance was also disappointed. She inwardly lamented over her lack of strength. Originally, she had thought that she was only a short distance from catching up with Shi Feng. She now realized that not only had the gap not shortened in the slightest, but it had even grown wider. However, this revelation had not discouraged Fire Dance. At the very least, she could see how wide the gap was now. Shortly after Aqua Rose and the others had renewed their opinion of Shi Feng's strength, a terrifying roar echoed throughout the land of the fallen star. This is a wolf's howl. The sound seems to be moving closer. Is the boss coming for revenge because we killed the wolf pups? Aqua Rose and the others were no ordinary players, their 5 senses were very acute. By sound alone, they could feel danger approaching. Meanwhile, anything that could instill that kind of feeling was not a typical monster. Immediately, everyone went on high alert, searching for any movement. The monster heading for us is at least Lord ranked. All of you, stand back. Shi Feng could feel the threat of death. When one had reached his standards, they could determine an enemy's strength through the degree of danger they instinctively felt without even seeing their enemy. If it were a chieftain, although Shi Feng would feel danger, he would not sense the threat of death. For him to feel such a threat meant that the approaching monster was at least a lord. While everyone waited quietly for the enemy's arrival, Shi Feng retrieved the fragmented legendary ranked heavenly dragon's breath from his bag. Previously, Shi Feng's intelligence had been below the required 120 points, so he had not been able to equip the fragmented legendary item. Now, however, he finally possessed enough points in his intelligence. As he had a Tier 1 class, he received 8 free attribute points each time he leveled up. In addition, the Abyssal Blade also gave him 2 points for each level. The Golden Stigmata also gave him 10 free attribute points and raised all attributes by 5 points every 5 levels. When Shi Feng reached level 25, he had received a total of 20 free attribute points. After increasing his intelligence to 120 points, he added the remaining points into strength. The equipment requirement of the Heavenly Dragon's Breath was 200 strength, 200 agility, and 120 intelligence. Both Shi Feng's strength and agility had long since exceeded 200 points, they had even exceeded 300. Now that his intelligence had reached the minimum requirement, he could equip the Heavenly Dragon's Breath. Such power! After equipping the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, Shi Feng could feel an immeasurable strength flow into him from the fragmented legendary ring. Although this was not his first time equipping the item, the ring still gave his mind a clarity that he had never had before. He also felt warm and fuzzy, power leaking from his body. It felt as if he was capable of destroying anything and everything in his path. Chapter 437, Tier 2 Combat Power. As the howls approached, everyone became more focused. They kept their eyes glued on the numerous stone pillars in front of the small path. None of them spared even a glance for the loot that the 1,000+ Wolfman warriors had dropped. It was not because Shi Feng and the others did not want to, but because they couldn't afford to. They had all experienced just how powerful and cunning a lord-ranked monster was. Even elites knew how to ambush players, much less lords. The frightening aspect of lords was that they knew how to strike a player's blind spots, landing a fatal blow. Previously, Zero Wings Chief MT, Kola, had very nearly died several times in a lord's ambush. If not for the Arclight Guard's heaven-defying skill, Time Arc, Kola would have died at least half a dozen times. Currently, none of Shi Feng's party had such an overpowered skill. They would only taunt death if they moved forward to pick up the loot. After a short moment, the howling stopped. Instantly, an aura of death washed over the party, and the air surrounding them seemed to freeze. "Where's the monster?" Blackie asked, confused when nothing appeared. "It has probably hidden itself. The stone pillars ahead are perfect cover, and it is highly likely that the monster is looking for a chance to strike," Flying Shadow, who was in stealth, answered. "Guild leader, should I scout ahead and investigate?" "No, it's already heading towards us," Shifeng said, shaking his head as he unsheathed the abyssal blade and the Purgatory's shadow. With a grim expression, he said, "Everyone, prepare for battle. Flying Shadow and Fire Dance, cover me. Violet, you focus on healing. Aqua and Blackie, use your control skills but don't pull too much aggro. This monster is far more powerful than any of you can imagine. It's coming. But I don't see it." Aqua Rose scanned the area ahead of her, failing to detect any traces of a monster. "It's normal that you can't see it. It's in stealth right now, even I can barely see its blurred figure." Due to the heavenly dragon's breath, Shifeng had massively improved in all areas. Even so, he had almost missed his opponent's presence. "Stealth? It can't be possible, right?" When the others heard Shifeng's words and saw his solemn expression, they immediately grew anxious as they examined their surroundings. A lord that could use stealth. It was a player's worst nightmare. A single careless moment could result in their deaths. Not daring to take any risks, Shifeng immediately activated Omniscient Eyes. He immediately discovered a small-sized, red-furred wolfman. This red wolfman wielded 2 pitch-black sawtooth daggers in each hand. The lord had already reached the small path and was less than 30 yards away, slowly approaching the party. Crimson Shadow Wolf, Rare Lord. Level 28. HP 1-000-000/1-000-000. Rare lords were not as powerful as high lords, and in terms of attributes, they were the same as ordinary lords. However, rare lords possessed an additional innate skill. It was just like how a player with a hidden class possessed legacy skills unique to their class. Hence, rare lords were significantly more powerful than ordinary lords, and to certain players, that difference might even be fatal. If Shifeng had a team of 500 players, he could kill the Crimson Shadow Wolf with absolute certainty. However, not only did his party only consist of 6 players, but they also did not have an MT, facing this rare lord would prove quite difficult. When Shifeng saw the red wolfman's information, distress filled his heart. Fortunately, after equipping the heavenly dragon's breath, his mind could remain extraordinarily calm. His attributes had also significantly increased. Strength increased by 40%. Agility increased by 40%. Intelligence increased by 30%. Endurance increased by 50%. Movement speed increased by 20%. Attack speed increased by 30%. The improvement that the fragmented legendary item had provided to his attributes was much higher than the growth he had received when he became a Tier 1 Blade Saint. Furthermore, he also had 3 new skills: Dragon's Authority, Dragon's Breath, and Heavenly Dragon's Power. With these new skills, he could easily contend with a lord of the same level. If Shifeng had not equipped the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, he would most likely have given a single command. Escape. In God's domain, a Tier 1 class could compete with a special elite, whereas a Tier 2 class was on the same level as a lord. This was why Shifeng could not face a lord in direct combat. However, now that he had the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, although it was not as impressive as a legendary item, it could still allow a player to transcend tiers, granting Shifeng the combat power of a Tier 2 player. It was the equivalent of crossing the threshold to a Tier 2 class. Right now, Shifeng's attributes approached that of a Tier 2 class. He only lacked Tier 2 skills. Simply put, Shifeng was fully capable of contending with a lord of the same level. He also had the skill, Heavenly Dragon's Power. This skill was even more powerful than the Tier 1 skill, Blade Liberation. Previously, when Shifeng had activated Heavenly Dragon's power, he had been able to suppress the final boss in the demon's castle. When Shifeng activated Omniscient Eyes, the Crimson Shadow Wolf knew that it had been discovered. It dashed towards Shifeng with astonishing speed. Before Shifeng could react, the Crimson Shadow Wolf had closed the distance by more than 20 yards and stood before him. Without hesitation, it slashed its sawtooth daggers towards Shifeng's neck. Startled, Shifeng hurriedly activated Defensive Blade. The two sawtooth daggers froze just before they struck him, unable to proceed by even an inch. So fast. Shifeng was shocked. If anyone else stood in his place right now, they would have been a dead man. Shifeng had activated Defensive Blade the instant he discovered the Crimson Shadow Wolf, yet he had nearly been decapitated. Not only could decapitate silence players, but it could also inflict a massive bleeding dot and significant damage. If players were silenced, they would only be able to defend themselves by relying on their basic attributes. However, not even an MT of the same level could fend off a lord for more 10 seconds. Realizing that its first attack had been unsuccessful, the Crimson Shadow Wolf spun backward and vanished right before Shifeng's eyes. In an instant, it appeared behind Shifeng and used backstab. Fortunately, Defensive Blade deflected that attack as well. Standing in the back, Aqua Rose and the others were stupefied by this scene. They had only seen the Crimson Shadow Wolf when it first launched its attack. Then, in the blink of an eye, it had appeared behind Shifeng and launched another attack. However, the Rare Lord was far from done. Within 1 second, it had launched no less than 6 attacks. Just as Defensive Blade was about to run out, the Crimson Shadow Wolf sent a flying knee kick towards Shifeng's abdomen. A flying knee kick could easily break an enemy's combat stance and send them flying through the air, making it difficult for them to dodge or attack. Just before the Crimson Shadow Wolf's flying knee kick struck Shifeng, the Rare Lord revealed a human-like sneer. Suddenly, it reversed its grip on one of its daggers and sent an eviscerate at Shifeng's chest, intending to end Shifeng's life with one strike. Guild Leader. Everyone watched anxiously. However, they were helpless. The Crimson Shadow Wolf was simply too fast. This was the first time they had witnessed such speed since they started playing God's Domain. However, just as the sawtooth daggers were about to slide into Shifeng's heart, the screech of metal against metal reached the team's ears. The Crimson Shadow Wolf was confused when it heard this sound. Looking at his adversary carefully, the wolfman's cold smile suddenly vanished. Now, it wore a grim expression as it bared its fangs and growled. Chapter 438, Twofold Liberation. Aqua Rose and the others noticed the Crimson Shadow Wolf's sudden change immediately. However, the Zero Wing team was more focused on Shifeng than they were on the Rare Lord's reaction. Despite having been struck by the Crimson Shadow Wolf's flying knee kick, not only had the wolf failed to throw his prey into the air, but Shifeng also managed to block the Rare Lord. How did Guild Leader manage to do that? Flying Shadow was thoroughly confused when he saw the grey abyssal blade block the sawtooth dagger, halting its advance. Was there really a person capable of defending against that kind of speed? The rest of the team was similarly tongue-tied. He should have used some sort of special skill, I think, Fire Dance said with uncertainty. Fire Dance had barely seen the Crimson Shadow Wolf's attack. Although she knew that Shifeng was astonishingly fast, he was still much slower than the Rare Lord. The Crimson Shadow Wolf's attack was just like Shifeng's Void Steps, extremely elusive. However, in the Crimson Shadow Wolf's case, it had not incorporated any techniques into its attack, it had relied solely on its speed. Compared to Void Steps, where its user would momentarily disappear and reappear shortly after, the Crimson Shadow Wolf's disappearance and reappearance occurred simultaneously. There had been no time between the two occurrences at all. It was like a mage's instantaneous movement skill. However, no mage could use the skill frequently. Moreover, the Crimson Shadow Wolf's attack speed was much faster than its movement speed. In martial arts, only speed was unbreakable. This saying was not baseless. If players could not even see or sense an attack, how were they supposed to block it? Yet, Shi Feng had detected such the strike and promptly blocked it. Fire Dance considered herself to be an expert among assassins, and she was slightly more insightful than others. However, she did not understand how Shi Feng had managed to block the Crimson Shadow Wolf's attack. However, before anyone could figure it out, the Crimson Shadow Wolf continued its assault. Shadow Strike. Suddenly, the rare lord transformed into a streak of black light that pierced through Shi Feng's body. Look out! Fire Dance shouted a warning, but she was too late. Shadow Strike was one of most lethal moves an assassin possessed. It could devour almost half the HP of an MT of the same level with a single hit. The attack could even drop a berserker's HP to a critical level. Shadow Strike was also the fastest skill in an assassin's repertoire. One could only defend themselves against this skill with a skill. Fire Dance had never expected that the Crimson Shadow Wolf would know it as well. However, even after the rare lord struck Shi Feng, its intense expression had not relaxed in the slightest. On the contrary, it had grown even more solemn as it glowered at Shi Feng, emitting a low, angry growl. It turned out that the skill had not struck Shi Feng, but his afterimage. Ayo! The Crimson Shadow Wolf was furious. Suddenly, it launched a series of violent attacks at Shi Feng, disappearing in one moment and appearing in the next. The pitch-black daggers transformed into countless streaks of light that bombarded the formidable blade saint. However, Shi Feng also vanished and reappeared repeatedly, and the abyssal blade and the purgatory's shadow responded with their own streaks of light, blocking every attack sent at their owner. The one-sided situation had suddenly become a stalemate. As both sides clashed, sparks flew into the air around them. The storm that rolled in with every collision frightened Aqua Rose and the other spectators. Just what is this? Fire Dance's eyes widened, her mind unable to keep up with the battle before her. Since when had Shi Feng become so fast? Blackie, you know our guild leader better than any of us. Speak. Just how much of his strength is he hiding? Aqua Rose demanded, frustration filling the gaze that pinned Blackie. Originally, when Shi Feng had said he had used special methods to solo a High Lord, Aqua Rose could still understand. Even so, she already considered Shi Feng inhuman for being capable of achieving such a feat now. However, they watched as he contended with a terrifyingly fast lord. By this point, she had even begun to suspect that Shi Feng was not a player at all, but the main god system's son or the system itself. How else could they explain his speed? Not even a High Lord could compete with the Crimson Shadow Wolf's speed, yet, Shi Feng matched it. Moreover, the player and monster were also matched in terms of strength. Even after exchanging so many attacks, Shi Feng had not lost any HP. How was it possible for a player to become so powerful? Even if it were possible, it could not happen at this stage of the game. Me? Very innocently, Blackie said, I really don't know. If he had not known Shi Feng, as a brother no less, he might not believe that Shi Feng was human at all, but a monster wearing Shi Feng's skin. As both parties fought on, Shi Feng's HP began to decrease rapidly. Even though Shi Feng currently had 8,460 HP, far surpassing Zero Wings No. 1 MT, Cola, he could not outlast the Crimson Shadow Wolf. Against the Rare Lord's 1 million HP, Shi Feng would grossly overestimate himself if he tried to do so. After roughly 20 seconds, Shi Feng's HP fell to around 3,000. Violet, why aren't you healing me yet? Shi Feng asked, concerned, through the team chat. Ah. Violet Cloud was so mesmerized by Shi Feng and the Crimson Shadow Wolf's battle that she had forgotten her responsibilities. She immediately began to wave her staff, sending one heal after another at Shi Feng. She also cast a sacred shield on him, granting him some damage mitigation. Violet Cloud's heals were very powerful. Her recover healed close to 600 HP every 2 seconds, whereas her rapid healing recovered over 1600 HP every second. Her greater healing replenished close to 3000 HP instantly. In a short moment, Shifeng's 8460 HP was back to full. However, Violet Cloud's heals paled in comparison to the Crimson Shadow Wolf's. With 1 million HP, the Rare Lord's battle recovery restored 10,000 HP every 5 seconds. However, Shifeng could not deplete its HP by that much in that short time. Aqua, attack. Focus on using Ice-type spells. Blackie, restrict the Shadow Wolf with your curses. Fire Dance and Flying Shadow, stand at a distance and use your flying daggers, Shifeng commanded as he fought. There was a limit to Violet Cloud's mana. If they dragged this battle on, the Crimson Shadow Wolf would slaughter them all. Hence, they needed to increase their damage output. However, the Rare Lord was simply too fast. With Fire Dance and Flying Shadow's melee attacks, they would only be easy targets for the Crimson Shadow Wolf. The team leaped into action as they received their orders, casting one skill after another at the Rare Lord and continuously depleting its HP. Compared to lords like the Flame Guards, the Crimson Shadow Wolf had a weaker defense. Hence, although the Crimson Shadow Wolf dodged most of the attacks effortlessly, those that landed still inflicted significant bursts of damage. Aqua Rose's Frost Arrow dealt over -1000 damage, and her Flame Barrage dealt around -3000 damage. As for Blackie, his Dark Arrow achieved over -1300 damage, over -2000 damage if it was a critical hit. His Unstable Affliction also dealt close to -1000 damage every 2 seconds. Fire Dance and Flying Shadow could deal around -300 damage with each of their throwing attacks. In addition, Shifeng would occasionally deal over -2000 damage with his attacks. As a result, everyone's total damage within 5 seconds easily exceeded 10,000 points. After an hour or so, the Crimson Shadow Wolf only had 43% of its HP remaining. As long as they continued to wear it down for another few hours, they would kill the Rare Lord. With the hope of killing the Crimson War Wolf in sight, everyone sighed relief. Previously, the Rare Lord had been terrifying, causing everyone to despair. They had been certain that they would die. Guild Leader, why are you so good at hiding yourself? You must have been lying when you said you defeated the level 25 High Lord using special methods before, right? In reality, you must have relied on your own strength to kill it, Aqua Rose grumbled. You guys misunderstand me, Shifeng suddenly said while he continued to face off against the Rare Lord. Misunderstand? Everyone was confused. I don't have the ability to defend against such a astonishing speed. Shifeng explained, previously, I, too, was afraid of the Shadow Wolf. Against its speed, I'm not a match for it even if I go all out. However, while the Shadow Wolf was attacking me, I took a look at the system time. Afterward, I realized why the Shadow Wolf was so fast. It's not because the Shadow Wolf is fast. It's because the Shadow Wolf's innate skill slows our reaction time, altering our perception to think that it's fast and unstoppable. Upon hearing Shifeng's explanation, everyone did what Shifeng had said. Sure enough, they understood. At the beginning of the fight, Shifeng was similarly frightened. However, when he had glanced at the time displayed by the system, he realized that something was off. Originally, Shifeng believed that the Crimson Shadow Wolf's attack had happened instantaneously. Yet, the system had indicated that a short moment had passed. In particular, when the Crimson Shadow Wolf had charged at him, Shifeng saw the Rare Lord cross the 20-yard distance in an instant, but according to the system clock, 2 seconds had passed. As Crimson Shadow Wolf was about to land the finishing blow, Shifeng activated the Aura of Space, becoming immune to all control effects. Since the Crimson Shadow Wolf's innate skill no longer had an impact, he had no problems defending against the Rare Lord's normal attack speed. After all, he, too, possessed the combat power of a Tier 2 class. If anyone else had stood in his place, they would have fallen to the Crimson Shadow Wolf's innate skill. However, after engaging in the battle for such a long time, Violet Cloud's mana was almost depleted. Although she used mana recovery potions constantly, with her current consumption rate, she would last another 10 minutes or so at most. Unfortunately, the Crimson Shadow Wolf still had 43% of its HP remaining. I can only give it a shot. Shifeng gritted his teeth as he glared at the Crimson Shadow Wolf's HP. Purgatory Power, activate. Heavenly Dragon's Power, activate. Suddenly, Shifeng's body released a dazzling golden glow. The glow this time was far more impressive than it had been in the demon's castle. His aura was more intense, forming the faint figure of a gigantic dragon. In the next moment, the dragon released a roar that made one's eardrums tremble. Simultaneously, Shifeng's attributes underwent a massive transformation. Shifeng's HP instantly rose to 25,380, and his strength slammed past the 800-point threshold. His defense had also improved. With a wave of his sword, Shifeng forced the rare lord back, dealing over -400 damage with the strike. He then took a step forward and used a Tier 1 chop. Due to the attack speed and damage buffs of Purgatory Power, critical double damages of -4,920, -7,312, and -7,324 appeared above the wolf's head before it could react. The Crimson Shadow Wolf was sent crashing into a stone pillar by the side of the small path. The rare lord and swordsman's strengths were no longer on the same level. Suddenly, Shifeng's furious roar echoed throughout the cavern. Dragon's Authority. Dragon's Authority. Suppress all enemies in the surroundings with the might of the Heavenly Dragon, inflicting the fear status onto enemies within a 30-yard distance, reducing their attack power by 20%, attack speed by 20%, and movement speed by 20% for 1 minute. After the Crimson Shadow Wolf's speed fell, the rare lord was even less of a match for Shifeng. Within seconds, the Crimson Shadow Wolf's HP plummeted to 30%. As it reached this threshold, the Crimson Shadow Wolf began to change, growing larger. It also tossed its daggers to the side. It was now 4 times larger than it had been, as tall as a 2-story building. The ground trembled as it took a step. By appearances alone, the Zero-Wing team understood how terrifying this monster had just become. However, Shifeng couldn't care less. Gritting his teeth, he activated Blade Liberation. Suddenly, the abyssal blade released a dazzling silver light, its power flowing into Shifeng. Chapter 439, Overpowered Strength. The angry roar of the berserk Crimson Shadow Wolf shook the very space around them. The pressure it emitted was far heavier and more powerful than before. With a light step, cracks formed on the solid ground beneath its feet, and its claws gouged deep furrows into the solid ground. The strength and sharpness of its claws shocked all who saw them. Without a doubt, an attack from the wolf's claws could even destroy a secret silver weapon. Even a fine gold weapon would only last a few hits. Only dark gold weapons might endure a long beating. The Crimson Shadow Wolf abruptly leaped forward and brandished its sharp claws at Shifeng. Guild Leader. Everyone worried for Shifeng upon seeing the ferocious Crimson Shadow Wolf. The rare lord's strength had more than doubled. If a Tier 1 metric ton of the same level did not activate a life-saving skill, they would most likely die from one hit. Although Shifeng had over 25,000 HP after activating Heavenly Dragon's power, and his defense had significantly improved, he most likely would not last more than a few hits. To the gigantic Crimson Shadow Wolf, attacking Shifeng with its claws was no different than slapping an ant. Boom! The ground shattered and fist-sized gravel erupted into the surroundings. Initially, everyone had believed that it was game over. However, the Crimson Shadow Wolf's claws had actually stopped a few centimeters above Shifeng's head, and no matter how hard the rare lord tried, it could not move its claws any further. Instead, the ground beneath Shifeng's feet had begun to fracture. Ayo! At this moment, doubt began to seep into the Crimson Shadow Wolf's eyes. Despite its increased strength, it was still useless. Standing at a distance, Aqua Rose and the others were similarly slack-jawed, overcome with shock. By the time they noticed it, waves of red gas had surrounded Shifeng's body. Meanwhile, the silvery gray abyssal blade in his hand had actually stopped the claws that had contained frightening power. Moreover, Shifeng had not lost even a single HP from the collision. Ayo! The Crimson Shadow Wolf bellowed angrily and began a brutal assault. 1 swipe. 3 swipes. 6 swipes. However, each successive attack only caused the ground beneath Shifeng to fracture further, filling the air with dust and debris. Seeing this, the Crimson Shadow Wolf's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Just as the Rare Lord sent another subsequent attack, Shifeng finally swung his arm, slashing his sword at the incoming paw. Pang! The Crimson Shadow Wolf's body was suddenly pinned flat against a stone pillar like a picture on a wall. In addition, a damage of over -1,000 points appeared above the Rare Lord's head. Crap! Blackie shouted in surprise. A monster as tall as a 2-story building had been thrown into the stone pillar with just one hit. The watching team was stupefied. However, Shifeng was not done. Moving his feet, he instantly appeared before the Crimson Shadow Wolf. Although the Rare Lord tried to retaliate, Shifeng immediately launched a series of attacks striking at its 4 limbs, breaking them. Unsatisfied, Shifeng continued to wield his 2 swords, sending a storm of blades at the Crimson Shadow Wolf. Shifeng's every attack inflicted over -2,800 damage on the Crimson Shadow Wolf, whereas a double critical hit dealt over -5,700 damage, and a triple critical hit dealt over -8,500 damage, rapidly obliterating the Rare Lord's HP. Shifeng's strength had suppressed the Crimson Shadow Wolf, rendering it helpless. From beginning to end, the Rare Lord remained pinned to the stone pillar, never falling from its high position. However, this was only the beginning. Shifeng then began to use his skills. Chop! 3 swords of light converged at a single point, striking the Crimson Shadow Wolf. -4,310, -6,440, -6,460. Although Shifeng's damage was lower than his previous use of Chop, this attack had not achieved a critical hit. After Chop, Shifeng followed up with Phantom Kill. Shifeng's doppelganger possessed 70% of his attributes. Even so, it was still extremely powerful, and each of his attacks dealt close to -2,000 damage. Following which, Shifeng activated 9 Dragon's Slash. 12 Abyssal Blade Phantoms devoured the Crimson Shadow Wolf, each phantom dealing over -1,000 damage. However, Shifeng was still not satisfied. Both Shifeng and his doppelganger then used Thundering Flash, Earth Splitter, Wind Blade, Thunder Flame Explosion, and every other damaging skill they possessed. Watching the battle unfold from a distance, Aqua Rose and the others were dumbfounded. They had even forgotten to help Shifeng attack. How was this still a battle against a level 28 Rare Lord? Shifeng was practically bullying a weak, little monster. The pitiful Crimson Shadow Wolf could do nothing but howl with pain. It could not even move its 4 limbs, as Shifeng would immediately follow up with a slash the moment it tried. The Crimson Shadow Wolf's remaining 300,000 HP could not withstand Shifeng's brutal assault. Shifeng only needed 10 seconds to eliminate the Rare Lord's remaining 300,000 HP. Soon, Shifeng abruptly stopped his frenzied assault. The Crimson Shadow Wolf also stopped its tragic howling. At this moment, its blood-red eyes revealed its fear and shock as it stared at Shifeng. As the Crimson Shadow Wolf slowly tumbled from the cracked stone pillar, Shifeng revealed a calm smile as he activated Divine Providence, his luck instantly increasing by 20 points. Die! Shifeng then used his Surekill skill, Flame Burst. Both the Abyssal Blade and Purgatory's shadow suddenly released a blazing, white glow, transforming into streaks of light that struck the Crimson Shadow Wolf's body. minus 21,415, minus 43,024, minus 21,389, dash 21, for 25. Instantly, the Crimson Shadow Wolf's remaining HP fell to 0. Meanwhile, Shi Feng's attacks had left multiple scorch marks on the stone pillar behind the rare lord. When the Crimson Shadow Wolf died, perhaps due to Shi Feng's 25 points in luck, the rare lord dropped close to 20 items, scattering them across the ground. Rare lords dropped the same quality of items as a high lord, maybe better, which was why players in God's domain loved to hunt them. However, as the name suggested, rare lords were extremely difficult to find. Upon seeing the dropped items of the Crimson Shadow Wolf, Shi Feng heaved a deep sigh of relief as he sheathed the Abyssal Blade and the Purgatory's Shadow. Originally, Shi Feng had not intended to use Blade Liberation. The first reason was that the skill possessed a detrimental side effect and a long cooldown. The second reason was that the skill duration was too short, lasting only 20 seconds. If Shi Feng could not finish off his enemy within that time, it would be game over. The third reason was that, after killing the Crimson Shadow Wolf, he did not know if another enemy would appear. If he saved Blade Liberation, he could still use the skill should the need arise. However, after seeing the Crimson Shadow Wolf's transformation, Shi Feng knew that he had no chance against it if he relied on Heavenly Dragon's power. If he could not defeat the Crimson Shadow Wolf, he wouldn't have to worry about monsters appearing after it. When Shi Feng looked down at the Crimson Shadow Wolf's corpse on the ground, he was overcome with emotion. A twofold berserk was simply too powerful. If it had lasted slightly longer, he could definitely solo a lord. He might even be able to challenge a high lord. Guild leader, just what is that berserk skill of yours? It was amazing. You killed Berserk Lord by yourself. How are people like us even supposed to play the game with any dignity now? Blackie joked as he walked up to Shi Feng. If we release the video of this battle, no one will believe it is real. Of course. Slamming a Berserk Lord into the wall with a single hit, who would believe that something like that is possible? Everyone nodded in agreement. They were immensely excited. It was obvious that Shi Feng had used a Berserk skill. Only, this Berserk skill was too frightening, and not even a Berserk Rare Lord stood a chance against him. Originally, no one had paid any attention to Berserk skills. However, they had never expected that such a skill could play such a significant role during a crucial moment. At this moment, a yearning for Berserk skills grew in everyone's hearts. They all swore to gain one for themselves after returning. Alright, let's hurry up and collect the loot. We don't know what kind of danger awaits us, Shi Feng laughed. While everyone collected the loot, Blade Liberation's duration ended. Suddenly, like a deflated balloon, Shi Feng's body shrunk. His attributes fell by 80% as well. What's going on? Shi Feng was surprised when he saw the duration of the weakened debuff. Originally, the weakened state imposed by Blade Liberation only lasted for 3 minutes. Now, however, the debuff would last for 3 whole hours. Chapter 440, True Fire Blade. Shi Feng's sudden change immediately attracted everyone's attention. Guild leader, why do you seem smaller? Even your aura has diminished significantly. With her refined observation skills, Fire Dance instantly noticed Shi Feng's transformation. The rest of the team was also curious. When they took a look at Shi Feng's HP bar, they were suddenly very afraid. Shi Feng, who had originally possessed over 8,400 HP, now had a maximum HP of 1,700. He could not even compare to a level 20 ordinary player right now. It's nothing, just the weakened debuff I got after going berserk. Many Lord-ranked monsters deal with the same thing. I'll be fine after some time has passed, Shi Feng laughed. Giving it some thought, everyone understood the logic behind the mechanics. A skill that could render a rare lord helpless. If there were no side effects to it, it would be far too overpowered. Following which, everyone finished collecting the loot scattered across the ground. The 1,000+ Wolfman warriors before had dropped a ton of items. Although it was only the loot of elite monsters, the quantity was more valuable than even the loot from a lord. Meanwhile, Shifeng stored the loot the Crimson Shadow Wolf had dropped. As for weakened state's extension to 3 hours, Shifeng had some idea of why this had occurred. Dragon's power significantly increased one's attributes. Coupled with Blade Liberation's sword's power, his body could not bear the fusion of the two buffs, which resulted in his extended weakened state. It seems that twofold Berserk should only be used as a last resort in the future. Shifeng could only smile bitterly at his 3-hour weakened state. If nothing special happened during these 3 hours, all would be fine. However, he did not know what sort of trouble they would encounter as they moved on. With his attributes reduced by 80%, even if his original attributes were overwhelming, he would not be a match for an ordinary player. If they encountered danger, he could only helplessly watch from the sidelines. Fortunately, they were safe for now. Guild leader, the monsters here are stingier than the monsters outside. The Wolfman warriors rarely drop weapons or equipment. Moreover, the majority of the items are common rank with a small amount of bronze equipment. Blackie was already used to grinding Lord-ranked monsters. Now, he could only feel contempt when he saw the loot of elite monsters. It's actually quite good. Previously, I had never carried more than 1 gold coin. Now, I pick up more than 2 gold. There are also 37 pieces of level 25 bronze equipment and over 100 common items. If we sell them, each item could fetch at least 6 or 7 silver coins. 100 pieces is worth 6 or 7 gold coins. This was the first time Flying Shadow had joined Shifeng's party on an excursion. When he saw that the money inside his bag had exceeded 3 gold, he was elated. If he grinded monsters outside of White Fog Canyon, at most he would obtain a little EXP, very rarely would the monsters drop weapons or equipment. Even if they did, 95% of the time the items would be common ranked. Guild leader, what did that Crimson Shadow Wolf drop? Let us have a look. Aqua Rose held little interest in the loot of the Wolfman warriors. At this point, she was only interested in the loot from lords. Not bad. We have a total of 12 weapons and pieces of equipment, 1 intermediate strength potion recipe, and the rest are materials. Shifeng had just finished appraising the drops. Smiling, he said, among the 12 weapons and equipment, 5 are dark gold rank, 3 of which are weapons, 1 is cloth armor, and 1 is leather armor. The remaining 7 items are all fine gold rank. Have a look for yourselves. Saying so, Shifeng displayed the data of all the dropped weapons and equipment. Damn! This rare lord is awesome. It even dropped such top-tier weapons. Blackie immediately grew excited upon seeing dropped items information. Guild leader, are you blessed by God? Even such weapons managed to drop. Flying Shadow's eyes bulged upon seeing the weapons. Of the 3 dark gold weapons, 1 was a 2-handed battle axe, and 2 were short swords. Unlike the battle axe, which had a silvery gray color, the 2 short swords were blood red. There was even a spark circulating the blades of each sword, the spark resembling a fairy of fire. True Fire Blade, Short Sword Main Hand, Dark Gold Rank. Level 25, Level 30. Attack Power plus 376, Level 25. Strength plus 29, Agility plus 36, Endurance plus 20. Attack Speed plus 3. Ignore levels plus 5. 25% chance to deal double damage. 15% chance to awaken flame state, ignoring all defensive and block skills, causing 220% damage. Set effect. When both main and sub-true fire blades are equipped, damage increased by 15%. Obtain True Fire Dance skill. Strength increased by 30%, agility increased by 40%, attack speed increased by 60%, and damage received increased by 20% for 20 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. True Fire Blade, Short Sword Subhand, Dark Gold rank. Level 25, Level 30. Attack Power plus 352, Level 25. Strength plus 25, Agility plus 40, Endurance plus 21. Attack Speed plus 3. Ignore levels plus 5. When attacking, 20% chance to activate Swift State, increasing user's attack speed by 30% for 6 seconds. 10% chance to activate Flame Guard, absorbing 1000 damage. Set effect. When both main and sub True Fire blades are equipped, damage increased by 15%. Obtain True Fire Dance skill. Strength increased by 30%, agility increased by 40%, attack speed increased by 60%, and damage received increased by 20% for 20 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Level 25 weapons were extremely rare in God's domain currently. Equipping a level 25 fine gold weapon was already incredibly impressive. Meanwhile, the True Fire blades were both dark gold rank, and they were a set. In God's domain, sets of weapons or equipment were usually half a rank higher than their stated rank. As a dark gold set weapon, the True Fire blades were the best quality weapons below epic rank. Moreover, the set effect of the True Fire blades is intensely powerful, they did not seem the slightest bit inferior to epic weapons. The short swords only had somewhat weaker basic attributes. Although swordsmen, rangers, and assassins can use the True Fire blades, these short swords are most suited for assassins. Fire Dance and Flying Shadow, the two of you will roll for them, then. In truth, even Shurfeng was surprised that the Crimson Shadow Wolf had dropped such top-tier short swords. One was lucky if even one True Fire blade dropped. Now, the rare lord had dropped both of the set weapons. Sure enough, the 25 points of luck was incredible. After Shurfeng said so, Flying Shadow shook his head, saying, "Guild leader, forget about me. Let Sister Fire Dance have the True Fire blades." Although the True Fire blades were very attractive, he knew that he was not worthy of them. Moreover, he had done almost nothing during the battle with the Crimson Shadow Wolf. Such weapons were only suited to the number 1 assassin of Zero Wing. Only in Fire Dance could wield these weapons to their full potential. The party had killed the Crimson Shadow Wolf, resulting in these items dropping. If more than one player can use them, we will roll. Don't be shy. They're just dark gold weapons, Shurfeng laughed, having long since understood Flying Shadow's personality. There is also a leather armor shirt among the dark gold equipment. The winner gets the weapons, while the loser gets the shirt. Guild leader has already told us to roll. Let's just do it, Fire Dance said as she chose to roll. After a moment of hesitation, Flying Shadow decided to roll as well. In the end, Fire Dance rolled a 91, while Flying Shadow rolled an 86. The system automatically distributed the True Fire blades to Fire Dance, whereas the level 25 dark gold rank leather shirt went to Flying Shadow. After equipping the True Fire blades, Fire Dance's combat power abruptly soared. Moreover, the streams of light on the True Fire blades further enhanced her beauty. At this moment, Fire Dance looked like an elf standing in fire. Blackie successfully rolled for the level 25 dark gold cloth armor, while Aqua Rose and Violet Cloud both obtained a piece of level 25 fine gold equipment. Shurfeng gained 2 pieces of level 25 fine gold plate armor. One was a pair of gauntlets, while the other was a set of leg guards. Now, the majority of his equipment consisted of level 25 fine gold equipment. After happily distributing the equipment, everyone returned to their search for the exit. Time passed quickly, and unknowingly, Shurfeng's party had made a full circle around the land of the fallen star. Although they had not encountered a single monster, they had mined plenty of starfire ore, over 1,000 pieces in total. Just as Shurfeng began to grumble about the exit's mysterious location, the system suddenly announced an emergency notification. Before Shurfeng could react, he was thrown out of God's domain. Moreover, Shurfeng had not been the only one, Aqua Rose and the others had also been expelled from the game. Chapter 441, Second Evolution. When the system had expelled the Zero-Wing party from God's domain, Shifeng had been automatically sent into his sleep space. He had not completely logged out and could still browse the internet. He could also communicate with his friends. Calling out his system friends list, Shifeng discovered that every one of his friends was in a leave state, not in God's domain. They were all in their respective sleep spaces. Nobody's on God's domain. What's going on here? Shifeng was puzzled, as this was the first time he had encountered something like this. He had been kicked out of the game before he had a chance to read the emergency notification. Now, he couldn't log into God's domain and could not contact anyone to ask about the previous notification. Following which, Shifeng contacted Aqua Rose and the others, hoping to gather some information. Unfortunately, Aqua Rose and the others were in a similar situation. The system had logged them out of the game upon receiving the notification as well. I guess I can only check the official forums, Shifeng sighed. Normally, crucial information was not available on the official forums. However, something big must have happened in God's domain if they had been forcefully expelled from the game. Sure enough, after logging into the official forums, he discovered that everyone was having a heated discussion over their expulsion. For some reason, however, everyone else had received their notification 2 hours ago, whereas Shifeng's party had only received theirs a few seconds before the main God system started logging players out of the game. 2 hours ago? Wasn't that around the time I killed the Crimson Shadow Wolf? Shifeng calculated the time, and it matched almost perfectly. Did killing the Shadow Wolf cause the main God system to start the second evolution of God's domain? Giving it some thought, Shifeng felt that it was highly possible. Previously, when his party had entered into the land of the fallen star, they just happened to activate the free combat system. It was likely that the main God system had used their party as an experiment. After seeing that they had easily defeated the rare Lord-ranked Crimson Shadow Wolf, the main God system must have decided to initiate the second evolution of God's domain. Considering the situation, Shifeng really did not know how to express the emotions running through his heart. Now that God's domain began the process of the second system upgrade, players would have to wait until the next day to log in. Many players on the forums had expressed their frustration with the new system upgrade. After the system underwent its first upgrade, the system gave its players a true taste of combat. The overall difficulty of the game had made a massive leap, affecting adventuring, grinding, and leveling for those in God's domain. Yet, just a short time after the first upgrade, the second system upgrade had already begun. After this upgrade, the difficulty of the game might shock most players. This upgrade also gave Shifeng a headache. The second evolution of God's domain had occurred too quickly. Based on the original timeline, it shouldn't have happened for another several months. He was not prepared for it right now. Indeed, just as he had guessed, after the second system upgrade, the free combat system would be introduced into the game. In future battles, the requirement of a player's control over their skills would become extremely demanding, and mistakes might very well lead to friendly fire. It was especially true for AoE skills. After the second evolution of God's domain, rather than dying at the hands of monsters, many players would send themselves to the graveyards with their own abilities. Due to this, many players would act conservatively when fighting in groups long after the upgrade. In addition, after the second evolution, the difficulty of dungeons had also significantly increased. However, although the second evolution had made the game more challenging and realistic, the system upgrade had also added a benefit for players. And that was the improvement to skill proficiency. After the second evolution, the combat style of players also undergone a major transformation. Players no longer needed to chant incantations or shout the name of their skills to use them. No, players would activate their skills with movement. Every skill possessed a standard set of movements. As long as players performed the corresponding movements, they could activate their desired skills. After the second evolution, players were no longer required to damage a monster with their skills to raise skill proficiency. Now, when players achieved a 50% completion rate with skills, they would gain 1 point to their skill proficiency. In addition, the awarded skill proficiency would increase with the percentage of their completion rate. That way, even if players fought monsters of the same level or 2 or 3 levels lower, they could still improve their skill proficiency. As players gained skill proficiency, their skill levels would also grow. With high-leveled skills, players would have a much easier time killing monsters. Players would undoubtedly find it challenging to adapt to such a combat style in the beginning. After adapting to the free combat system, however, players would discover that the new style allowed them to display more of their combat power. However, it would not be easy for players to adapt to this realistic combat style. Normally, one had to undergo a long period of special training to familiarize themselves with their skills. If one were not up to snuff, the skill's power would suffer. "I need to hurry with the training center," Shifeng sighed softly. Shortly after the second evolution of God's domain, the training centers and martial arts dojos, which were currently declining, would become instantly popular. Having some time, Shifeng browsed the God's domain news. Other than news regarding Star Moon Kingdom, Shifeng also looked up information on the several surrounding kingdoms and the Black Dragon Empire. None of the empires in God's domain were to be underestimated. The competition within an empire was far more intense than the competition in a kingdom. A kingdom such as Star Moon only had around 4 or 5 competing first-rate guilds at the moment. Some smaller kingdoms might only have 1 or 2 first-rate guilds. However, empires were different. Not only did they govern massive areas, but there were also far more resident players. They also had an abundance of resources. The number of first-rate guilds residing in an empire was not something a single kingdom could compare with. Statistically, there were at least 7 first-rate guilds in an empire. There were also many second-rate guilds that rose to become first-rate guilds due to the investments of major corporations. In the past, there had been a total of 9 first-rate guilds in the Black Dragon Empire. The empire was many times stronger than the neighboring Star Moon Kingdom. In the future, if Shifeng wanted to carve a place for himself in God's domain, dominating Star Moon Kingdom would not be nearly good enough. After a casual glance at today's God's domain news, Shifeng felt an immense weight on his shoulders. Zero Wing had only obtained its guild residence after much difficulty, yet, several first-rate guilds in the Black Dragon Empire had already established their own guild residences. In terms of development speed, these guilds were not far behind Zero Wing. Aside from these guilds establishing their own guild residences, the various large guilds had also begun purchasing prime real estate in multiple cities. These purchases included auction houses, virtual trading centers, banks, high-class restaurants, and the like. In the future, they would become a guild's main source of income. After God's domain had spent a few years developing, the world had considered it a second home for mankind. Most people around the world spent close to half their days in God's domain. Moreover, time passed slower inside God's domain than in the real world. 1 hour in reality equaled 2 hours in God's domain. Based on the amount of time one experienced, people's lives in God's domain might be even longer than their lives in the real world. In the setting of God's domain, NPC cities and player-established cities were different. If players lived in NPC cities, they would never have to fear becoming embroiled in the struggles between major powers. Player-established cities, on the other hand, could be destroyed. Hence, this had resulted in the real estate in NPC cities becoming extremely valuable. Nothing was more valuable than the real estate in NPC cities. The more Shifeng read this information, the more he realized the necessity of earning a large number of gold coins. Otherwise, how could he compete with these well-funded first-rate guilds? Inadvertently, Shifeng had spent over half a day researching the various large guilds in God's domain. Suddenly, as he exited the virtual gaming cabin, his doorbell rang. Chapter 442, New Style of Combat. Shi Feng was somewhat surprised when he heard his doorbell ring. He had only recently moved into this new apartment, so not many people knew where he lived. Normally, Blackie and the others would only contact him by calling, not hunting him down so early in the morning. Who is it? Shi Feng wondered as he tapped his quantum watch to display the view outside his door. Taking a close look, Shi Feng jumped with fright when he saw who it was. The person currently standing outside his door was none other than the female class monitor, Xiao Ruoxi. She currently wore sportswear, and her hair was pulled back in a ponytail. She radiated a youthful aura and looked absolutely mesmerizing. Why is she here? Shi Feng recalled that Xiao Ruoxi's birthday was next month. Even if she had come to deliver an invitation, wasn't it a little too early? However, since she had already arrived, Shi Feng could not pretend he wasn't home. Helpless, he quickly tidied himself up and went to the door. As soon as Shi Feng opened the door, Xiao Ruoxi's almond eyes widened. With a concerned gaze, she asked, Shi Feng, did you really agree with Uncle Xiao to participate in a match? Hearing Xiao Ruoxi's question, Shi Feng understood the gist of the situation. Xiao Yan and Xiao Yu were strongly connected to the Xiao family. How could the Xiaos not have heard of such a dramatic incident at the Big Dipper training center? Yeah, I agreed to an exhibition match. Shi Feng nodded. You really are laid back. Do you even know who your opponent is? Xiao Ruoxi sighed helplessly as she examined Shi Feng's leisurely appearance. No, I don't. However, Big Dipper will contact me about it ahead of time, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. Do you even know how to be nervous? Xiao Ruoxi grumbled. Shi Feng's behavior left her speechless. A fighting competition was not a small matter. It was especially true for this match. To recover from its decline, Big Dipper has attempted to invite many well-known fighters to participate in this match. There are even martial arts masters among them. Even though Big Dipper has offered an impressive appearance fee, they all have their own itinerary, none of them have the time. That's especially the case for the high-ranked martial arts experts. Originally, your opponent was supposed to be last year's champion of Jinhai City's fighting competition, but... What's wrong? Shi Feng asked, suddenly curious. Shi Feng had some memory of Fang Qinghua, last year's champion of Jinhai City's fighting tournament. The man had participated in a provincial-level competition and earned a relatively impressive rank. He had become famous throughout Jinhai City. However, Shi Feng doubted that he would lose to Fang Qinghua. After all, there was a fundamental difference between those who knew internal force and those who did not. Furthermore, Shi Feng's current physique was better than ever. But your opponent was suddenly changed because someone had defeated Fang Qinghua. That someone is now your opponent. I heard that when he fought Fang Qinghua was defeated with a single punch. If it had been a normal defeat, that would not have mattered. However, when that person sent out his final punch, he had used internal force. He has even expressed great interest in becoming the head instructor at the Big Dipper Training Center, hence why he wanted to replace Fang Qinghua in this match with you. Although Xiao Ruoxi knew Shi Feng was proficient with internal force, the opponent was similarly an internal force expert. Moreover, the other party was very powerful. If the two really fought each other, no one knew what kind of result to expect. An internal force expert, huh? Interest suddenly sparked within Shi Feng. Internal force experts were not cabbages easily found in the streets. Even after a decade, such experts were extremely hard to find. Shi Feng had only mastered internal force due to luck, and he had never fought another internal force expert in the real world. However, before this, Shi Feng had never heard of there being an internal force expert in Jinhai City, let alone an internal force expert at the Big Dipper Training Center. In the past, there was no head instructor at Big Dipper. However, such a person had suddenly appeared. It was truly unexpected. Is history changing because of my reincarnation? Shi Feng pondered slightly. When he thought about the changes in God's domain, his certainty grew. After Zhao Ruoxi lectured Shi Feng for some time, she had noticed that her classmate did not seem particularly concerned about his opponent. Hence, she intensified her lecturing, hoping to dissuade Shi Feng from participating in the competition. A match between internal force experts was no laughing matter. One mistake could lead to serious injuries and could possibly have future repercussions. Shi Feng was an internal force expert, his future prospects were boundless. There was no need to risk his life for the position of Big Dipper's head instructor. In the end, however, Shi Feng refused Zhao Ruoxi's kind suggestions. He wasn't just doing it to become Big Dipper's head instructor. For the most part, he was doing this for Zero Wing's future development. The 5 virtual gaming cabins and the 15 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids were too important to Zero Wing. If Zero Wing could nurture more experts, Shi Feng would not have to exhaust himself running left and right for the guild. He could focus on his own desires. Following which, Shi Feng chatted with Zhao Ruoxi for some time. After Zhao Ruoxi left, Shi Feng started his daily training. Ever since he came into possession of a virtual gaming cabin, Shi Feng's training yielded far better results. Moreover, for reasons unknown, his mind had also become more active. If he could pair these effects with S-rank nutrient fluids, he might improve further in these areas. Without him realizing it, a day had passed. At 8 p.m., the system upgrade of God's domain was completed. When Shi Feng entered God's domain, his virtual body felt particularly loose. His 5 senses had also grown sharper. "Guild leader, I can't use any of my skills," Flying Shadow exclaimed. Initially, he had intended to rush off to investigate what had changed with the system upgrade. However, he suddenly discovered that he could not use any of his skills. "Nothing wrong here," Blackie said as he shot a dark arrow at a distant stone pillar, but after his spell struck the stone pillar, Blackie frowned. "That's weird. That wasn't where I had aimed for." Everyone became flustered shortly after logging back into the game. Melee classes could not use any of their skills, whereas mages' skills had weakened and become less accurate. Shi Feng did not immediately reveal the reason for this situation. Instead, he conducted a few experiments. Unsheathing the abyssal blade, Shi Feng swung the sword, his actions resembling the movements one would use when activating chop. Following which, a blade of light shot forward, slicing apart the stone pillar ahead of him. Just as I thought. Shi Feng was quite satisfied with his attack. He could feel his improved control over his body. As for using only movement to activate skills, he was not the slightest bit surprised by it. On the contrary, he adapted to the change smoothly. Following which, he used Earth Splitter, Thundering Flash, Thunder Flame Explosion, and most of his other skills, stupefying Aqua Rose and the other observers. "Guild leader, how did you do that?" Fire Dance had already tried to use her skills many times. However, regardless of whether she shouted or chanted the name of her skills silently, nothing worked. How was an assassin without skills supposed to kill monsters? "Yeah, let us in on the secret, guild leader." Flying Shadow was equally anxious. "It's very simple. After this evolution of God's domain, you no longer activate skills with speech or incantation. Now, you have to perform the proper movements to use your skills. Go ahead and give it a try." In the skill menu, there are clips of the movements relating to the skills. Shi Feng could not help but smile when he saw anticipation filling everyone's eyes. In reality, even if he had not revealed the change, everyone would have discovered it for themselves after some time. It was especially true for the players who had frequently changed their skill menus. There had not originally been video tutorials to explain how to use a skill in the skill menu. Now, however, there were. The videos were specifically meant to serve as a standard for players, teaching them how to use their skills more efficiently. After listening to Shi Feng's explanation, everyone began their own experiments. In such a way, Shi Feng's party of 6 tested the new mechanics as they searched for an exit in the land of the fallen star. While Shifeng's group explored, they were unaware that players throughout God's domain had descended into madness. Chapter 443, Completion Rate. After God's domain's second evolution, skill use demanded far more of players. Even experts needed a relatively long period to adapt to this new system. As Shifeng's party searched for the exit in the land of the fallen star, battles against the cavern's inhabitants were unavoidable. Fortunately, Shifeng did not have to endure this adaptation process like everyone else. Activating most of his skills was second nature to him. He had no problems dealing with a few elites and special elites. As for Aqua Rose and the others, they used these monsters to practice. It was especially true for melee classes like Fire Dance and Flying Shadow. Currently, they each faced a level 27 elite-ranked Wolfman warrior, both of them activating their skills continuously as they fought. Fire Dance brandished the true fire blades, drawing a red arc that cut across the Wolfman warrior's body. A flower of blood bloomed, and immediately, a damage of -2,749 appeared above the elite monster's head. However, to the Wolfman warrior, which possessed 42,000 HP, this damage was nothing. System: Eviscerate completion rate 56%, resulting in 69% of skills effect. Skill proficiency +1. Glancing at the combat notification window, Fire Dance frowned, feeling unsatisfied with her completion rate. The Wolfman warrior bellowed angrily. Lifting its war hammer, it slammed the weapon down on the assassin before it. Turning her feet slightly, Fire Dance easily evaded the war hammer. Reversing the grip on one of the true fire blades, she spun around and shoved the blade into the Wolfman warrior's back, her movements as smooth as flowing water. Backstab. -2,523. AO, the Wolfman warrior howled with pain. System: Backstab completion rate 69%, resulting in 83% of skills effect. Skill proficiency +2. Fire Dance was far more proficient with Backstab's movements than she was with Eviscerate's, the completion rate of the skill reaching a whole new level. However, Fire Dance was still unsatisfied. If this were the past, even without weapons such as the true fire blades, she could easily dish out such high damage. After practicing a few times on the Wolfman warriors, Fire Dance understood how difficult it would be to adapt to the new combat system. There were simply too many variables. The might of a player's skill depended on the player's completion rate. It was nothing like the previous system, where players could display 100% of the skill's effect with every use. Now, however, that was not possible. If one did not perform the skill's movements appropriately, the damage would be negligible. Moreover, it was even more difficult to move successfully during battle. Overall, combat was now 3 times as difficult as it had been. Fire Dance had previously been able to solo 1 or 2 special elites, and she even considered challenging a chieftain. Now, however, a special elite was too strong for her, much less a chieftain. Elsewhere, Flying Shadow was also sporting a serious frown. The more he fought, the more frustrated he became. After some effort, Fire Dance had managed to raise her completion rate past 50%. Her backstab had even reached a 70% completion rate. Flying Shadow, on the other hand, could only achieve 50% with backstab, one of the simplest skills he possessed, and he had just barely earned the 1 skill proficiency point for the skill. As for his other skills, their completion rates were all below 50%. Compared to Fire Dance and Flying Shadow, after spending some time practicing, the mages of the party could achieve relatively high completion rates. They had all reached 60% or higher with their skills. However, this was because the two had different methods of activation. When mages used a skill, they chanted incantations and traced runes. Some skills only needed a few hand gestures and simple incantations, so they were relatively easy to cast. Only, their current casting time was much longer than it had been. It was especially true for advanced spells. While everyone practiced their skills, Shi Feng, who stood ahead of the party, conducted a massacre. Faced with dozens of wolfman warriors, Shi Feng dashed forward and activated Thundering Flash. 1 arc. 2 arcs. 3 arcs. A total of 5 arcs of blue lightning tore through the elite monsters, a series of frightening damages appearing above their heads. Instantly, the dozens of wolfman warriors lost close to half their HP. Some that had received critical hits fell to critical lows. In addition, due to the damage amplification debuff of Thundering Flash, they would receive an additional 30% damage from future attacks. And yet, the damages were nothing compared to Thundering Flash's completion rate. System: Thundering Flash completion rate 83%, resulting in 97% of skill's effect. Skill proficiency +3. Immediately after his attack, Shi Feng leaped into the air. As he raised the abyssal blade high, the power of lightning and fire emerged from the sword. He then slammed the weapon down towards the gathering of wolfman warriors. Boom! All of the warriors within an area of 10 by 10 yards fell into a fainted state instantly and received over -7,000 damage. Those that had received a critical hit suffered over -14,000 damage. The wolfman warriors with low HPs crumbled. System: Thunder Flame Explosion completion rate 74%, resulting in 89% of skill's effect. Skill proficiency +2. The moment Shi Feng landed, he followed up with Chop, striking 3 wolfman warriors and dealing over -2,800 damage to each. System: Chop completion rate 85%, resulting in 100% of skill's effect. Skill proficiency +3. In just a moment, Shi Feng had exterminated dozens of wolfmen. Standing at a distance, Aqua Rose and the others were tongue-tied after watching Shi Feng's battle. Every member of the party had personally experienced how difficult it was to achieve a high skill completion rate. However, when they saw Shi Feng's success, they felt nothing but shock. As for Shi Feng's feat of killing dozens of wolfman warriors, none of them really had anything to say about it. The wolfman warriors were merely elite monsters. Everyone present could easily destroy them. Although they had trouble using their skills, their basic attacks were still very powerful thanks to their equipment. Dealing with these elites was only a matter of time. The reason for their shock was Shi Feng's ability to reach a completion rate above 80%, yet after training arduously for the past 4 hours or so, they had only achieved above 50%. Moreover, even when using Thunder Flame Explosion, the skill Shi Feng was least proficient with, he could perform a completion rate above 70%. However, this was still not the most noteworthy aspect. Shi Feng's casual use and chaining of his skills were what impressed them the most. How could they not be shocked? Guild leader, can't you just teach us how we can improve our skill completion rates? Aqua Rose envied and admired Shi Feng's super high completion rate. That's right. It's not like we're demanding much. I will be satisfied if I can reach a 70% completion rate. Blackie's completion rate had given him a headache. In the beginning, their completion rates had improved relatively quickly. Within half an hour, they had managed to achieve 50%. However, it had taken them over 3 hours to rise from 50% to 60%. Moreover, it only became more challenging to raise their completion rates the higher they went. By now, their completion rates had basically plateaued. At around 60%, they could only display roughly 60% to 70% of their skill's potential. If they could stabilize their completion rates at 70%, they could almost display their previous strength. Only when a skill achieved an 85% completion rate could it manifest 100% of its effects. If the completion rate could rise past 85%, then the skill's effect would exceed 100%. If they could raise the completion rate of all of their skills past 85%, the combat power would surpass their previous selves. Everyone eagerly looked forward to such a day. Unfortunately, they had no idea how to overcome the challenge of the new system. Do you guys really wish to know how to improve your completion rates quickly? Shi Feng asked after tidying up the loot. He could not help but laugh as he looked towards his party members. Chapter 444, Path of an Expert. Aqua Rose and the rest of the Zero-Wing party nodded passionately in response to Shifeng's question. If they could quickly raise their skill completion rates, their strength would also rise to the next level. Naturally, this was the goal. It's really simple, actually. Think more, train more, Shifeng said frankly. Think more, train more. The team rolled their eyes at their guild leader. They had been doing exactly that all this time. However, they had almost reached their limit. That's right. Think more, train more. There's no other way. In God's domain, every skill movement has its own purpose. First, figure out why such movements are required, then carry them out. You guys have been trying to draw a tiger by looking at a cat. You cannot improve if all you're doing is mimicking the tutorial videos. Shifeng was aware of the enthusiasm filling his companions' hearts. However, one could not become more proficient overnight. After the second evolution of God's domain, players would experience a slump for a relatively long period. Experts were no exception. Many players struggled with the sudden weakness, falling from glory. However, it was precisely because of God's domain's second evolution that the difference between ordinary players and experts had become more distinct. Previously, a player's strength relied on their equipment and techniques. After the second evolution, however, a player's strength mainly relied on their skill completion rates. With this new system, one could immediately tell whether a player was a dragon or a worm. Ordinary players' skill completion rates usually ranged between 50% and 60%, and players at this standard were considered beginners. Players with 61% to 70% completion rates were elites. Meanwhile, those who achieved 71% to 80% were experts, and 80% to 90% was the domain of top-tier experts. Players who could reach completion rates above 90% were as rare as a phoenix's feather. In the past, Shifeng's best record had been 87%. Although he was only 3% away from surpassing a top-tier expert, it was the difference between heaven and earth. The fact that Fire Dance and the others could achieve such results with just a few hours of practice was already impressive. After the second evolution of God's domain, many players had not dared to solo monsters. Many players had spent several days practicing their skills just to reach a 50% completion rate. Only players who had achieved a 50% skill completion rate were strong enough to solo. Otherwise, with inadequate completion rates, their damage was negligible. In addition, a majority of the players in God's domain relied on their skills to kill monsters. Hence, without sufficient completion rates, players would only find death if they grinded alone. Contemplate the importance of the required movements. Fire Dance pondered. Must I do that to manifest the techniques of the skill? Fire Dance recalled her previous uses of backstab in battle. In the past, she would always think of ways to strike her opponent from behind, never considering how she could use backstab more efficiently. However, in the tutorial video of backstab, the player would first dodge the opponent's attack, reverse the grip on his weapon, then circle behind the opponent with a spin and stab his weapon into his opponent's back. The entire process was smooth and efficient, and was much faster, more vicious, and more difficult to dodge than her previous attack method. Thinking up to this point, Fire Dance searched impatiently for another Wolfman warrior to experiment on. This time, however, Fire Dance did not enter stealth. Instead, she waltzed up to the elite monster. When the Wolfman warrior noticed Fire Dance, it howled and slashed its greatsword at the assassin. Fire Dance did not immediately try to dodge the oncoming attack. Instead, she waited until the Wolfman warrior's greatsword reached its maximum speed before moving. Fire Dance took a step forward before sidestepping, dodging the greatsword at the last possible moment. Reversing her grip on the true fire blade, she then spun and shoved the blade into the Wolfman warrior's back. Due to her body's rotational power, the radiant sword's speed had increased. Even Shifeng could not avoid such a fast attack, much less the Wolfman warrior. Hua! The true fire blade pierced the Wolfman warrior's back, a damage of -2,736 appearing above its head. System: backstab completion rate 76%, resulting in 90% of skill's effect. Skill proficiency +2. Fire Dance's eyes shone upon seeing this system notification. As if she had found a path through the darkness, her confidence suddenly skyrocketed. Hence, she continued practicing backstab on the Wolfman warrior. When the skill's cooldown finished, she would begin again. In the end, the poor Wolfman warrior died after Fire Dance toyed with it for 5 minutes. Sister Fire Dance is amazing. That last one even reached 78%. Flying Shadow's admiration intensified when he saw the final backstab Fire Dance had used on the Wolfman warrior. After watching Fire Dance's performance, as if realization had dawned upon them, everyone hunted down their own targets to practice with. Meanwhile, Shifeng continued to search for the exit in silence, not bothering to comment. Excessive guidance would lead to Fire Dance and the others to believe that his way was the only way. However, everyone had their own paths and unique fighting habits. Different habits and body types would lead to different skill techniques. If they followed him blindly, although they could improve massively in a short time, it would be detrimental to their future development. Thus, he wanted them to figure things out for themselves. In the past, Shifeng had tried mimicking other experts, copying their every move in the hopes of improving his technique. Unfortunately, nobody had warned him about his actions' downsides. Although his strength had soared in a short time, in the end, he had been stuck as a top-tier expert. No matter what he did, he could not overcome that final hurdle. In the past, he had never been able to use void steps. However, after reincarnating, Shifeng discovered that only the path that suited him most was the best path. He was not other people, so how could he achieve any results if he followed a path meant for someone else? In the end, this revelation had allowed him to master void steps in this life, becoming significantly stronger. However, learning void steps was nothing more than the first step away from mimicry. He still had a long way to go and many aspects to explore before he could forge his own way. For a time, the land of the fallen star became a testing ground for Shifeng and his party members. Without realizing it, they had spent over 7 hours in the land of the fallen star, and during this period, they had killed numerous level 27 elite-ranked Wolfman warriors. Everyone's skill completion rates had constantly improved during this time. Although they could not consistently achieve 70%, they could still manage above 60%. The party had also mined over 1,300 pieces of starfire ore, their mining far more efficient than when they were outside this crystal cavern. Now, they had accumulated over 20,000 pieces of starfire ore again. Such a large stock of starfire ore was worth over 200 gold. Once Shifeng refined the ore into starfire essence using the Philosopher's Stone, the total value would be over 800 gold. Even for first-rate guilds, 800 gold was a massive sum of money. If they obtained several hundred more gold, they could purchase relatively valuable real estate. If used for forging, the value of the starfire essences would rise by several folds. The thought alone excited Shifeng. Guild leader, I've discovered a hidden door, Fire Dance suddenly reported. Chapter 445, Golden Stone Tablet. Silver flames engulfed a stone pillar. Everything within 10 yards of this flame had been incinerated, transformed into a field of white ash. Guild leader, the hidden door is inside this flame, Fire Dance said as she pointed towards the silver fire. Just before Shifeng moved closer to have a better look, Fire Dance held him back, saying, Guild leader, be careful. The silver fire is extremely hot. When I stepped into that scorched region, I immediately lost 2,000 HP. Such high flame damage. Although Shifeng could tell that the silver flame was something extraordinary, he had not expected it to be so powerful. If it could deal minus 2000 damage to players every second, he would take significant damage even with his 70 points in fire resistance. Even he would die if he occupied the region too long. Violet, heal me. I'll go in and take a closer look. After giving the order, Shifeng entered the Silver Flame's effective area. Suddenly, a damage close to minus 500 points appeared above Shifeng's head. Hot. Shifeng felt as if he had dipped his feet into a hot spring the moment his boots touched the gray-white land. He was even wearing the flame boots, which lowered the temperature his feet felt. If he had equipped some other shoes, he would probably have had to skip and hop constantly while inside this scorched region. Following which, Shifeng approached the burning stone pillar. The closer he got to the stone pillar, the higher the temperature became. Similarly, the damage he received also increased. When Shifeng was roughly 2 yards from the pillar, he lost over 1000 HP every second. Even though Shifeng had long since recovered from his weakened state, his HP returning to over 8400, he would only last 9 seconds at most. Fortunately, he had a powerful healer, Violet Cloud, supporting him. After Violet Cloud cast a sacred shield on him, he could just barely cope with the high dot. Sure enough, there's a hidden door here. Shifeng noticed that there was a tightly shut door on the burning stone pillar. There was also a blue chain not far from the door. Shifeng grabbed the blue chain, searching for a connection with the door. However, the instant he touched the chain, Shifeng suddenly felt a chill wash over him. The fire damage he received suddenly reduced from over minus 1000 damage to just around minus 600 damage. This chain really is special. I wonder what it is made of. It could be useful if I could find a way to take it. Shifeng examined the blue chain, sorely tempted. If he could claim this chain, raiding flame-type dungeons or facing fire-type bosses would become much easier. Just holding the chain increased his fire resistance by at least 40 to 50 points. It was even more impressive than an intermediate fire resistance potion. Moreover, the latter only had a duration of 1 hour, whereas one only needed to hold the former to gain the buff. Just how much money could he save on fire resistance potions? As Shifeng pulled the blue chain, the stone door in the middle of the massive pillar opened slowly. A dark passage with zero visibility lay beyond the threshold. After the stone door opened, the silver flames diminished gradually until they had been extinguished. Shortly after, the scorched earth also began to cool, allowing players to traverse through the region freely. Guild leader, you're amazing. Your fire resistance is so high. No one else could reach and open the door, even if they knew about it, Blackie laughed. Although they had obtained a bounty from this land of the fallen star, it would mean nothing if they could not find their way out. Let's go. Shifeng unsheathed the abyssal blade and the purgatory's shadow as he crossed the threshold cautiously. The passage beyond the stone door was cramped, and engravings of ancient texts and drawings decorated the walls on either side. From the looks of them, these texts and drawings seemed to originate from an ancient era, and not even Shifeng, someone who was very familiar with God's domain, recognized them. The passage allowed, at most, 3 people to walk abreast, so it would be extremely challenging to coordinate their attacks. Fortunately, the party did not encounter a single monster along their entire journey. After wandering down the passage for over half an hour, the party arrived at a towering altar. Massive statues of wolf-headed men guarded each side of the altar, and the silver flame dancing on the altar was the same flame Shifeng and the others had seen outside the stone door. A short distance to the right of the altar, there was a teleportation magic array. A stone tablet emitting a golden glow sat to the left of the altar. Divine runes and drawings covered the tablet, and one could tell with a glance that the tablet was something extraordinary. As the team walked up to the altar, they suddenly felt an extraordinary pressure weighing down on them. It felt as if someone pummeled them repeatedly with a sledgehammer. Guild leader, look, over there, Blackie said as he pointed at the space above the altar, goosebumps covering his skin. Everyone shifted their gaze to where Blackie pointed. A figure hovered above the altar, but due to the poor lighting around the altar, they could not see it clearly. However, they could feel an intense threat of death emanating from this figure. Shifeng could not get a clear view of that figure either. However, he could feel this figure looking down at them. Shifeng then activated omniscient eyes and observed the figure. The results were shocking. Anubis's gatekeeper, Great Lord. Level 30. HP 10,000,000/10,000,000. Great Lord? Shifeng muttered. Others might not realize how powerful a Great Lord was in God's domain, but Shifeng knew full well what one was capable of. Their party of 6 would not even be enough to fill the gaps between this gatekeeper's teeth. It was especially true for such field Great Lords. Although their HPs were far lower than Great Lords in dungeons, field Great Lords were more powerful. Even a team of several thousand level 30 players would be no more than cannon fodder before this gatekeeper. He won't attack us, right? Aqua Rose asked, feeling somewhat nervous as she watched Anubis's gatekeeper. Aqua Rose wasn't the only one nervous. Even Shifeng struggled to keep his cool. Hopefully not, Shifeng said uncertainty. However, since he hasn't moved since we've arrived, let's not take any risks. If Anubis's gatekeeper took the initiative to attack, even Shifeng would be helpless against it. They could only try to escape. They would only throw away their lives if they tried to confront it. Attempting to find some trick against it would also be suicidal. Powerhouses such as Great Lords wouldn't afford players such a chance. According to the tiers of God's domain, a Great Lord was the equivalent of a Tier 3 class. A Tier 3 class was as powerful as the city lord of an ordinary city. After Shifeng and the others silently examined the area, they faintly understood their situation. That gatekeeper should be a monster tasked with guarding the golden stone tablet. So long as we don't touch that thing, the gatekeeper won't attack us. Shifeng had experimented with the gatekeeper. When he approached the golden stone tablet, the gatekeeper's killing intent would intensify. As for the teleportation array on the other side, the gatekeeper had not reacted when he had approached it. Aqua, you guys activate the teleportation array. After some thought, Shifeng said, I'll grab that tablet. Guild leader, that's a Great Lord. Fire Dance said, horrified. Although none of them had ever seen a Great Lord in action, they could tell that, compared to this Great Lord, the Crimson Shadow Wolf they had previously faced was a joke. If Shifeng really tried to steal the golden stone tablet, he might die in an instant. Chapter 446, Silver Flame. Everyone promptly agreed with Fire Dance's opposition. They acknowledged that Shifeng possessed frightening combat power. He was so powerful that he even suppressed the rare Lord-ranked Crimson Shadow Wolf in a direct confrontation. They, too, had previously thought Shifeng might be able to oppress even a Great Lord by force, and that by the time they arrived at the ruined shrine in White Fog Canyon's core, they would have a chance of defeating the level 25 Great Lord there. After all, a Great Lord's loot was simply too tempting. It was especially true for a level 25 Great Lord, as the level 25 equipment it dropped was precisely what the core strength of the various guilds needed right now. If they could obtain an epic item, both the guild's strength and morale would improve significantly. However, now that they stood before Anubis's gatekeeper, they suddenly felt very tiny. A Great Lord and a High Lord were from different worlds entirely. Escaping a Great Lord's wrath would be a miracle, much less defeating it. Admittedly, a treasure hidden behind a Great Lord would be precious. However, if Shifeng tried to snatch the golden stone tablet, there was more than a 99% chance that he would be throwing his life away. This was simply not a worthwhile trade-off. Moreover, Heavens knew if the teleportation array would still work after Shifeng stole the stone tablet. On the off chance that it didn't work, they would all die here. Guild leader, why don't we come back after we've grown stronger? It's not worth risking your life for an unknown treasure, Aqua Rose advised. You guys leave first. I'll try it by myself. If it really isn't possible, then we'll come back in the future, Shifeng said, shaking his head. Although what Aqua Rose had said was logical, none of them knew the significance of the golden stone tablet under a great lord's protection. In his decade of adventuring in God's domain, the treasures he encountered that had been guarded by great lords were at least epic rank. Obtaining an epic item was definitely worth dying once. If he came back for it in the future, there was a possibility of someone else claiming the golden stone tablet. After all, the land of the fallen star was not particularly hidden. When everyone heard Shifeng's determination, they had no choice but to obediently head towards the teleportation array and prepare to leave the land of the fallen star. However, just as Aqua Rose was about to activate the teleportation array, her hands suddenly froze as cold sweat began to drip down her forehead. Even the others at the teleportation array with her wore grim expressions. It was as if they were preparing to welcome a great enemy. That cold and intense killing intent felt like they had been dunked in ice-cold water, and they suddenly struggled to breathe. Guild leader, if we activate the teleportation array, the gatekeeper will attack, Fire Dance whispered as she glanced at Anubis's gatekeeper hovering in the air. We really have no options, Shifeng laughed bitterly. He currently had omniscient eyes active, so he felt the gatekeeper's chilling gaze as well. As soon as Aqua Rose activated the teleportation array, Anubis's gatekeeper would strike. It usually took close to 20 seconds to activate a teleportation array. If the person activating the array moved during this period, it would automatically shut down. 20 seconds. That was enough time for a level 30 Great Lord to kill hundreds of players, much less a measly party of 6. As this place was unique, they could not use return scrolls to leave either. In other words, if they wanted to leave, they needed to survive the gatekeeper for 20 seconds. Either that, or they could level here until they died or simply die now and lose some EXP, skill proficiency, and a piece of equipment. If they did not wish to lose any equipment, they could remove everything they currently wore. That way, none of their equipment would drop. At worst, there was an extremely small chance of an item dropping from their bags. It looks like I can only give it a try. No matter how Shifeng considered the situation, he could not think of a decent solution. He was also unable to utilize the terrain to his advantage. Although the passage they came from was narrow, Anubis's gatekeeper wasn't so large that it could not follow him. Now, the only way the team could leave safely was if he lured the gatekeeper away. Otherwise, with the strength of a great lord and his extremely wide splash range, no one would survive. Fire Dance, get ready to activate the teleportation array. If the Great Lord's splash damage affects you, use Vanish or Wind Steps to block it. As long as you do not move, the teleportation array will not shut down. I'll kite the gatekeeper first. Focus on your timing, you guys. With that, Shifeng activated Windwalk and dashed towards the golden stone tablet. Anubis's gatekeeper immediately shifted his sight to Shifeng. When Shifeng was only 10 yards away from the stone tablet, the gatekeeper suddenly vanished from above the altar before immediately reappearing in front of the golden stone tablet. Instantaneous movement. Aqua Rose gaped at the gatekeeper, disbelief filling her gaze. A great lord that knew instantaneous movement, could any player escape its slaughter? Such a powerful aura. Fire Dance's expression turned grim. Anubis's gatekeeper had initially been 90 yards from the party. Now that the gatekeeper was less than 40 yards away from everyone, its ferocity was on full display. Trespassers of the Holy Land, die, the gatekeeper revealed his fury as he glared at Shifeng. Suddenly, the gatekeeper raised his right hand. In the next moment, a pitch-black spear as tall as Shifeng appeared in the gatekeeper's hand. The Great Lord then swung the spear towards Shifeng. Shio! A spear of light sliced through the air and arrived before Shifeng. Not taking any risks, Shifeng crossed his swords and used parry to block the attack. The instant the spear of light collided with the two swords, the impact forced Shifeng's hands apart and sent him flying over 20 yards away. The group standing at the teleportation array was stunned. Every Zero-Wing member present was familiar with Shifeng's strength. Even in his normal state, he could contend with a lord of the same level. Yet, now, just a touch from the Spear of Light, which was far weaker than the Gatekeeper's black spear, had thrown Shifeng so far. Just how frightening was the Gatekeeper? As expected of a great lord. Even though I have the combat power of a Tier 2 class, it is not nearly enough. Shifeng smirked as he looked at his thoroughly numb hands. If not for the fact that parry could negate the Gatekeeper's damage, he would have lost at least 3,000 to 4,000 HP. However, Shifeng had only received the Gatekeeper's attack because he wished to test its strength and evaluate the Great Lord's combat power. Now, Shifeng had a general grasp of the Anubis's Gatekeeper's combat power. Tier 3 Intermediate Combat Power. The Great Lord would beat a Tier 3 player like a dog. However, even after striking Shifeng, the Gatekeeper showed no signs of stopping as it turned towards Fire Dance and the others. Trespassers of the Holy Land, die. Emitting a low growl, the Gatekeeper stretched out its left hand. Suddenly, a silver flame condensed in his palm. In the blink of an eye, the originally fist-sized flame grew into a large fire the size of a house, and even Shifeng, who stood over 20 yards away, felt a stinging pain from the temperature. Chapter 447, Contest of Strength. Just as Anubis's Gatekeeper was about to unleash its silver fire on Fire Dance and the others. Suddenly, a black barrier appeared around the Gatekeeper, containing the Great Lord. Following which, the flames gradually dispersed. Close one. Violet Cloud released a sigh of relief as she wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Every Zero-Wing party member shifted their gaze to Violet Cloud. Fortunately for them, Violet Cloud had managed to interrupt the Gatekeeper's attack. However, before everyone could calm their pounding hearts, the Tier 1 spell, Black Coffin, burst like a popped balloon. Impossible. Violet Cloud said, her voice filled with disbelief. Black Coffin was an advanced Tier 1 spell. Moreover, she was a Tier 1 Astromancer. Black Coffin should be able to trap even a High Lord for a few seconds, yet the spell had not lasted half a second against Anubis's Gatekeeper. Trespassers of the Holy Land, die. The Gatekeeper waved his hand once more, collecting a larger and more intense silver flame than before. The silver fire also appeared faster this time. As the Gatekeeper was about to bombard Aqua Rose and the others with his fire, a blood-red glow struck the Great Lord, dealing -5,021 damage. Although the damage was negligible to the monster, the Gatekeeper froze and turned towards the attack's origin. Immediately, he discovered Shifeng, the ant that he had sent flying earlier. The tear suppression is too powerful. Shifeng grimaced. The move he had just used was the additional skill of the blazing meteor, Flame God's Fury. The skill allowed him to deal 900% damage to the first target the blazing meteor struck. Yet, even with such power, his attack had only dealt around -5,000 damage to the Great Lord. It was not even 1/3 of the damage the skill was usually capable of dealing. Although Shifeng possessed the combat power of a Tier 2 class, his character was still a Tier 1 class. A Great Lord was the equivalent of a Tier 3 class. With a difference of 2 tiers, the damage he could deal to the Gatekeeper was significantly reduced. This was also one of the reasons why Shifeng had not attempted to raid the level 25 Great Lord in the Ruined Shrine. Not only would tear suppression significantly reduce a skill's effect, but it would also significantly reduce one's potential damage. Moreover, this was in the event that the difference was only a matter of 2 tiers. Currently, Overwhelming Smile didn't have any Tier 1 players. Fire Dance, activate the teleportation array now. Shifeng urgently shouted in the party chat as he returned the Gatekeeper's chilling gaze. Knowing that time was of the essence, Fire Dance did as she was told. Immediately, the teleportation array Fire Dance and the others stood on shone with a dark blue glow as it started gathering mana from its surroundings. At this moment, Anubis's gatekeeper paid no attention to Fire Dance and the others. Instead, he suddenly disappeared, reappearing in front of Shurfeng. Raising his spear high, he swung the weapon down on Shurfeng. The gatekeeper's attack was different from the spears of light he had casually sent out before. Just the pressure preceding the attack turned Shurfeng's movements sluggish. Shurfeng hurriedly activated Defensive Blade to defend himself. However, Anubis's gatekeeper showed no intention of ending his assault after one strike. In quick succession, his spear darted towards Shurfeng again and again, searching for an opening. Peng! 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 In 2 short seconds, Defensive Blade had been exhausted. Although Shurfeng had tried to counter the gatekeeper's attacks during this period, the pressure from the spear was simply too immense. His sluggish body could not keep up with the black spear's speed. Aqua Rose and the others were similarly shocked as they watched Shurfeng fight for his life. Although they had realized that there was a difference between a lord and a great lord, they had not realized the gap between the two was this massive. Shurfeng was not nearly strong enough to resist the gatekeeper. Thinking back on how the various guilds of White River City had boasted their plans to raid a great lord, the very idea was a joke. Guild leader. Anxiety filled Fire Dance's heart. She struggled with her desire to charge forward to help her guild leader, but the teleportation array was their only hope of leaving this place. If she moved, she would waste all their efforts. The others were similarly anxious. Although they wished to help, they could not. It was highly possible that their aid would lure Anubis's gatekeeper to the array. If that happened, they would all die. Moreover, even if they lent their assistance, it would not change the battle. Seeing as the black spear was about to strike at him once again, Shurfeng decided that he was done holding back. Purgatory power. Heavenly Dragon's power. Blade liberation. In the blink of an eye, Shurfeng's strength reached an entirely different realm. Purgatory power increased his attack speed by 100% and damage by 30%. Heavenly Dragon's power increased his defense by 300%, HP by 300%, and strength attribute by 100%. Instantly, Shurfeng's strength broke past the 800-point threshold. Blade liberation increased Shurfeng's strength by 80% and agility by 120%, allowing his strength to reach close to 1,500 points. With close to 1,500 strength, even a rare lord of the same level would be beaten mercilessly. At this moment, Shurfeng's body released a faint, bloody glow. Now, the black spear's pressure was ineffective against Shurfeng. Immediately, Shurfeng swung the abyssal blade upward, meeting the gatekeeper's attack head-on. Boom! The collision instantly created a storm in front of the altar. Shurfeng's teammates nearly lost their balance due to the resulting shockwave. This shockwave is so powerful! Blackie exclaimed. Nothing will happen to guild leader, right? Flying Shadow was thoroughly shocked. Despite standing over 30 yards from the battle, the intense shockwave still reached them, rocking them back. One could just imagine how horrific the combatant's strength was. Guild leader had overpowered a rare lord easily with the strength he's using now. He should be able to hold the gatekeeper off for some time, Fire Dance said, uncertainty coloring her voice. The others also nodded in agreement. With strength capable of suppressing a rare lord, Shurfeng should have a fighting chance even against a great lord. If not, then a great lord was truly a heaven-defying existence. When the dust settled, everyone could finally see the conclusion of the exchange. They were all stupefied. Cracks spreading out as far as 10 yards away covered the ground beneath Shurfeng's feet. A damage close to -600 points had also appeared above Shurfeng's head. On the other hand, the gatekeeper of Anubis was completely unharmed, the Great Lord had not received a single point of damage. It's over. The gap between them is just too wide, Fire Dance muttered in despair. Flying Shadow silently agreed with Fire Dance. Shurfeng had received nearly -600 damage doing nothing more than defending himself with his own weapon. Mages might not understand what this meant, but as melee classes, they knew full well the significance of the gap between Shifeng and Anubis's gatekeeper. Trespassers of the Holy Land, die. The gatekeeper growled once more as it continued brandishing its black spear. The Great Lord thrust his spear towards Shifeng in an unending barrage. Although Shifeng tried to avoid the oncoming attacks, both the spear's speed and angle of attack were extremely precise. He could not dodge the attacks. He could only counter with his swords. However, every time he blocked an attack, the impact would force him backward. The gatekeeper sent over a dozen strikes at Shifeng in quick succession, forcing Shifeng into a constant retreat and disrupting his balance. Meanwhile, Shifeng had lost close to 10,000 HP during this brief assault. Fortunately, Dragon's power increased his HP by 300%, granting him a total of over 25,000 HP. The 300% increase in defense also allowed him to survive the brutal onslaught. If any other players stood in his place right now, they would have died long ago. Meanwhile, when Anubis's gatekeeper saw that his opponent had yet to fall despite receiving so many attacks, he suddenly flew into a rage. In the next moment, silver flames emerged around the gatekeeper's spear, instantly causing the surrounding temperature to soar. The gatekeeper then jumped into the air, and gripping his spear with both hands, he slammed the weapon down at Shifeng. The black spear was like a giant flame serpent as it spread its jaws, intending to swallow Shifeng with a single bite. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.